Chapter 1473. Night. It was still very dark. Although the sky was very good these days, no one knew what was going on. During this period of time, the moon always hung above everyone's head early in the morning. By the time it was 9 o'clock in the evening, the moon had already fallen on the mountains of Qinling. There was not even a single star in the sky. It was so dull that it made people feel a little depressed when they saw it. Taiji Palace. In Li Shimin's bedroom. Although it was already late at night, Li Shimin was still reading the mountainous pile of memorials by candlelight. Almost half of these memorials were urgent requests for seeds, and the other half were reports of daily trifles. Li Shimin basically did not even look at these memorials and left them all to the secretariat. As long as it was not a serious matter, Li Shimin did not bother to pay attention to it now. In the middle of the desk, there were more than a dozen vermilion memorials. At this time, Li Shimin was reading these memorials. These memorials all came from the army. To be precise, they were urgent reports from the major military camps stationed in the border. Only such urgent reports would use memorials of this color. However, at this time the content of the memorials gave Li Shimin a headache. Junla was in internal strife, begging the Tang army to intervene. The Tubo and Tuyuhun rebels were also slowly making progress with the participation of the Tang dynasty's army. However, Tubo and Tuyuhun were in urgent need of food, and now they were planning to send envoys to ask for food. How could the Tang dynasty have extra money and rice? They had any. That would be good. But the most important thing was that they did not. On the other side there was news from Li Jing in Yuzhou. Li Jing said that the army of Tuli Khan was frequently deployed at the border, and Shelley's troops in Longyu Road were doing the same. As for India, although there was no news at this time, Li Shimin vaguely felt that something seemed to be brewing in India. After all, most of the troops were gathered near Chiotsi city. It would be strange if they didn't make any big moves. The 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty in Tubo and Tuyuhun should already be on their way to Chiotsi. This seemed to be the reason for the unrest among the Indian and Turkic tribes. As for Tubo and Tuyuhun, although there weren't any news, the recent rebellions in these two places didn't seem to have eased up at all. Instead, the situation was getting worse. They seemed to be deliberately delaying the speed of the Tang dynasty's army heading west. This was what gave him the biggest headache. In addition, there was the unforeseen event in Chang, and at this time, the pair of invisible hands, and Zhang Feng's words that there seemed to be a person stirring up the situation. Moreover, this person seemed to know the situation of the Tang dynasty and the situation in the palace like the back of his hand. This person was the one who gave Li Shimin the most headaches. Li Shimin rubbed his forehead with some distress. Although Zhang Feng didn't say all this clearly, Li Shimin knew that there seemed to be someone in the imperial court behind this matter, and this person must be in a high position and power. But who on earth was this person? This was what worried Li Shimin the most. After coming down from Mount Shao, Li Shimin had been thinking about this matter, but until now he still couldn't figure out a clue. At this time, at the door of the bedroom, Xiao Gizi gently knocked on the door. Seeing this, Li Shimin hurriedly came to his senses and coughed. Seeing this, Xiao Gizi hurriedly pushed open the door a crack and bent over to enter Li Shimin's study. Li Shimin seemed to have made an agreement with Xiao Gizi. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Gizi hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, just now the spy reported that a house near Jiaqing was on fire." Generally, such things didn't need to be reported to him, but at this time Xiao Gizi personally said it. Li Shimin instantly noticed that something was different. He waved his hand and said, "Tell me in detail." Earlier today, our spies discovered that people wearing night clothes were entering the house one after another. At first, our people really didn't notice this inconspicuous house, but the strange thing was that this house's windows and doors were all covered with quilts, and only those people could see when they entered, so the spies went forward to investigate. Although they didn't hear anything after these people left for a meal, the house caught fire. Li Shimin was stunned and said, "You mean? Did they catch them?" Xiao Gizi hurriedly said, "They were caught, but these people didn't say anything. Even the cruelest torture was useless. However, a name occasionally came out of these people's mouths." When Li Shimin heard this, his body instantly trembled and said, "What name? My lord." When Li Shimin heard that, he was about to explode in anger. "My lord, that was a name?" However, these two words made him even more certain of a problem. That was, what happened in this house must be related to that pair of big hands. When he thought of this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Pass down the message. Investigate at all costs. Also, can these people be caught? Has the fire been controlled?" Basically, everyone who came out of the house has been caught and is trying their best to put out the fire. When Li Shimin heard this, he suddenly stood up and waved his sleeves and said, "Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find out the secret of this house for me. Also, seal the city and strictly investigate anyone who comes and goes after the curfew tonight." Chapter 1474. Dong, dong, dong. The morning bell rang 3 times. In the political announcement hall, a majestic and sonorous voice resounded. "Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." Li Shimin walked into the hall with a solemn expression, wearing a crown and a dragon robe. "Everyone rise." With a wave of his hand, Li Shimin slowly sat down on the dragon throne. However, before he could sit down, an official from the Ministry of Works hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have a report to submit." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Submit the report." "Your Majesty, there was a rumor in the city yesterday that more than a dozen carriages of malt had been delivered from Shao Mountain. But until now, I haven't received any news about it. What's more, many people in the city were in a state of chaos because of it. Some people even went to the local government of Chang and city to buy land because of it. What's more, some people in the imperial court also joined in. I have a report here. It contains a list of the officials in the imperial court who bought the land, as well as the area of the land that they wanted to buy, as well as the amount of money." When Li Shimin heard this, he waved his hand indifferently and said, "What do you want to say? I already know about this matter." The official from the Ministry of Works was taken aback. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I respectfully request that you issue a decree to thoroughly investigate White Deer College and Shao Mountain and find out why they are disturbing the people's hearts at this time. Also, investigate these buyers and find out if they are in cahoots with the Dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng. Although the matter of the phosphate fertilizer has caused a huge uproar, our Ministry of Works has never heard of such a matter. Furthermore, we don't know which ancient book had such a record." Li Shimin glanced at the official indifferently. Then he pointed at Zhang Sun Wuji and said, "You can ask Minister Zhao about this matter directly." "Tell me." Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Li Shimin asked again, "How many people are here for this?" "Your Majesty, this subject is here for this matter. This subject has something to report. This old subject has something to report. This old subject wants to participate in that White Deer College's Zhang Feng. This subject wishes to report to the Duke of Yi." Basically, as soon as Li Shimin finished speaking, countless officials stood out to accuse Yu Qigong and Zhang Feng of misconduct. Seeing this, Li Shimin smiled and said, "Zhao Guogong, you say it." When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he reported the white jade tablet. Then, he looked at them indifferently and said, "His Majesty has known about this since yesterday. As for the Duke of Yi's things, they are all displayed in His Majesty's imperial garden. As for the people who bought the land, last night, Old Man had already received the Emperor's order and went to the Yamen with Fang Gongzi." "What?" The officials could not help but burst into an uproar. "Does the Emperor know about this? Does that mean the Emperor knows about this? Then the matter of the phosphate fertilizer, is it true?" For a moment, all the officials in the imperial court began to make their own plans. If that was the case, then the Emperor knew about the phosphate fertilizer. That was to say, the phosphate fertilizer was true? Is this thing really useful? In an instant, all the officials became excited. Each of their families had at least a few dozen mu of land or even 100 mu of land. These were all bestowed by the Emperor, and the autumn planting this time was very important. Is that thing that was said to be able to double or even multiply the yield of every mu of land true? Moreover, when they returned to the city yesterday, they had personally seen the wheat sprouts that fell on the ground. Therefore, although they wanted to impeach these 2 people today, they actually wanted to confirm whether this matter was true and what the Emperor would say. However, the calmness and indifference displayed by the Emperor at this moment made everyone unable to remain calm. This seems, probably, the Emperor knows about this matter. At this moment, Li Shimin saw the fervent look in everyone's eyes and knew that the matter was about to be settled. He waved his hand and said, "Do you still remember what happened that day at the heaven worship ceremony? The next day I went to White Deer College. I only saw the 1 mu of land that Zhang Feng personally planted on the mountain from afar. Cheng Chumo and the others also personally participated in this planting. I can confirm that the thing that can make the wheat sprouts within 10 days is this phosphate fertilizer. Therefore, I decided yesterday to have these wheat sprouts transported back in the name of the Ministry of Works so that I can personally watch these wheat sprouts grow every day. Last night, I drafted an imperial edict. Although I haven't announced it yet, I have already sent Minister Zhao to the government office. I now announce that from today onwards, any land within the Tang dynasty, including the purchase and sale of land by the people, must be approved by the Ministry of Agriculture. Li Shimin didn't mention the phosphate fertilizer. He also wanted to use the method that Zhang Feng had suggested. He didn't need to deliberately publicize it but instead kept it a secret. He wanted to see if these people could really hold it in. It was up to them now. As for the end, although Li Shimin had not thought of a good way for the time being, when he thought of what had happened yesterday, he had only deliberately scattered some things along the path of the cart, and then arranged for a few people to go for a walk, and it had caused more than 30 memorials from officials in the court today. What did this mean? This meant that this matter had really caused a huge commotion in Chang'an City. He wanted to see if his vague words today could add fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his sleeves and said, "Court is dismissed." Chapter 1475. Inside Chang'an City. The sky had just begun to brighten. However, the autumn fog was so cold that it was as if the air had frozen. If one went out for a walk, he or she would come back with a head full of water vapor. They were less than 10 feet apart, so they could not see if there was anyone on the other side. Even so, the sound of people coughing could be heard everywhere in the city. Some of them were teasing birds and some of them were teasing dogs. They rose and fell one after another. At this time in the past, everyone would be curled up at home drinking tea, looking for a good friend to chat about anything under the sun. Or would they be early in the morning? They would head out of the city. Or perhaps he had started looking for work early on. The entrance of the East Market and the entrance of the West Market were the best places to look for work. Because when it was time to open the market, countless businessmen would come. And their target was these businessmen. Whether it was transporting goods or helping people deliver goods, these were the most profitable things. Or they would help the businessmen to occupy the stalls. A slightly better stall could be sold for dozens of copper coins. If two businessmen quarreled over it, the price would be higher. It should be known that except for the shops in the East Market and the West Market, there was only so much space. The government would never sell a piece of land casually. They were all smart people. Who would do such a stupid thing? The government could still profit from it, so the higher-ups turned a blind eye to it. This had also become the rule of Chang'an City. Although there were fewer peddlers in Chang'an City now, that was relative. After all, not many people could go to the Shao Mountain Market. Those who could go anywhere had stalls in the Chang'an City Market. But at this moment, a few people from the Ministry of Internal Servants hurried over from the palace. Under everyone's astonished gazes, they posted a brand new yellow notice on the wall. In this era, yellow meant imperial power. Something that could be posted on the bulletin board, and it was done by the Ministry of Internal Servants in person, was undoubtedly an imperial edict. When the people saw that, they could not stay calm. As soon as the Ministry of Internal Servants left, they swarmed over. Although most of them did not understand this thing, it did not stop them from joining in the fun. After all, this was the imperial list. It was an imperial edict. How many imperial edicts could one see in a lifetime? Furthermore, how could she post it right in front of him? If word of this got out, it would be a loss of face. What the hell is this? Is there anyone with a big mouth? Come and see what's written here? Who would recognize this word? Come and take a look. Everyone panicked. Although they squeezed through the crowd quickly, they were dumbfounded when they surrounded him. None of them were King literate. What could they do if they surrounded him? After a while, after a burst of chaos, a scholar was hurriedly invited over. This scholar was wearing the uniform of the Imperial College. When he saw the imperial edict on the board, he was very surprised. He hurriedly read out the contents of the imperial edict. The general meaning of the imperial edict was that the matter of the phosphate fertilizer was true, and the wheat sprouts that everyone saw yesterday were watered by the phosphate fertilizer. Furthermore, the emperor, the crown prince, and the young dukes had all personally participated and seen it. Also, the sale and purchase of land had been abolished. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. This was real. This phosphate fertilizer. It was real. Although the imperial edict was vague, this imperial edict seemed to explain a lot of things. That was, the matter of the phosphate fertilizer was true. Although many people didn't dare to believe it, the wheat sprouts yesterday were absolutely true. Almost everyone had seen it. However, if the phosphate fertilizer was real, how long would it take for it to be produced? What was the price for it? Who could use it? The crowd couldn't help but burst into a commotion again. Everyone wanted to know if this was true. At the same time, the Eason pastry shop was blocked by people early on. It wasn't because the snacks here were delicious, nor was it because these people were so rich that they could suddenly afford to eat snacks. Everyone knew that the shopkeeper of the Eason pastry shop, Zhang Shan, was the father-in-law of the dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng. Moreover, he had also bought land yesterday. Therefore, these people wanted to ask about the phosphate fertilizer. They even wanted to buy some land from Zhang Shan. After all, Zhang Shan was a well-known philanthropist, a great philanthropist. They didn't dare to go to Zhang Feng's mansion. Not to mention that there was no one there. Even if there were people there, they wouldn't dare to go. The area of the mansion of the 16th prince belonged to the entire Chang'an city. Apart from the imperial palace, it was the only place where the imperial guards patrolled all day. Miscellaneous people were also not allowed to make a scene there. These could be ignored. After all, although there was something wrong here, people could still enter. The only difference was the guards at the entrance of Zhang Feng's mansion. Those guards were all retired from the military. Not only were they burly men, but they also exuded a murderous aura. Every time they looked at each other, they would feel goosebumps. Who would dare to go there? Moreover, this matter was nothing else. Even if they went there, it would be useless. Therefore, the crowd set their sights on Zhang Shan. They had heard that old Master Zhang Shan had bought at least 500 mu of land in the Chang'an local government yesterday. Chapter 1476. More and more people gathered at the entrance of Eason pastry shop. In the end, the entire entrance of the East Market was filled with people. Even the entrance of Zhang Shan's mansion was blocked. It was the same at the back door as well. At that moment, Zhang Shan, his wife, and Zhang Yuyao felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They kept pacing back and forth in the living room. Master, it's not good. A few other officials are here. At that moment, Zhang Shan's butler rushed in a panic. His shout gave Zhang Shan a fright. The others were not afraid, but the officials were here. Zhang Shan hurriedly asked, "Who's that? What's his position?" "Old Master, I heard that he's from the Ministry of War. Judging from his uniform, he seems to be a 5th-rank official. He's wearing green. The people from the Ministry of Agriculture, Taichung Temple, and the Ministry of Appointments are here." What? Zhang Shan was so scared that his body went limp and he sat on the ground. Oh my God, what's going on? What are they doing here at this time? Zhang Shan's wife also panicked. Zhang Yuyao was so anxious that her face turned pale. If it were anyone else, he could think of a way to deal with them. However, the officials were here. At this time, at that moment, another person hurried in. As soon as he entered the door, he said hurriedly, "Bad news, old master. Someone else is here. He said that he's your benefactor. There's also someone who claims to be your distant uncle." When Zhang Shan heard that, his head could not help but explode. This matter definitely had something to do with the land he bought yesterday. Otherwise, why would those distant uncles suddenly come knocking on his door? One had to know that even when he was begging on the streets, that person still slandered him, saying that he had nothing to do with him. He even got someone to beat him up. On the streets. As for this benefactor, when Zhang Shan went up the mountain, he suddenly had a vague feeling that he might be the old shopkeeper's younger brother. Back then he thought that being a pastry chef had no future, so he went to Luozhou City to develop his career. He heard that he was doing well there. Recently he returned to Chang'an City. It was said that he was dealing in porcelain and silk. Why would he come to the mountain gate at this time? This time, Zhang Shan could not sit still anymore. He hurriedly ordered, "Butler, have you gone to the mountain to inform them? I've already sent someone over, but it's probably too late." When Zhang Shan heard that, he slapped his head and said, "Let's go to Chang'an University and invite them over." Although there was no one at Chang'an University these days, the people at the gate of the college were all Zhang Feng's subordinates. Naturally, they knew about their relationship. Zhang Feng felt a little more confident when he called them over. It was not far from Chang'an University. The housekeeper found a clever person to climb over the wall and run to Chang'an University to get help. Zhang Shan hurriedly asked the housekeeper to keep the people outside under control. He silently calculated the distance from Chang'an University to here. Then he slowly put away the impatience on his face and walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the clamor that filled the sky made his eardrums hurt. The butler stood at the door, sweating profusely. When Zhang Shan arrived, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. "Master Zhang is here. Master Zhang, please come out and be the judge. Why is this guy blocking our way?" Zhang Shan looked over and saw a pot-bellied official in a green official uniform standing next to the person who was shouting the loudest. When Zhang Shan looked at him, the man also looked at Zhang Shan. Then he cupped his fists in surprise and said, You can be Master Zhang Shan. I'm not talented, so I'll be working in the Ministry of Personnel. When Zhang Shan saw this, he also cupped his fists and said, "So it's you, Master Zhang? May I know what brings you here?" Before he could finish, the other officials also came forward to greet him. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a pair of triangular eyes, an aquiline nose and a bean-sized mole at the corner of his mouth, coughed and said, "Zhang Shan, I haven't seen you for many years. You've become more capable. Shanzi, I'm your uncle. Now that you've become rich, don't you want to be married to your family?" Their words instantly made their identities clear, causing the citizens who had wanted to seek help to shrink back in fear. Zhang Shan smiled bitterly and cupped his fists to calm them down. Then he said, "Everyone, I know why you're here, but you all know about the imperial list today. I don't dare to sell this land. If you want to buy it, you can go to the county government and get a certificate from the Ministry of Works. I'll definitely sell some to you. Even I can't do that now." "How can this be? Old Master Zhang, of course we're not here for your fields. We're here to ask you if the phosphate fertilizer thing is true. We hope Old Master Zhang can tell us clearly." "That's right, Old Master Zhang. We all know how you are. Don't try to hide it at this time. Just tell us if the phosphate fertilizer is real. Where can we get some? How about you ask your son-in-law to get some?" Zhang Shan suddenly understood. He looked at the officials and the other two. They seemed to be very nervous at this moment. He smiled helplessly and said, "Everyone, I really don't know about this. Besides, although the marriage between my daughter and Prince Zhang Feng has been settled, it's better not to talk about it. It's a secret of the academy. How can I get involved? But I can promise you one thing. I've already sent people to the mountain. If there's any news, I'll tell you immediately. How about it?" Zhang Shan didn't care whether they believed it or not. He ignored them. He hurriedly bowed to the officials and said, "Everyone, please come in." Chapter 1477. Zhang Shan was also very depressed. Those commoners were easy to deal with, but these people were difficult to deal with. He had to invite them into the house first. When the white-bearded old man who claimed to be Zhang Shan's uncle saw this, he smiled and asked someone to carry him in. Although Zhang Shan didn't like it very much, there was nothing he could do. He could only let him be and pretend that he didn't see it. Along the way, the old man pointed at everything in Zhang Shan's mansion. Everything was not good and everything was not good. It seemed that he had already regarded this place as his own home. If one didn't know better, they would think that this was his mansion. Before they entered the house, Zhang Shan's steward had already hurriedly called Madame Zhang and Miss Zhang to the backyard. At this moment, when they entered the living room, the old man pointed at the layout of the living room again. The servants and maidservants of the Zhang mansion all looked displeased. But Zhang Shan had been silent. How could they dare to interrupt? When they entered the house, the old man sat at the head of the Zhang family without caring about anything else. The few officials who saw this frowned. However, they were here today for other things. Moreover, this was other people's family matter. They had no right to interfere. They could only sit down at Zhang Shan's request. When they sat down, without waiting for Zhang Shan to speak, the old man asked, "Esteemed bailiffs, what brings you here today?" They looked at each other and then glanced at Zhang Shan, who was silent. One of them said, "We're here today for the phosphate fertilizer." "Old sir, may I know who you are?" Hearing this, the old man nodded and said, "Old man is Zhang Shan's uncle. Zhang Shan lost his parents when he was young, so I helped to deal with all the important matters. Today, when I heard of such a big matter, I naturally came to take a look." Zhang Shan couldn't listen to this anymore. He pretended that he didn't hear anything and looked out of the door with his hands behind his back. When the officials saw this, they could only chuckle. Who couldn't see that? This old man wanted to take advantage of his seniority to gain benefits. Before they came, they had already investigated Zhang Shan's background. Naturally, they knew about this old fellow. When the old man saw that they were silent, he pointed at the man who claimed to be Zhang Shan's benefactor and said, "I remember you. Back then, I personally sent Zhang Shan to your house. You were the one who always made things difficult for him. Even when Zhang Shan's master passed away, you didn't show up. It was my Shaner who took care of the old man. Tell me, what are you doing here today?" "What are you doing? Old thing, don't flatter yourself. Let's not beat around the bush. Everyone who came here today basically wanted to get some benefits from this place. Don't *king flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? If you hadn't been forced into a corner by Zhang Shan and seized Zhang Shan's family property, would my brother have taken him in as a disciple when he was about to starve to death?" Ha! The old man did not lose his temper. He smiled and took a sip of the tea. Then he frowned and said, "Shan, we have an important guest. Are you going to serve him with this lousy tea? Why aren't you changing the tea? "Sir, this is the best tea we have. Furthermore, this tea is something that even His Majesty would rarely see. It was personally made by my son-in-law. If you don't like it, then don't drink it." "How dare you?" Just when the old man was about to explode in anger, a group of dozens of burly men slowly stepped into Zhang Shan's living room. When they saw these people, everyone's expression changed instantly. Zhang Shan's heart was finally at ease. Meanwhile, in White Deer College, Zhang Feng personally brought the string of money to the paper mill. After the people from the Zhang residence were led to the mountain, they anxiously paced around the entrance of Zhang Feng's house. They could not take their eyes off the buildings here. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see anyone who could talk to him. Only a security guard followed him closely, as if he was guarding against a thief. However, the more he waited, the more anxious he became. At this moment, the entrance of the residence was blocked, and there were officials at the door. It was undoubtedly about the purchase of land. When he left the city, he saw it clearly. This was an imperial edict from His Majesty, forbidding the purchase of land. At this moment, he thought of the situation in the residence. It would be strange if he was not anxious. After waiting for a long time, the servant was sweating profusely. He hurriedly asked, "Sir, I'll have to trouble you to help me look for her. Something big has happened at home." "What happened? Why does Feng need to help?" At this moment, Ching Chumo's loud voice sounded not far away. When the security guard saw him, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "He's Miss Zhang's servant. He said that Zhang Shan's Eason snack shop was blocked early this morning, and there were even officials. That's why he came up the mountain to find the dean." Ching Chumo was half naked at this moment. He wiped his sweat and threw away the bundle of wood on his shoulder. He stared at the servant and sized him up. "Is this true?" The servant had never seen him before. However, when he saw that he seemed to be able to speak, he hurriedly said, "It's absolutely true. This little one does not dare to lie." Was there still any King law? Ching Chumo instantly exploded. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly prepare a fast horse. Follow Lao Tzu down the mountain immediately. How dare you cause trouble at Feng Zi's father-in-law's residence? You must be tired of living." Chapter 1478. They were from Zhang Shan's mansion. Of course, they were the guards hired from Chang and University. These people didn't even have time to change their clothes. Of course, they knew where Zhang Shan's mansion was. When Jia Daoren was still alive, he had ordered that no one should care about anything in Chang and city except for 3 places. One was Zhang Feng's mansion, the tavern, and the other was Zhang Feng's father-in-law's mansion. Other than that, no one was allowed to leave Chang and University even if the sky fell down. Today everything was fine. But when they heard that something had happened in Zhang Shan's mansion, how could they bear it? Chang and University had been empty for the past few days, and these people had been bored out of their minds. Besides, they were all from the military and naturally liked to fight. In Chang and city, no fighting was allowed. They had been bored out of their minds for a long time. It was rare that someone had come to make trouble today. It was a good time to beat someone up and not be responsible for it. How could they let it go? And where was this place? This was the mansion of the dean's father-in-law. This was the home of the future wife of Zhang Shan's mansion. How could they take it lightly? At this time, these people didn't say a word. They just stood behind Zhang Shan like wooden statues. However, the appearance of these people had a different meaning for these officials. Now, Zhang Feng was the chancellor and dean of 2 academies. He was also a viscount and the youngest Confucian scholar. Although he was young and didn't have an official position in the imperial court, his identity and status were far beyond them. Because of his identity, they had to salute Zhang Feng when they saw him. They thought that Zhang Feng would be fine on the mountain at this time. That was why they came to have a look. After all, they just came to ask about the phosphate fertilizer. Naturally, Zhang Feng couldn't say anything even if he knew. However, these people were experts who had retired from the military. These people didn't care about that. They were very famous in Chang'an City. Other than Zhang Feng's orders, even if you were the crown prince, you would still have to bend your back. At this time, the few people heard that the old man and the steward of the Zhang mansion were quarreling. These people didn't say anything, so they panicked and could only mind their own business and enjoy the tea. He kept talking about the good tea and so on. Even the benefactor didn't dare to make a sound as he stared at the strong men in White Deer College's guard uniform. On the other hand, the old man, relying on his status as an elder and seeing that these big fools did not speak, became bolder. He coughed and said, "Shanzi, we are all family. Naturally, we should take care of the phosphate fertilizer. Go and tell your son-in-law that we will take over this matter." We will no longer object to his marriage with Yu Yao. Also, I heard that he bought a few hundred square meters of land yesterday. Why does he keep so much land? Coincidentally, our family is so poor that we don't even have enough to eat. Let him give half of the land deed to the old man. The old man? Then why don't you let Fengzi give you the 300 square meters of land and the business of White Deer College? Zhang Shan was so angry that he laughed and asked back. The old man didn't give anything away. He only said earnestly, alas. After all, he's still a little young and impatient. Since he doesn't have the time, this old man will help him a little. It's not impossible. His words made the 5 officials grin from ear to ear. It wasn't that they hadn't seen shameless people before, but it was the first time they saw such a shameless person. What kind of place was White Deer College? It was a place that was appointed by the emperor. How dare he covet it? Was this person crazy or stupid? At this moment, the benefactor saw that the guards behind Zhang Shan didn't get angry and didn't say anything. He became bolder and said disdainfully, "Old thing, I gave you some face and you really dared to open a dye house? You know Shanzi's situation better than anyone else. Now you're pretending to be a big shot? That college was appointed by the emperor. Do you think you're fit to take over it? Aren't you King afraid of dying from overeating?" Surnamed Huang, the old man didn't lower himself to your level because of Shanzi's master. Today I'll say it right here. If you want to get any benefits from this place, there's no way. Also, my lords, I'll make the decision regarding the phosphate fertilizer. How much do you want? I'll have that kid Zhang Feng come down the mountain tomorrow and personally deliver it to your residences, such as, old thing, you're King tired of living. The guards who had been silent finally couldn't take it anymore. They could criticize anyone, but it wasn't right to criticize the dean's people like that. The purpose of today's visit was to ensure Zhang Shan's safety. As for the phosphate fertilizer and the land, even though these people were causing a ruckus here, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. However, they shouldn't have spoken ill of the dean. Seeing this, the old man instantly became like an angry rooster. He pointed at them with his walking stick and said, "Where did these barbarians come from? How dare you interfere in my family's affairs? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Aren't you just a dog raised by that bastard Zhang Feng? How dare you bark here?" Zhang Shan couldn't take it anymore. He scolded, "Zhang Shajian, are you done yet?" Chapter 1479. Zhang Shajian was the old man's real name. However, there were 2 or 3 shops in Chang'an City, so no one dared to call him by his full name. The most important thing was that this man was tricky and domineering, and he was very greedy. To be honest, he was a rascal. So basically, no one dared to offend him unless it was a big deal, mainly because they were afraid of being disgusted by him. The name Zhang Shajian was gradually forgotten. The old man had long stopped teaching this name. He went to the Huaxing temple and asked for an excessive name, Zhang Fulai. Therefore, he would definitely explode if anyone dared to mention the name Zhang Shajian. At this time, Zhang Shan dared to call him that in Zhang Shan's mansion. How could Zhang Fulai not explode? Bang! He slammed the teacup in his hand and pointed at Zhang Shan's nose as if he was shaking. "Bastard, how dare you talk to old man like that? Do you believe that old man will tear down your house today?" "Old man, that's enough. For the sake of your age, we won't embarrass you today. But if you really want to make trouble, I'll remind you that there are 5 officials here today. If you continue to pester us endlessly, even if we beat you to death, the government won't hold you responsible. Do you believe me? Don't King make trouble for yourself." One of the bodyguards behind Zhang Shan warned with his hands on his hips. Zhang Fulai was furious. He stomped his crutch and said, "Oh my God, is there any law? Is there any law? How dare you kill people in broad daylight? Zhang Shan, you're so powerful. Don't think that I'm afraid of you now that you have that bastard Zhang Feng backing you up. You were born a member of the Zhang family, so you have to obey the rules of the Zhang family. I, Zhang Fuxing, am now an elder of the Zhang family, so I'm the sky above you. If that Zhang Feng wants this marriage to go through, this old man will have to agree." While speaking, the old man pointed at the guards and scolded, "Don't King think that you can show off just because you have Zhang Feng, that son of AB teach to back you up. Soon the old man will report this to the authorities. How can you call yourself a great scholar? Was he even worthy of establishing a sect? Wasn't he embarrassed? Someone who doesn't even care about the most basic filial piety, is he worthy? CK your mother." The person standing beside Zhang Shan was the first to lose his cool. He rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Fuxing's collar and lifted him up. In an instant, Zhang Fuxing was so scared that his whole body trembled. "What are you doing? Brother, forget it? Zhang Shan didn't want to get involved, but he still stepped forward and pulled the guard back. The guard was stunned. He sighed heavily and put Zhang Fuxing down. Fine, fine, fine. However, if anyone dares to say anything bad about the principal or destroy a blade of grass or a tree here, don't think that you can walk out of here unscathed. Zhang Shan sighed and didn't even look at Zhang Fuxing. I won't give you anything you want. Also, Feng Zi's matter has nothing to do with me. Even if they get married in the future, it has nothing to do with you. If you dare to cause trouble on the mountain, think about the consequences for the Tang family first. Hearing this, the few officials couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up and wanted to leave, but before they could finish, they saw a few of the dozens of strong men standing at the door stand behind them. In an instant, they realized that something was wrong, but it was obviously impossible for them to leave now. They could only sit down, trembling with fear. The benefactor was also panicking at this time. However, with the lesson of the past, what could he say? He could only sit obediently. When Zhang Shan saw this, he smacked his lips and wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. After all, he didn't dare to offend these people. He didn't dare to offend any of them. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Zhang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. However, that damned Zhang Fuxing said arrogantly again, "You don't dare to offend them? Fine, fine, fine. Old man, let's offend Zhang Feng today." Zhang Feng's surname is also Zhang. Maybe a few generations ago they came from the same family. Let's not talk about that first. That damned man has made a meteoric rise. He and Yu Yao's marriage is set. How many times have they gone in and out of Chang, and as a couple? How many people in Chang and city don't know? But what about the Zhang family? Did the Zhang family take advantage of them? On the other hand, those outsiders have made a meteoric rise. Look at those people in Tonghui Lane. How arrogant are they? Look at the Zhang family. We're still eating chaff here. Is there anyone in the world like him? I think he's the first person since ancient times, the first person who's so shameless. What did Zhang Fuxing do wrong? I'll make it clear today. If he wants to marry the daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Feng is not qualified. Zhang Fuxing was really pissed off today. How could a mere guard dare to strut around here? Where was this? This was the Zhang family. This was the family of Zhang Feng's official wife. How dare he make trouble here? If he doesn't want to be shameless, then come. Zhang Shan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone knew. The marriage was forced by the old scholar and others. If Zhang Feng wanted to, he would have gotten married long ago. Why would it be delayed until now? As for why, to put it bluntly, they wanted to get along with each other. Now it seemed that Zhang Feng was a little interested. However, things on the mountain were too busy. Everyone knew that even if the wedding date came, they couldn't get married. But this old guy seemed to think that Zhang Feng was in a hurry to marry Zhang Yuyao. At this time, the guards behind Zhang Shan all had their chests heaving up and down. At this time, a guard saw that the old guy was spitting saliva everywhere. He angrily punched the pillar at the door. In an instant, a fist-sized hole appeared on the pillar. The guard clenched his fists and stared at Zhang Fuxing. "Boss, I feel like hitting someone. What should I do?" Chapter 1480. Zhang Fuxing heard that. He was instantly enraged. He pointed at the guard with his walking stick and said, "Why? You can't help but want to hit him? Come, come, come. Old man, I'll let you hit him. Come on. Beat him to death if you can. If you don't beat old man to death, you're not human." That shout. Everyone was instantly enraged. Even the 5 officials were frowning. They had seen people who wanted to die, but they had never seen anyone who wanted to die so badly. They were in someone else's house. Even if they beat him to death, as long as there was a valid reason, nothing would happen. Moreover, the 5 of them were present. Even Zhang Feng dared to kill someone in Chang and city with his men. Killing an old fart like you is nothing. Damn it, don't drag us down with you even if you have nothing better to do. If word of this got out, how would Lao Tzu and the others explain themselves when they got back? After all, even Li Shaogong, Prince Li, had to act coquettishly when he saw Zhang Feng, let alone an old fart like you? Who do you think you are? The officials pondered. We can't do that. If a murder case were to be filed, none of them would be able to escape. They came to Zhang Feng's father-in-law's house to cause trouble. Putting everything else aside, how could the Minister of Personnel, Li Shaogong, disturb them? That would be strange. Thinking of that, the 5 of them hurriedly got up and said, "Old sir, please calm down first. Let's talk things over, okay?" "Old sir, that's not right. After all, we're a family. How can a family speak like that? Let's calm down first. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk about it slowly, okay? However, Zhang Fuxing saw that the others were trying to persuade him. In an instant, he thought that the officials were afraid of him and were on his side. He pointed at Zhang Shan and said, "Officials, can't you stand it anymore? This is the Zhang family we're talking about. I'm the only elder in the Zhang family. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this matter first. He didn't do that in the first place, did he? What does Zhang Shan know? He was just a youngster who only knew how to make pastries. How would he know how to do business? What have I done? Wasn't it all for the sake of Zhang Shan? If by any chance you fall into Zhang Feng's trap, you'll lose the face of our Zhang clan's ancestors. After I die, will I be able to face my dead ancestors?" Zhang Shan was trembling all over. It wasn't easy for him to persuade Zhang Feng's guards to come down, but when he saw it, he instantly felt dizzy. He hurriedly scolded, "Zhang Fuxing, you drove me out of the Zhang family in the presence of so many people in the East Market and the local government of Chang'an. You also declared that you would never allow me, Zhang Shan, to enter the gate of the Zhang family in the future. But now you're thinking of me? You and I both know what you're thinking. Why do you have to be so pretentious? I'm a hypocrite?" Zhang Fuxing grabbed Zhang Shan and pulled him to the side of the official from the Ministry of Personnel. "Sir." The corner of the official's mouth twitched. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "My surname is Shi and my name is Jing. You can call me Shi Jing. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Well, shopkeeper Zhang, please calm down. We're a family. Let's talk about it. What do you think?" Seeing this, Zhang Fuxing became even more smug. He waved his hand and said, "I have nothing else to say today. I just want to be the judge. When this boy's parents died early, I saw that he was still young and didn't know the dangers of society. Besides, he had such a large family property, so I kindly helped him. But I didn't expect that this boy has grown up and doesn't recognize that family anymore. He even blamed me for taking over his family property? You can be the judge for me. Is there such a person in the world? Is old man the kind of person who takes over family property? Don't I want the Zhang clan's bloodline to continue so that it won't be buried in his hands? What did I do wrong?" In an instant, the faces of those officials could not help but be filled with black lines. K, he's really good at talking. He's turning black into white. Shi Jing chuckled and said apologetically, "After all, this is not the place to talk. If you really have something to say, why don't you go to the Chang'an local government now? Where can you?" "No." Hearing this, Zhang Fuxing immediately interrupted Shi Jing and said, "Everyone knows that place. It's in cahoots with Zhang Feng. I don't trust them." This. Shi Jing wanted to curse. Ku. If you don't go to the local government, what the Ku do you want to do? Ku. If you want to do it, you can do it secretly. Why did you wait until today? You just want to take advantage of the opportunity, don't you? If you can say that, what can't you do? However, when they looked behind them and saw the guards looking at them coldly, they didn't dare to move in an instant. They only prayed that Lord Zhang still had a trace of reason and wouldn't make things out of hand. Otherwise they would really be miserable. But what they feared would happen. At this moment there was a sound of cursing. A man rushed all the way into Zhang Shan's mansion. When Zhang Shan and the guards saw that, their faces instantly flashed with a touch of surprise. It was as if the person who came was their savior. And that was exactly what happened. The person who came was Cheng Chumo. As soon as Cheng Chumo entered, he looked up and down at the thin-mouthed old man who was grabbing Zhang Shan's collar. When the guards whispered in his ear, his face instantly turned cold. He looked at the old man indifferently and said, "Old man, do you have any shame?" Chapter 1481. In an instant. Just one sentence. That made the hearts of the officials sink. That was not the main point. The main point was that they did not recognize this person at first. Now that he was closer, they recognized him. Wasn't he one of the four great devils, Chintinyu? Why was this malefic person here? Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for them? Seeing this, Shi Jing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "I'm from the Ministry of Personnel." But before he could finish, Cheng Chumo slapped him to the side and said, "Old Master Zhang, what's going on?" Zhang Shan smiled bitterly and explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. At this time, Cheng Chumo's lungs were about to explode. He glared at the several officials and said, "Are you King officials or not? Don't you care about right and wrong? In your eyes there's only phosphorus fertilizer left? There's only profit left? Do you know where this is? This is Feng Zi's father-in-law's place. This is the place of the Chancellor of White Deer College, Zhang Feng, the president of the college. This is the place of the great Confucian scholar, Mr. He Xian. Who is this old man? What right does he have to order us around here? Have all of you learned the laws of the great Tang from dogs? They were all shocked. Shi Jing hurriedly said, This? Young master, after all, this is a family matter. Although we're here, it's not appropriate for us to interfere in other people's family matters. Besides, this is Lord Zhang Feng's family matter, so it's even more inappropriate for us to interfere. But we tried to persuade them to go to the government office, but this old man refused to go. He said that the government office is in cahoots with Prince Zhang. Hearing this, Qing Chumo suddenly looked at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing naturally knew the names of the four great devils. Besides, the situation seemed to be a little different now. He hurriedly looked at Qing Chumo and said, What do you want to do? This is our family matter. Do you want to interfere as well? Family matters? Qing Chumo smiled and cupped his hands at Zhang Shan. He discreetly slapped away Zhang Fuxing's hand that was grabbing Zhang Shan's collar and helped him sit at the head of the table. He then waved his hand and shouted at the several officials, Bastards! When they heard this, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. He hurriedly ran away. After that benefactor wanted to leave, but he didn't dare to. At this moment, he was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. Zhang Feng glanced at him and pointed at him. What does this person do? That fellow is here to take advantage of the situation as well. He said that he's the younger brother of old Master Zhang's master. Oh? Qing Chumo let out a long oh, and then said, There's nothing for you to do here. Get out of here. I'll tell you guys, from today on, leave a few good men in this mansion. If anyone dares to come and cause trouble, beat them to death. Even if you beat him to death, nothing will happen. When the guards heard this, they instantly gave a military salute. At this moment, that benefactor's face turned extremely pale. When he saw Qing Chumo waving his hand, he scampered out of the door. Today he really wanted to slap himself a few times. He originally wanted to come here to get some benefits, but he didn't expect that not only did he not get any benefits, but he also got himself into trouble and almost lost his life. Zhang Feng. All of this was because of Zhang Feng. Zhang Shan really gave birth to a good daughter. Damn it, after all the unrelated people had left. Qing Chumo minded his own business and sat beside Zhang Shan. He looked at Zhang Fuxing, who was glaring at him angrily. Zhang Shajian, Lao Tzu remembers you. You were arrogant and domineering in Chang'an City. How is that stupid son of yours doing in Luozhou? Why didn't King kill him back then? When Zhang Fuxing heard this, the hair on his back instantly stood on end. During the first year of Zhenguan, they were at their most prosperous. At that time, his eldest son was considered a big shot in Chang'an City. However, he heard that he had offended a big shot outside and was almost killed. When he was dragged back, he only had one breath left. If it weren't for the huge sum of money spent, the grass on his grave would have been a foot deep. But he didn't know who it was. Ever since his son recovered from his illness, he didn't dare to stay in Chang'an. He had no choice but to go to Luozhou. He even told him not to seek revenge. If he did, his entire family would be gone. Now, you harmed my son? Qing Chumo nodded non-committally. Last March, your son barged into the house of an assistant minister of the Taifu Temple at night. He wanted to rape the daughter of the assistant minister. If Lao Tzu hadn't been present that night, the daughter of the assistant minister would have been killed by your son. Such a despicable act should have been exterminated back then. How dare you? My son was sincere. How could he be a shameless person like you said? If we're talking about shameless people, I think you're the one. Who doesn't know that you're one of the four great demons of Chang'an City? You barged into an assistant minister's house in the middle of the night. Do you think he belongs to you? Do you think you can go whenever you want? Qing Chumo smiled at the angry Zhang Fuxing and didn't explain anything. Zhang Shan wanted to interrupt, but he didn't know what to say. After all, this incident had caused a stir in Chang'an City back then. At that time, the assistant minister of Taichung Temple had threatened to exterminate Zhang Fuxing's entire family. However, for some reason, the matter had been left unsettled. Could it be, this person had saved Zhang Fuxing from death? Now that he thought about it, he understood everything that he didn't understand back then. But why did Qing Tinya mention this at this time? Could it be that he wanted to anger Zhang Fuxing? Thinking of this, Zhang Shan shuddered. He hurriedly asked, Young Master Qin, were you the one who saved the Qin family? Chapter 1482. Qing Chumo nodded non-committally and said, Old Master Zhang, may I trouble you to go to the backyard? I have some personal matters to attend to. Zhang Shan's pupils constricted when he heard that. At this moment, young Master Qin, let's forget about this. After all, he didn't make things difficult for me. Speaking of which, we are indeed from the same family. As long as he doesn't make things difficult for me today, let him go. You want me to go? Zhang Fuxing didn't think too much. At this moment, his mind was full of hatred for his son and the purpose of today's visit. How could he think of anything else? He waved his walking stick and said, Zhang Shan, if you're afraid of trouble, get lost. I'll settle the score with you later. I'll settle the score with this little bastard first. My son was almost killed by him. Who is that? That's your cousin. Are you just going to watch your cousin be wronged like this? What could Zhang Shan say? He knew all about his cousin. Among the stubborn people in Chang'an City, he was the most stubborn one. He ate, drank, gambled, and drank. The most abominable thing was, he even coveted the daughter of the assistant minister. He broke into their house in the middle of the night. What Zhang Fuxing did not know was that on that night, all of his accomplices were killed. His son, who knew if he was lucky or not, managed to survive. Who would have thought that he would still want to settle the score today? Cheng Tiniu wanted to lure him away just now because he was infuriated and wanted to kill him. After all, this was the Zhang family's territory. If he really killed Zhang Fuxing here, would the Zhang family spare him? It would be so annoying. But at this moment, Cheng Chumo smiled in the face of Zhang Fuxing's aggressiveness. He pursed his lips and said, What are you waiting for? Go invite old Master Zhang in. Also, inform the Chang and local government and the Ministry of Personnel that Lao Tzu said to give them 2 hours to investigate the background of Zhang Fuxing's family. These guards all knew Cheng Chumo's true identity. When they heard Cheng Chumo's words, they instantly understood. After leaving a dozen people behind, the rest left in a hurry. He even took Zhang Shan away. Zhang Shan was invited to the backyard. Mrs. Zhang immediately came over and asked, What's going on in front? Zhang Shan smiled bitterly. He looked at Zhang Yuyao and the woman and said, Zhang Fuxing is in big trouble this time. Zhang Feng didn't come, but the 4 great demon king Cheng Tiniu came. What? Madame Zhang's expression changed drastically when she heard that. Cheng Tiniu was someone who dared to kill people on the streets, and he didn't even need to take responsibility. Everyone knew that there must be some incredible empress behind him. But no one has ever seen it. Every time he got into trouble, he would still be seen swaggering on the streets in a few days. How could an ordinary family afford to offend this person? Even the sons of the officials had to take a detour when they saw him, let alone these merchants. They were simply not on the same level, okay? Then, has uncle left yet? Zhang Shan smiled bitterly and said, How could it be that easy? It's not like you don't know his reputation. Madame Zhang's expression changed drastically when she heard that. She asked, Then why are you here? Why don't you go and keep an eye on him? What if something happens? Although we've been expelled from the Zhang family, we're still members of the Zhang family. If something happens here, let alone our reputation, will the Zhang family let us go? Zhang Shan spread out his hands and said, I want to, but I was invited by Cheng Tiniu. Moreover, Cheng Tiniu has already admitted that he was the one who almost killed Zhang Fuxing's son back then. Now, he even sent someone to ask the Ministry of Personnel to investigate Zhang Fuxing's account. Could they investigate Zhang Fuxing's accounts? They couldn't. What? How did Zhang Fuxing get started? Wasn't it because of his ability to swindle people? Coupled with his ability to speculate, everything he had today was what he had today. Obviously, Cheng Tiniu was really angry. He wanted to completely eliminate the Zhang family's future troubles. But, after all, this was related by blood. Madame Zhang was also clear about what was right and wrong. She was panicking. At this moment, Zhang Yuyao whispered, Father, then, did you send someone to look for Zhang Feng? I reckon only Zhang Feng can handle this matter. Zhang Shan slapped his forehead and said, That's right. How could I have forgotten about this? Man, someone come quickly. Zhang Shan hurriedly shouted at the door. A moment later, the old butler hurried in. Zhang Shan hurriedly said, Immediately send someone to the mountain to inform Zhang Feng. Immediately get a fast horse. Yes. At the same time, on the mountain, Zhang Feng carried a string of money with him. Along the way, he was stumped by this kid's amazing business acumen several times. This kid was born to be a business genius. However, Zhang Feng was only half a jar. How could he know too much? It had only been 4 hours and he was already speechless. He could only look for a few great scholars to send this kid to the academy to learn how to read. Otherwise, this little demon would kill Zhang Feng sooner or later. However, when Zhang Feng arrived at the door of his house, the guard hurriedly told him about the people in Zhang Shan's mansion. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face instantly changed and he said, "Damn it, this is bad. This grandson is going to get into big trouble. With this grandson's temper, how could he be handling things? If he said something wrong, he would beat people up. Damn it." At the thought of this, Zhang Feng threw the string of money and shouted, "Men, prepare a horse for me. I want to go down the mountain." Chapter 1483. This matter had to be settled as soon as possible. Although there seemed to be no problem at the moment, once something happened it would definitely be a big problem. This was indisputable. This matter should have already attracted the attention of the emperor. As for the land sale and phosphate fertilizer, although Zhang Feng had already made arrangements, these people actually went to Zhang Shan's residence. This was a bit too much. It was no wonder that Zhang Feng was so impatient. Lion, it was these people. Motherf asterisk cur, they were disgusting. If you said you would come properly, then I would have accepted it. But you actually used underhanded methods. This is your fault. Zhang Feng's actions instantly alarmed the entire upper management of the academy. Yu Shernan and the others were in the courtyard, flipping through Zhang Feng's poetry and drinking wine. When they heard Zhang Feng's impatient voice, they couldn't help but be stunned. They hurriedly sent someone to inquire about it, and their faces instantly changed. Especially the old Xiaocai, who almost fainted. He hurriedly sent someone to find a carriage and was about to run down the mountain. Fortunately, he was stopped by someone. Chu Suiliang hurriedly said, "Brother Zihuai, don't worry. I just asked that child Tainyo has already left. Perhaps by the time Fengzi comes down the mountain, the matter with the Zhang family will have already been settled. Besides, Zhang Shan is not a fool. He will naturally go to Chang and University to ask for help." The old Xiaocai was still unwilling and hurriedly said, No, I still have to go down the mountain and take a look. This marriage, speaking of which, this old man was the one who made the decision to tell Fengzi. It's not like you don't know that child Tainyo's temper is bad. This kid is impetuous and will only make things worse. Go where? Don't worry, brother Zihuai. Li Gang also hurriedly dissuaded him, saying, Don't worry, I will ask Li Gan to go personally. How about it? After much persuasion, the old Xiaocai was finally calmed down. Then, Li Gang personally went to find Li Qingqian and told him about the matter. Li Qingqian and the others' faces suddenly changed. After yesterday's incident, they expected that something big would happen today. But they didn't expect it to be such a big matter. There were actually some officials as well as some smelly people, who actually dared to come over and ask for things. Did he have no king shame? Master, don't be anxious. I'll go down the mountain now and I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. When Li Gang heard that, he nodded and said, Good. Remember, don't do anything out of line. Tainyo, that child, has already left the mountain. Who knows, there might be blood today. You have to deal with it properly. What? Li Qingqian was instantly shocked. He didn't have time to say anything. He called out to everyone and then hurriedly rushed towards the mountain gate. There was a rule on the mountain that no student was allowed to sit in a sedan chair on the mountain except for the Confucian scholars, the teachers and the kitchen staff. Therefore, even though he was the crown prince, he could only run as fast as he could. Almost all of the students in the academy had seen this shot. In the next moment, the news of another incident at the foot of the mountain spread like wildfire. But all of this, very few people in Chang and city knew about it. But Li Shimin had already received the news. The person who sent the news was Fang Xianling. After entering the imperial study, Fang Xianling hurriedly reported this matter to Li Shimin. When Li Shimin saw this, he was also confused. My dear minister, what's the matter with Zhang Fuxing? And what's the matter with these officials? Li Shimin also had some guesses about this. People. They all had their own selfish motives. Especially at this time. Before, whether it was paper making or other things, those huge profits could only make them envious, but they couldn't do anything about it. This phosphate fertilizer was different. This thing not only had huge profits but also could be used as soon as possible. In this society, food was the only magic weapon that could improve one's reputation and status. Therefore, in front of this thing, everyone had to erupt with an unprecedented desire. But Li Shimin also had some fun. He didn't expect that the Zhang family mansion, which they had been hiding, would be targeted by someone. This was simply preposterous. Wouldn't that mean that after a period of time, all the places related to Zhang Feng would be targeted by others? In that case, didn't it mean that there would be people who would target the illusory Lao Li? The fake identity of Lao Li had been used all this time. Although Li Shimin had a feeling that this matter would be exposed, He had already planned to find someone who looked similar to his disguise to replace him. But until now no one had found him. Moreover, this identity couldn't be studied deeply. This window paper would be exposed with a bucket of water. At this time, it wasn't a question of whether Li Shimin wanted to lay his cards on the table, but this was not the right time. He didn't know when the unknown pair of hands behind his back would find him. This person must have thought of this and guessed his true identity. That was why he dared to come and cause trouble so blatantly. As for the purpose, it was to make him retreat or expose himself. Once his identity was exposed, there would naturally be cracks in his relationship with Zhang Feng, and it would no longer be the same as before. What a vicious mind. How could he, Li Shimin, dare to let Zhang Feng reveal himself at this time? How would he dare to lay his cards on the table? Chapter 1484. They wanted to play him, the emperor, in their hands. This time, Zhang Feng's scheme had just been revealed and such a thing happened. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a hint of conspiracy. It was too much of a coincidence. Why did Zhang Fuxing not appear earlier or later, but at this time? Why did those officials of various departments also happen to appear in Zhang Shan's mansion at this time? Was it a coincidence? Or was it a deliberate arrangement by those two hands? One had to know that something had just happened last night. How could he not be angry when such a big mess happened today? Li Shimin slammed the table and said, "They've gone too far, they've gone too far. Fang, where's Qing Yaojing?" "Your Majesty, General Qing has gone to Zhang Shan's mansion in person." When Li Shimin heard this, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Immediately order the Ministry of Justice to speed up the interrogation of those people from yesterday. In addition, those officials who entered and appeared in Zhang Shan's mansion, arrest them all for me." Hearing this, Fang Xianling hurriedly bowed and hurriedly left. At this time, when Fang Xianling just left the imperial study, Wei Zheng and 2 or 3 spies also hurried into the imperial study. Before Wei Zheng could speak, Li Shimin waved his hand to stop him and then asked, "What have you found?" One of the spies hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the house last night has been thoroughly searched, but we didn't find anything. The whole house has been flattened, but half of the foundation of a wall is still there. Your Majesty, we've checked all the residents in the surrounding area, but none of them knew anything about the people in this house. They only said that this house was bought by someone, but no one has ever lived in it. Your Majesty, half an hour ago, someone found some burned wood shavings on the edge of the Longsho Canal, but they haven't been able to find any trace of it. Let's compare these burned wood shavings with the house. They don't seem to belong to the house," Li Shimin said angrily. "So you didn't find anything?" Instantly, everyone's heart trembled, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground, trembling. Seeing this, Wei Zheng hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, after what happened last night, after the fire and the water from the rescue team, many things were basically destroyed. In my opinion, this matter should be dealt with slowly. Perhaps Zhang Shan." Li Shimin interrupted Wei Zheng. He waved his hand and said, "For Prime Minister Wei's sake, I'll let you off this time. I'll give you 3 days to find clues for me." The few of them hurriedly left the imperial study as if they had been granted amnesty. After everyone left, Li Shimin lit a cigarette and pointed to the seat beside him, signaling Wei Zheng to sit down. Then he asked, "What's the matter?" Wei Zheng bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I've heard about what happened in Zhang Shan's mansion today, but I don't think it has anything to do with those people. If Prime Minister Wei is here to plead for those people, then don't talk about it anymore. You naturally know the pros and cons of this matter. I don't want to mention it. You also know that those hands behind my back always make me unable to sleep well. This time if it's not him then it's fine. But if it's him, Prime Minister Wei, have you thought about the consequences of this matter?" Hearing this, Wei Zheng fell silent. This matter was really as the emperor said. What if it's him? This matter was a little terrifying. Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed and rubbed his forehead saying, "Don't ask about this matter. I'd like to see what's going on today's matter. Think about it, if I tolerate this matter, what about the next time? What if this person comes again next time? That person must know my identity like the back of his hand, so he dares to be so unscrupulous. If I tolerate it, do you think I have to act according to his wishes every time?" Hearing this, Wei Zheng instantly turned pale. This matter. It was really as the emperor said. Who could guarantee that it wasn't a conspiracy? Moreover, these mysteries were now connected by Zhang Feng. From being able to manipulate the entire war outside the Tang dynasty to the relationship between the noble families, what else couldn't he do? Thinking of this, Wei Zheng took a deep breath, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I'm stupid." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If it weren't for Fengzi's unintentional guess, even I wouldn't have thought of it. You know what to do about this matter, don't you? Wei Zheng was stunned. I'm stupid. Your Majesty, please tell me. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, when you go out later, argue with me. Then when you go out, spread rumors that you don't get along with me. And in the morning court tomorrow, you know what to do, don't you? Wei Zheng's face changed and he hurriedly knelt and said, Your Majesty, I dare not do that. Li Shimin helped Wei Zheng up with a serious face and said, I said that this is a test. Although I don't get along with you on the surface, I'll give you a task. Secretly use your people to find out the dishonest people in the capital during this period, and investigate the princes and dukes. Wei Zheng's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Your Majesty, I'm afraid. Chapter 1485. In Chang'an City. News of what had happened in Zhang Shan's mansion had spread like wildfire. Almost everyone knew about it. They even knew about the grudge between Zhang Fuxing and Zhang Shan, as well as Zhang Shan's past. Rumor has it that when Zhang Shan was 5 years old, the Zhang family was considered a big family in Chang'an City. Zhang Shan's parents were influential in Chang'an and Luozhou, but they were attacked by bandits on their way back to Chang'an from Luozhou. Both of them died. After that, this ignorant and incompetent Zhang Shajian came out and said that Zhang Shan was still young, so he was supposed to guard the family property for him. But who would have thought that this guy would drive the young Zhang Shan out of the house as soon as he entered the house? He relied on the Zhang family's property to get to where he is now, but you have to know that Zhang Shan's mother was pregnant at that time. Although there are many rumors that Zhang Shajian might have done this to Zhang Shan's parents, there is no evidence. In front of a tea stall not far from the Zhang mansion, an old man shook his head as he looked at the people gathered at the entrance of the Zhang mansion. At this time the stall was also crowded with people. They were all waiting for the old man to continue. Old man, how do you know so much? That's right. Although we have heard about these things, it has been so many years. Even the government can't do anything about it. Is there anything else we don't know about you? Tell us about it. Can this Zhang Shajian get some benefits from Zhang Shan this time? Seeing that the crowd was asking so enthusiastically, there were even some yamen runners who were listening attentively. The old man wiped his mouth and said with a chuckle, Back then we were people of the Zhang mansion. Zhang Shan's parents treated us very well. After so many years they have always been brooding over this matter. Back then, when Zhang Shajian entered the Zhang mansion, he chased us out of the Zhang mansion. We knew that this matter was not simple. But what can we do? Who would believe me? Today this Zhang Shajian, who can't see the situation clearly, might have taken a liking to the phosphate fertilizer business. That's why he got rid of me. Although his wishful thinking is good, he doesn't know that this business is not something that anyone can touch. After talking for a while, the old man shook his head and sighed. He seemed to have thought of something sad, or he seemed to have seen that this time he could finally avenge the hatred of 40 years ago. He was so excited that he actually started to sob. How could the crowd wait? He could not help but leave resentfully. A few yamen runners also left in a hurry. They explained everything clearly in front of a sedan chair not far away. In the palanquin, Niu Weili's eyes flashed with joy when he heard this. This was an old case. If he could solve it now, it would definitely be an opportunity for him to jump up another rank. Thinking of this, Niu Weili lifted the curtain of the sedan and said, Quickly go find that old man. Treat him well as if he were your own father. You must report this matter to me no matter how big or small. Tonight I will reward you handsomely. When the yamen runner heard this, he immediately ran away with a big smile. Niu Weili hurriedly got out of the sedan chair and looked at Zhang mansion. He thought for a while and said to the private advisor beside him, Didn't you just say that there was a benefactor? Where is he? He should still be inside? Quickly go and check this person's background. Check again whether this was his own idea or someone else ordered him to do it. It's best to put him in the county yamen's prison first. The private advisor's expression froze. Master, this seems to be against the rules. Niu Weili stared at him. Can't you think of a way? Are you a pig? When the private advisor heard this, he hurriedly left with a few yamen runners. After everyone left, Niu Weili walked into Zhang Shan's mansion leisurely. Before he entered, he was stopped by a few strong men. After revealing his identity, Niu Weili entered Zhang Shan's mansion with a head full of cold sweat. But when he just stepped on the threshold, he heard a burst of howling, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, coming from afar. Son of AB***, you're living off me while helping others. You're rebelling. Everyone come and see. That son of a bitch Zhang Shan is going to kill his elder at home. When Niu Weili heard this, his eyelids twitched instantly. At this moment he finally saw the person through the crowd. The person was a fat woman in a pink robe. She was a little bloated and fat. Like a basketball, she rushed over here. Behind her, two gorgeously dressed men in their 20s, who looked seriously malnourished, were also following behind her. They were beating gongs and drums and howling. Behind him, there was a group of servants with sticks and hoes in their hands. They charged over like fiends. Everyone along the way immediately dispersed when they saw this. No one dared to look them in the eye. When Nyo Weili saw this, he instantly felt a big headache. He knew this person. She was a big shot in Chang'an City. She was just a helpless person. As long as you were targeted by her, you would have to pray for yourself. She was out to get you. In the past month there had been a lot of cases related to her, big and small. This was the helplessness that troubled Nyo Weili the most. At this moment, the guards of Chang'an University who were guarding the entrance of Zhang Shan's mansion could not help but be surprised when they saw this. Yo. Brothers, there is really someone who doesn't want to live anymore. How dare she come here to court death? Come. Brothers, gather. Today let's loosen up our muscles and bones. Nyo Weili. Chapter 1486. Seeing this, Nyo Weili. He hurriedly stopped them. But he also knew that these people only took orders from Zhang Feng. As for the others, you're a ball. Seeing this, Nyo Weili hurriedly said, Brothers, wait a minute. Don't be impulsive. I'll go in and look for Brother Tinio. Don't be impulsive. Master Nyo, for the sake of your friendship with our master, you should quickly get out of the way and pretend that you don't know anything. Otherwise you will be splashed with blood. Hearing this, Nyo Weili's eyelids twitched wildly. Looking at the group of murderous people, Nyo Weili knew that something big was going to happen today. However, he didn't dare to stay here for too long. If someone really died here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. He hurriedly went in to see if Chen Tinyu could think of a way to make these people stop. Or ask Zhang Shan to help. As soon as Nyo Weili entered the door, the 7 guards took the opportunity to close the gate of Zhang Mansion. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute, saying, Dear neighbors old and young, today's matter has nothing to do with you. You also saw that it was this group of ruffians who came to Principal Zhang's father-in-law's house to make trouble. We were also ordered to protect the safety of Principal Zhang's family. Therefore, if a fight breaks out later, first of all, please be witnesses. Second of all, you'd better stand further away so that you won't be splashed with pig's blood. Aha, young master, just do it. It won't get in the way. If the police officer comes later, we can explain it clearly, right? It was a joke. They were the guards of President Zhang and Zhang Feng. They came here to protect the safety of the father-in-law. It was reasonable for them to have the upper hand. And where was this? This was Chang'an City? How many years had it been since anyone dared to stir up trouble here? Today they would finally be able to see enough. These were all the members of the Zhang family. Although they had separated a long time ago, in the face of benefits, anything could be salvaged. However, what Zhang Shajian did was too disgusting. At this time, the matter of the phosphate fertilizer was already known by the whole world. Why didn't you come earlier? Why didn't you come earlier? Why did you have to come at this critical juncture? Isn't this courting death? The imperial ranking list had clearly stated that nobody was allowed to get involved in this matter. However, there were still people who weren't afraid of death and wanted to steal the phosphorus fertilizer. Most importantly, this phosphate fertilizer was also produced by Zhang Feng. This matter was also his family's business. Didn't you see that a few days ago when President Zhang Feng made a move in Chang'an City, no one did anything about it? This was the phosphate fertilizer. It was also an imperial edict issued by the emperor. In other words, the emperor had already acquiesced to this matter. At this time these people came here to make trouble. They didn't understand the ways of the world, did they? Under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, the ball-like woman finally arrived at the entrance of Zhang Shan's mansion with a murderous look on her face. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the mansion, the fat woman acted as if she didn't know anything. She waved her hand and said, Come on, pour the prepared gift on his door. Whoever dares to block the way, pour it on him. While speaking, he saw more than a dozen fat and strong men, covering their noses as they carried buckets after buckets of wine from the tribute buckets they had been immersed in. At first, the 7 guards didn't take it seriously. But when this thing came out, their faces changed dramatically in an instant. At this time, they stood vigilantly at the gate of the mansion and formed a line of defense. The guard who shouted before stepped forward and scolded, This is the mansion of President Zhang Zhang's father-in-law. How dare you make trouble here? Retreat quickly. Yo. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he bark at me here? Come on, pour it for me. How can I let you be *tch point fingers at me here? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. The fat woman looked at the 7 people with disdain, then pointed at herself and her 2 sons behind her with her thumb and said, "See, that bastard Zhang Feng has grown up. He doesn't even come to pay respects to me. I'm going back to my own home. How can I block the way for you bastards? Who do you think you are? Go back and call that little bastard Zhang Feng down for me." "Shut up. Shut up." At this time, 2 angry roars sounded, one in front of the woman and one behind her. In an instant, the woman was furious. Her 2 silly sons behind her were also furious. "Are you blind? Where is this? This is Lao Tzu's mansion. Lao Tzu is going back to his own home. It's none of your business. Get the F*ck out of Lao Tzu's way. That's right. Go and tell that Zhang Feng to quickly come and pay respects to his brother-in-law." As for the 7 guards, they did not pay any attention to them. Instead, they looked behind the crowd at a robust man with a curly beard who had arrived with an ashen face. Merely this robust man was a bit old. However, his aura was still present. The man was Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin looked at the woman and the 2 people who were still barking. He waved to the 12 people behind him and said, "Cut off their tongues for Lao Tzu." Chapter 1487. This time, everyone's voices came to an abrupt halt. Because the guards behind this brawny man were actually holding Modeo. Modeo. This was a standard weapon. Only the military, the imperial guards, and the chamberlains of imperial inscriptions were allowed to use them. Apart from that, only the personal guards of the House of Duke and the chamberlain of imperial inscriptions were qualified to use them. At this moment, when they saw the cold light of the Modeo, the 7 guards cupped their fists together. "Greetings, Master Qin." They naturally knew Qing Yaojin. This guy was the god of killing in the army. Qing Yaojin waved his hand. He ignored them. On the contrary, the woman saw the situation and directly rushed forward, wanting to grab Qing Yaojin's face. Qing Yaojin waved his hand and asked his guards to make way. He stood there with his hands behind his back, waiting. "Good, you big fool. Which law of the Tang dynasty wrote that other people have to intervene in family matters? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of cutting off my tongue? You." The more she said, the more unpleasant her words were. Qin Yaojin was not a good-tempered person. How could he stand this at this time? He went up and gave the woman a fierce kick, causing her to fall to the ground. In an instant, the woman's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth the moment she fell. Seeing the blood, the woman screamed miserably. "Oh my God! Murder! Where is the justice? Where is the law? Someone come, quickly report to the officials. Someone come. Ah! Mother, save me. Woo 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 ah." At this moment, 2 shrill screams like pigs being slaughtered sounded behind the fat woman. In an instant, the fat woman's crying stopped abruptly. She suddenly looked back and saw that her 2 precious sons were actually, their tongues were actually pulled out while they were still alive. At this time, the 2 of them curled up on the ground like shrimps. But before they could do anything, in the fat woman's horrified gaze, the Modeo in the hands of the 2 strong men cut off their legs. In an instant, his miserable screams were even louder and clearer, and could be heard even from a mile away. This time, the fat woman finally sobered up. Seeing the 2 men raise their sabers again, he frantically screamed, "No, no. We are President Zhang Zhangfeng's relatives. We are family. If you dare to kill his brother-in-law, he will definitely not let." Ah! Before she could finish, another weak scream came from behind her. The fat woman did not dare to look back. She lay on the ground trembling and crawled to Qing Yaojin's feet. "Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive my child. Master, and I have a child at an old age. Please, scram." Qing Yaojin kicked the woman away in disgust. He waved his hand and ordered irritably, "Clean it up. Put it in a place where no one is around. Interrogate them and find out who came up with the idea. These pigs are not capable of coming up with such a plan." While speaking, Qing Yaojin hurried into Zhang Mansion. Until now, all the people who were guarding here were shouting happily in their hearts. This Zhang Shajian was originally not a good person. When he was young, he went everywhere to attract women and had no children. When he was old, 20 years ago, when he was in his 50s, he went to a brothel and accidentally made this fat woman pregnant. This fat woman and this Zhang Shajian were simply a match made in heaven. Both of them were rotten to the bone. When this woman returned to the mansion, The next day, she heard that Zhang Shagan's first wife had hanged herself. As for whether she really hanged herself or not, no one was clear about it. In less than a year, Zhang Shagan's dozens of wives and concubines all disappeared inexplicably. Some people said that they were killed by this fat woman. Some people said that they were driven away. There were different opinions. No one knew what was going on. When this woman first entered Zhang family, she was quite beautiful. But since Zhang family had no more wives and concubines, this woman's weight also soared crazily. And it was horizontal. At this time, these more than 50 people were kicked, beaten, and dragged to a corner. Everyone knew what would happen to them, but no one felt pity at this time. This was the saddest thing. It could also be said that this family was simply bad to the bone. Even if a beggar died, some people would feel pity. But at this time, when they saw these people's fate, they felt very happy. It was not that people's hearts were bad to the bone. It could only be said that these people were bad to the bone. At this time, when people saw the 7 guards cleaning the blood at the door, they criticized the fat woman and her 2 sons' crimes again. At this time, some people even got firecrackers. Firecrackers. Ta ta ta. At this time, the noisy sound of horse hooves made people turn around and look in the direction of the East Market entrance. They saw a horse carriage was flying toward them. Behind the horse carriage, there was a group of more than 100 imperial guards. When they saw the people coming, they subconsciously made way for them. The guards of Chang and University who were cleaning up the bloodstains also stood guard and became alert. What's going on? As soon as the horse carriage stopped, Fang Xianling asked in horror. These guards had seen Fang Xianling on the mountain. At this time he explained the ins and outs of the matter politely. In addition to the complaints of the people next to him, Fang Xianling was so angry that he almost wanted to chop people with a knife. After knowing that Qing Yaojin had personally brought people to interrogate, he waved his hand and led his men to rush into Zhang Shan's mansion. More than 100 imperial guards surrounded the entire mansion amidst the clanging sounds of armor clashing. The people near the mansion were all dismissed after being interrogated. Looking at the fully armed imperial guards, Lin Mingya thought. Hearing the shrill screams coming from the alley, everyone's scalp instantly tingled. Chapter 1488. However, the crowd still had no intention of leaving. On the contrary, they were looking forward to it even more. They wanted to see what Zhang Fuxing Zhang Shajian would look like when he came out and saw the miserable state of his woman and his precious son. However, after Fang Xianling entered the mansion, the entire mansion fell into a state of alert. At this time, with the mansion as the center, a large number of spies had already spread out. Under the watchful eyes of all the curious people, countless people suddenly appeared. However, to the common people, they didn't discover anything. After all, the phosphate fertilizer was too tempting. Although many people had lost their lives because of this matter, there were still countless people who would advance dauntlessly for it. Fang Xuanling's heart sank further and further. He could faintly guess that this matter seemed to be related to the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, just like what he had heard today, how could these people have so many little calculations? Why didn't they come out early in the morning? Why did they wait until the fire broke out last night? Wasn't all this too much of a coincidence? Zhang Shan's mansion was not big. As soon as he entered, he heard quarreling and cursing sounds coming from the main hall. When Fang Xianling heard this, he took a deep breath and entered. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Shan smoking a cigarette in front of a pillar at the entrance with a dejected look on his face. An old man with white hair and a white beard was sitting in the main seat of the main hall. Chen Chumo was holding the old man by the neck with one fist raised high. When Fang Xianling saw this, he hurriedly shouted, "Tainyo, don't be rash." When Zhang Shan saw Fang Xianling arrive, he hurriedly got up and said with a wry smile, "Old Fang, this matter you see." Fang Xianling had always looked like a nice person. When Zhang Fuxing saw this, he saw that the big black man was actually obedient and let go of his hand. He cried out hurriedly, "Brother, you have to help me. I don't know what's wrong with this big blockhead, but he wanted to kill the old man from the beginning. Please be the judge." "Where is this?" "This is the Zhang mansion. This is our own home. How could such a boor barge into our house in broad daylight?" "That's enough." Fang Xianling could not bear to listen anymore. He hurriedly interrupted the old man and said, "Zhang Fuxing, I know where this is better than you. I advise you to think about the consequences. If you can leave now, we won't hold you responsible. If you don't listen to us and continue to cause trouble, the old man might invite you to the Ministry of Justice for tea." "Uncle Fang, why are you telling him this?" asked the county magistrate what this idiot said. Chen Chumo was so angry that he pointed at Niu Weili and said, "Tell me what happened just now." However, before he could speak, Fang Xianling waved his hand and said, I know what happened. As for what I don't know, I've already guessed it. I'll deal with this matter. Don't be rash. I'm here on behalf of the second master. Hearing that it was the emperor's order, Cheng Chumo was instantly terrified. Fang Xianling ignored Zhang Fuxing, who had been pestering him and crying. He turned his back to Niu Weili and said, You've seen what happened, right? Don't interfere in this matter. The Imperial Guards will personally escort him to the Ministry of Justice. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. While speaking, Niu Weili hurriedly got up and ran away as if he had been granted amnesty. These people were not easy to deal with. In addition, the Imperial Guards were here. He was eager to get rid of himself. At this time, after Niu Weili left, Fang Xianling slowly sat in front of Zhang Fuxing and said with a cold face, I think you know the cause of this matter better than I do. Before I came, I asked someone to go to the Ministry of Justice and ask them to investigate what happened that year, including the death of your wife, your concubines, and your business affairs. As for the tragedy that happened outside Chang and City, do you have an explanation? Hearing this, Zhang Fuxing. In an instant, the shrill howl stopped abruptly. Instead, he looked at Fang Xianling with a shocked expression. He looked up and down at Fang Xianling and said, You, who are you? Why can you mobilize the Imperial Guards? Also, I've already said that this is my family's matter. Although this old man doesn't know anything, I still know a little about the laws of Great Tang. This is my family's matter. Could it be that the government wants to interfere? And what does this matter have to do with today's matter? Let's talk about other things later. Since I'm here today, let's make it clear. The phosphate fertilizer business is mine. You go back and tell Zhang Feng, that bastard, if he doesn't agree this business. I'm afraid your wishful thinking is too early. At this time, a cold voice slowly sounded from outside the door. In an instant, the eyes of Zhang Shan and the others lit up. They looked at the door in surprise. Chapter 1489. The people outside the door. It was Li Qingqian and the others. And in front of Li Qingqian was Zhang Feng. Originally, the two groups of people left the mountain at different times. But because of the horses plus Zhang Feng didn't know how to ride, they were delayed for a while on the mountain, and the two groups just happened to meet. Then they came down the mountain together. As soon as they entered the city, they heard what happened here. How dare they delay? They hurriedly drove the carriage and went straight here. At this time, Zhang Fuxing saw everyone and was looking up and down at Zhang Feng, who was standing in front of them. And Zhang Feng was also looking at this old guy. And Cheng Chumo also quickly told everything that happened just now. Zhang Feng had seen shameless people. For example, in his previous life, his roommates freeloaded food and drinks in the dormitory for a month, and people who were freeloaded fast food when they went out. In short, Zhang Feng had seen all kinds of people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. This was simply, at this time, before Zhang Feng could speak. Zhang Fuxing began to act pitiful. You are Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng nodded and said, Yes, who are you? Yo, didn't Zhang Shan tell you about me? Listen carefully, I'm Zhang Fuxing, Zhang Shan's uncle. Speaking of which, you should call me grandfather, but today is not the occasion. After today we'll go back to the ancestral home, and I'll let you enter the ancestral hall. Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and said, Yo, so it's grandfather. What are you doing here today with great fanfare? Seeing Zhang Feng being so sensible, Zhang Fuxing laughed and sat back in the main seat and said, Today, I don't have any other intentions. Didn't I hear that you made some phosphate fertilizer? This time, I'm here to help you expand the phosphate fertilizer business. Also, I want to give you the white paper, braised meat, and barbecue. You weren't engaged to Yu Yao before, so you gave these to outsiders. I don't blame you. But now you are a man with a family. Naturally, these properties should be taken back in the hands of your own people. Only then can you be at ease. And, when Zhang Fuxing saw that Zhang Feng was so easy to talk to, he thought that Zhang Feng was enlightened. He simply said everything that he wanted to say. Fang Xuanling's fist was clenched so tightly that it made cracking sounds. This made Zhang Feng quite surprised. Was he a martial artist? If the two old men fought, who would win? After the time it took to finish a meal, Zhang Fuxing finally closed his mouth in satisfaction. Zhang Feng walked up to Zhang Fuxing, looking down at him as he asked in a neither cold nor warm tone, So, grandfather wants you to tell me that the deeds to the White Deer Institute and the Chang'an Academy, as well as the two other academies, have to be given to you? Hearing this, Zhang Fuxing said with a straight face, Child, what are you talking about? What do you mean give it to me? I'm just keeping it for you. You are still young and don't know the evils of society, so. Zhang Feng interrupted Zhang Fuxing, picked his ears and said, "You may not know, but I have a villa near the residence of the 16 kings. Yesterday I bought 300 hectares of land. The land from Lantian to Shao Mountain is also mine. As for the coal mines in Lantian and Erpi Ridge, they are also mine. And the salt you are eating now is also made by me. Do you want me to give it all to grandfather?" Cheng Chimo couldn't help but snort. Then he immediately sat up straight as if he didn't know what was going on. At this time, Li Qingqian and Fang Xianling pulled the anxious Zhang Shan aside to watch the show. Zhang Fuxing glanced at everyone as if he was showing off. He nodded and said, "That's not necessary, but this society is dangerous. The good things should be kept in the Zhang family's warehouse to be safe." TSK. Zhang Feng clicked his tongue in wonder and looked at Zhang Fuxing with a smile. "Old man, I was so polite to you just now because of old Master Zhang and Yu Yao. Not to mention that my marriage with Yu Yao is still pending. Even if Lao Tzu is married, do you think you can take away Lao Tzu's things?" "Where is your face?" Zhang Fuxing didn't expect Zhang Feng to say such a thing. He was speechless for a while. After a while, Zhang Fuxing pointed at Zhang Feng with a trembling finger and said, You, what about me? Haven't you seen Lao Tzu before?" "Lao Tzu is strange. Where did you get the face to ask me for things? Don't you have a brain? I don't even dare to say that I'll sell this thing myself, but you're the one who wants it?" Zhang Fuxing's lungs were about to explode from anger. Originally he thought that this brat was tactful. Who would have thought that this brat was actually not enlightened? Moreover, he was so unreasonable. He had been to Phoenix Ridge in Liang Province before. He often went there as well. After all, he was running a small business and had to go through the streets to get to the market. The tea leaves and silkworms produced by the Liang state capital were not expensive and were his main source of supply. How could he not be familiar with this place? After knowing about Zhang Feng's marriage, he even asked the local villagers about it. Zhang Feng was honest and dutiful. Wait, how was he the same as Zhang Feng in front of him? This was clearly a monkey that had become a demon. Otherwise, why would he come here today? At that moment, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but scold, "Little thief, old man knew that you were up to no good. Don't think that no one knows what you're doing just because you did it flawlessly. Kid, you're not Zhang Feng from Phoenix Ridge. Tell me, who are you?" Chapter 1490. Hearing that, instantly everyone was stunned. They all looked at Zhang Feng. In fact, many people didn't care about Zhang Feng's background. After all, they had just gone through the chaos of war. Many people were separated from their families. How could they have a family? As long as you were not a Turk or a Hu, as long as you had a paperback issued by the officials, you were considered a Tang. As for Zhang Feng's identity, the emperor had sent someone to draw a portrait of Zhang Feng and took the portrait to Fenghuang Ridge. Some of the characteristics of Zhang Feng were the same. However, they didn't expect that the old man would say that today. Now that he said that, everyone wanted to know where he got the evidence from. Zhang Feng was also a little nervous. He had learned an old saying in books, "Stay away from villains and women." But he didn't expect that today he would be defeated by a villain. However, was Zhang Feng afraid? No. Even if his identity was exposed, what did it matter? Zhang Feng knew the etiquette of the entire Tang dynasty better than anyone else. Even the emperor was a Chang. As a native Han, what was there to be afraid of? Zhang Feng's expression didn't change as he smiled faintly and said, "Old thing, I'll see what kind of trouble you're going to make today. If you can convince me, I'll let you go today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. I'll get someone to carry you out." In an instant, Fang Xianling and others nodded repeatedly. Even Zhang Shan also nodded repeatedly. It didn't matter where Zhang Feng was from. What mattered was his current achievements. Even if he wasn't a Han, so what? Based on the words of a man who made a fortune by lying? Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Fuxing also faintly sensed that the situation was not ordinary. He put away his disdain and said, "These years I have been traveling between Liangzhou and Guangzhou. Phoenix Mountain produces high mountain tea, so I often go there. As for your Zhang family, I have passed by it many times. Last time, I heard that you and Yu Yao were engaged, so I asked in passing. Those people said that you're an honest and dull person who only cares about studying and learning how to read. You don't care about anything else. Every 2 or 3 days you'll run up the mountain. You don't even farm or gather tea. You only care about finding an empty space. Every time you run up the mountain you'll spend an entire day. But everyone look at man, how is he lazy? This was like a monkey turning into a spirit. Therefore, I dare to say that he is not Zhang Feng." Puff. Mother f asterisk her, Fengzi, this is the first time I've heard that someone actually dared to call you a monkey spirit. Aha, Lao Tzu couldn't hold it in any longer. This is the first time I've seen such an idiot in this world. Ah. Feng Xuanling's face was also flushed red. He wanted to say something but he didn't know what to say. Zhang Shan couldn't hold it in any longer. It was supposed to be a boring topic. Why did it suddenly change in style? Fengzi, that's enough. We still have things to do, Zhang Shan reminded him in a low voice. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded. He put away the smile on his face and didn't even bother to look at Zhang Fuxing. He said, if there's nothing else, you really can't leave here today. Zhang Feng, I'm your tenant. Seeing this, Zhang Fuxing took out his trump card and directly shouted sadly, Fengzi, I know that you're a kind person and I know your current achievements. But you can't just stand by and watch us like this, right? We're a family, a family. I'm doing this, saying this, aren't I thinking for you? Think about it, this is such a big industry. You're not worried about leaving it to outsiders? Shut up. Zhang Feng was also annoyed. He waved his hand and said, since you attacked Master Zhang in the street, drove him out and seized his property, you and Master Zhang have been two different families. Today, I don't know who ordered you to come and I don't want to know because Lao Tzu is disgusted by you. Hearing this, Zhang Fuxing's face changed dramatically. So everything that happened before was just Zhang Feng toying with him? Thinking of this, Zhang Fuxing's face changed instantly. He scolded, Zhang, this is Chang'an City under the Emperor's feet. And this is not your family's business. You have no right to control me. Zhang Feng couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Qin Tiniu. Hearing this, Qin Chumo hurriedly got up and said, yes. Drag him out. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Fuxing instantly screamed, Zhang Feng, what are you doing? I'm your grandfather. How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Hearing this, Zhang Feng patted his forehead and said, I almost forgot. Tiniu, do you know how to kill people? This time, not to mention Zhang Fuxing, even Zhang Shan's eyelids were twitching wildly. Fengzi, don't be impulsive. It's not worth it to do this for such a person. Zhang Fuxing was also angry. At this time, being carried by Qin Chumo, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were gone. He hurriedly begged for mercy, Fengzi, Zhang Feng, no, Prince Zhang, please spare my life. I won't dare to come again in the future. When Zhang Feng heard this, he nodded as if he was easy to talk to. Sure. Then tell me who sent you here today. This, in an instant, Zhang Fuxing was speechless. Seeing this, Zhang Feng spread his hands. In that case, I'm sorry, but I'll have to kill you first. Chapter 1491. In fact, from what Zhang Feng had learned before and after coming here today, he could tell that this matter was not driven by someone else. If there was someone who was driven by someone else, it would not be Zhang Fuxing. As for today's matter, Zhang Feng guessed that the problem should be with Zhang Fuxing's family. Or, at this moment it was indeed a coincidence. Before the imperial edict appeared today, no one knew what would happen to the phosphate fertilizer. In addition, the matter of the wheat sprouting last night had been brewing. At this moment, with the support of the imperial edict, the truth of the matter was completely revealed in an instant. It was also because of this that people started to make plans. In the face of such a huge temptation, many people would choose to take the risk because of this thing. This was not strange. Especially when Zhang Fuxing said that he had been to the Liang State House and the tea at Phoenix Ridge. Zhang Feng was already certain that this matter had nothing to do with Zhang Fuxing. It was just that this unlucky person had run into it himself. This could not be blamed on others. At this moment, Zhang Shan looked at Zhang Fuxing, who was being dragged out, and asked with a face full of worry, Fengzi, if we do this, will your reputation? Zhang Feng waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Shan to sit down. Then he said, he was in the wrong first, yet he was so arrogant as to covet my things. He definitely does not know that I do not dare to touch these things. Do you know why? Zhang Shan frowned and then asked hesitantly, is it because of the emperor? Zhang Feng nodded heavily and said, regardless of the dynasty, things like salt and grain are all controlled by the royal family. This phosphate fertilizer is enough to change the course of an era. Do you think the emperor will allow it to appear in the hands of one person? Even if he is really talented and is someone who is wholeheartedly thinking of the people? Zhang Feng shook his head and looked at Fang Xianling. No. Because in this era, why is there imperial power? Because it represents the centralization of power and the unification of the country. If this is not achieved, then this country will be in danger. Our emperor is a wise emperor, a good emperor rarely seen in thousands of years. How could he allow the people who had just calmed down to start a war again? It is precisely because of this that the emperor was willing to humiliate his son to cut off the white horse by the Wei River and sign the contract. All of this is because of Taiping. At this time, Fang Xuanling's whole body was almost shaking. If only Zhang Feng's words were said in front of the emperor. But, at this moment he finally understood why Zhang Feng was willing to share his things and even tacitly allowed them to cooperate with the imperial palace. It turned out that it was all because he understood the emperor. He understood the emperor. Such people were too few and far between. At this moment Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, Fengzi is right. Master Zhang, we are all businessmen and naturally want the world to be peaceful. You also know the effect of this phosphate fertilizer. Whoever controls it is equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the Tang dynasty. Even if the emperor acquiesces, many people are not willing. What happened today may happen at any time in the future. The most terrible thing is that there may be a war. Hearing this, Zhang Shan sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Fang Xianling said slowly, so, although Zhang Feng seemed a little reckless today, in fact, he was protecting you. If this matter is spread to the palace, it will be a serious crime that will be exterminated. Although this crime is not committed by the emperor himself, those in the imperial court who covet this phosphate fertilizer will crazily add insult to injury. You are Zhang Feng's father-in-law. So, once this matter is spread out, then, today not only you but also Fengzi will be in trouble. This time, Zhang Shan was really scared to death. He hurriedly asked, then in this case the emperor was really alarmed today? Fang Xianling nodded and said, you don't know yet. Just now this guy's subordinates were barking outside the door, saying that these things belong to the Zhang family and that they are also the property of the Zhang family. Today they came to take back the property in Zhang Feng's hands. In this case, with this sentence they have committed a capital crime, and it is very likely that you will be implicated. But fortunately our second master, Lao Li, mediated behind the scenes, so Zhang Shan was in a bad mood. In an instant, a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his head. He knew it. Why did the old man come alone today? It turned out that they were divided into two groups. If it weren't for Zhang Feng and Zhang Feng's friends, he really didn't know what would happen today. Unable to help himself, Zhang Shan hurriedly got up and bowed to Fang Xianling. Okay, you don't have to worry about this. It's getting late. I have to deal with other things quickly. Fengzi, you have to come with me. After finishing his words, Fang Xianling cupped his hands and hurriedly walked out of the door with Li Qingqian and the others. He didn't give Zhang Feng any chance to hesitate. Zhang Feng smacked his lips, then also cupped his hands and asked, Auntie and the others, are they all right? Hearing this, Zhang Shan sighed and said, they are all fine. I didn't consider this matter thoroughly. Today I will arrange for the people in the mansion to stay. They only need to have 3 full meals a day. As for the other things, you don't have to worry about them. I'll go first and visit another day. As Zhang Feng spoke, he turned and left. But when he walked to the door, Zhang Feng said, Uncle Zhang, don't investigate what happened today. It's better for you to pretend that you don't know about it. In the future, no one will come here to make trouble. Chapter 1492. Zhang Feng's intention was actually very simple. He didn't want Zhang Shan to get involved. The more people involved, the more complicated it would be. This matter was already troublesome enough. If there were more people involved, it would be more troublesome to deal with. It seemed that this was probably the mastermind who wanted to muddy the waters. How could Zhang Feng not know all this? If it were him, he would do the same. Seeing the duck in his mouth fly away just like that, and making the matter known to the whole world, even Zhang Feng himself would want to take revenge. Moreover, from this matter, it seemed that this person already knew that their matter had been discovered by Lao Tzu. This time, things seemed to be getting more interesting. Someone wanted to make trouble and muddy the waters. Then, Lao Tzu wouldn't go back to the mountain. He would stay in Chang and city to fight with you. Although Zhang Feng still didn't know who this person was, he vaguely felt that this person seemed to know him to a certain extent. Looking at the imperial guards at the door, Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Who the hell are you? However, the answer to Zhang Feng was Fang Xuanling's urging voice. Fengzi, now is not the time to think about this. I have other things to discuss with you. Let's get in the car and talk. While speaking, Fang Xianling hurriedly got into the carriage with Zhang Feng. Once they got in the car, Fang Xianling said with a dignified look, I suspect that something is wrong with this matter. Zhang Feng was surprised when he heard that. He said, you noticed it too? Fang Xianling nodded. Last night, a house in the Jiaqing area caught fire. Zhang Feng stared. What's the point of locking it up here? Fang Xianling interrupted Zhang Feng and said, can you listen to me first? Zhang Feng nodded speechlessly and made a gesture of invitation. He was also very curious. Wasn't it just a fire? The houses in Jiaqing were similar to the old city. Most of them were in disrepair and were located in the corner. Therefore few people lived there. Most of the people who lived there were poor people. But even so, there were very few people here. Basically, the people of Chang and were concentrated in the east and west cities. It was not surprising that a fire broke out here. Fang Xianling glanced at Zhang Feng and slowly said, "Last night this place caught fire." It was not surprising, but the spies in the palace found more than 30 people wearing night clothes entering this house. Furthermore, this house used quilts to cover the surrounding doors and windows. Do you understand now? Zhang Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. If he still didn't understand this, then he would have lived in vain. He hurriedly asked, "Then which mysterious person's stronghold is this?" Fang Xianling shook his head with a bitter smile. "Let me finish. Last night, the palace mobilized at least 300 imperial guards and at least 100 golden guards to capture these people, but..." Zhang Xian paused for a moment. "But what?" Zhang Feng was so anxious that he almost wanted to strangle Fang Xuanling's neck. Fang Xianling said unhurriedly, "Since yesterday they have been interrogated in the Ministry of Justice. Lord Zhang Sun personally supervised the punishment, but these people refused to say anything. They only said Lord. Moreover, every piece of the house was turned over but nothing was found. Now only half of the wall is left." Zhang Feng stared. And then? Zhang Feng had naturally guessed this result. Since this place could be set on fire, it meant that they wanted to destroy this place. Since they wanted to destroy this place, there would be nothing left of this place. It would be strange if there was anything left. Zhang Feng was very interested. He asked, "In that case, are you going to take me to have a look?" Fang Xianling nodded. His Majesty and Lord Zhang Sun both suspected that there was a big discovery, but these people refused to say anything. Moreover, His Majesty faintly felt that today's incident seemed to be related to this matter. These people probably found out that we were watching them, so they wanted to muddy the water. But at this time the people in the palace are really helpless. So Lord Zhang Sun wants you to think about it. It's best to go to that place and have a look in person. Zhang Feng was speechless. He spread his hands and said, "So you can't find it, so you want me to go? That place, once the fire burns and the water flushes, what is left? Only ruins are left. You have eaten the ground. If I go, what's left?" As soon as he said this, Zhang Feng's voice changed. He suddenly said, "Go, go, go, go quickly. Maybe if you go now you can find something." Originally, Zhang Feng had thought that there was something wrong with the plan. Suddenly, he remembered that he often saw in Hong Kong films that many people in ancient times liked to hide things in the cracks of the bricks of the walls. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng asked eagerly, "Let me ask you, do you think the remaining walls are all turned heads?" Fang Xianling was stunned. He said, "How do you know?" Zhang Feng was about to go crazy with laughter. He laughed and said, "That's right. Think about it. The houses in this era are all mud houses and they are old. Once the fire burns and you pull it, what is left of it? Now there are only ruins left. There may be something inside." Chapter 1493. North of the city. That was the general name of this place. At this moment there were already many soldiers guarding this place. Countless people were holding hoes and rummaging through the place. What? The original courtyard at this moment could not even find a piece of intact charred wood. It had all been hacked into pieces. But at this moment, a horse carriage and a group of imperial guards hurried over, instantly breaking the silence here. The people who came were naturally Zhang Feng and Fang Xianling. Zhang Sun Wuji, who was guarding at the side, saw this and hurried forward. At this moment both of them were in disguise. Moreover, these were imperial guards. Therefore, although they knew their identities, they did not show any abnormal emotions in front of strict orders. However, although this horse carriage belonged to Fang Xianling, the person who could make the Lord Zhang Sun personally stand up to welcome, it was definitely not Fang Xianling. Then who could it be? Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Feng slowly lifted the curtain and jumped down from the horse carriage. At this moment all the imperial guards could not help but be shocked. Someone who could come with Fang Gongzi and make the Lord Zhang Sun personally welcome him. Is Mr. He Xian? Suddenly an imperial guard exclaimed in a low voice. Although his voice wasn't loud, all the imperial guards instantly understood what he meant. Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but frown when he heard the commotion. He cupped his hands towards Zhang Feng and said helplessly, "Feng Zi, this time it has been hard on you." Zhang Feng also pointed at the group of imperial guards in astonishment. You brought all these people here? Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's expression froze. He coughed and said loudly, how could I have the ability to mobilize the Imperial Guards? Lord Zhang Sun lent them to me. He said that it was not convenient for him to come here, so he asked me to bring some people to look for clues. The most important thing is to surround this place. Since old Fang invited you here, you should go and take a look. While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand and said, since everyone knows Zhang Feng, old man will not introduce you. This time, I invited President Zhang here to see if there are any clues. Everyone please make way. What the hell was going on? Lord Zhang Sun, this was... However, even though everyone was thinking the same thing, they still opened up a path for him. It was the first time that Zhang Feng felt the deterrence of the Imperial Guards at such a close distance. To be escorted by the Imperial Guards, he had basically circled around Chang'an. Now, there were so many Imperial Guards standing on both sides. This, awesome. Although she was happy in her heart, she couldn't help but curse when she saw the mess that had been turned over. As soon as he came in, Zhang Feng had the illusion that he had walked into a garbage dump. It was the feeling that a nail as thick as a thumb could sneak into the soles of his feet at any time. Zhang Feng had an impulse to step on the ground at this time. At this moment, the ground in front of Zhang Feng was covered in mud, and the low-lying area was full of muddy water. There were also some small things on the surface of the water that were moving up and down. Zhang Feng looked at these things in front of him and felt a chill. I say, old son, how did this land become like this? Did these soldiers really plow this place? Zhang Sun Wuji looked around indifferently and said, isn't this the way to check? No need to check. It's useless. Zhang Feng found a safe place with a wry smile and moved forward little by little. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned. In fact, he had known about this matter for a long time. If this place was burned by someone, what clues would the person behind the scenes leave? But if he didn't look for it, he couldn't do it. After all, the emperor was angry. If he didn't find anything now, how could he explain it to the emperor? At this time, hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly followed Zhang Feng and asked, what do you mean? Zhang Feng pointed to the remaining half of the brick wall not far away, which was still covered by a pile of debris, and said, find someone to clean it up. I'll give you a surprise later. Hearing this, although Zhang Sun Wuji was a little suspicious, he still waved his hand and asked someone to quickly clean up the debris on the ground. After a while, the three of them also came here. Zhang Feng looked at the burned wall in front of him and gestured for a while. This seemed to be a central room. This place was usually a place to put a table or an offering table. But even if the table and chairs were burned here, the entire wall wouldn't be burned black. Then there was only one possibility. That was, this place was specially taken care of. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng no longer paid attention to others. He took out the dagger from his arms and gently scratched the black ash on the wall and in the cracks of the bricks. Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling saw this and squatted down curiously. At this time, the Imperial Guards also curiously gathered around at this time. They had searched this place at least 10 times. They hadn't found any clues. This wall was nothing more than a normal thing. Could it be that there was something extraordinary inside? Zhang Feng didn't pay attention to them. He still meticulously used the blade of the dagger to gently scratch every crack of the bricks. Just when Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to ask Zhang Feng, suddenly, the tip of Zhang Feng's dagger sank deep into the wall somewhere. This time, everyone's eyes were fixed on that place. Chapter 1494. Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling were experienced people, but they couldn't help but gasp at this moment. The Imperial Guards couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this. Oh my God! President Zhang has been found. Mr. He Xian has found a clue. Zhang Feng frowned and said, stop arguing. In an instant. Everyone stopped talking in an instant. They looked at Zhang Feng nervously. Even Zhang Sun Wuji, who was full of questions, could only frown and watch Zhang Feng's movements. Zhang Feng's dagger slowly rotated around the brick along the gap. After a while, the entire brick had been disturbed by Zhang Feng's dagger. That was to say, this brick was empty. It was knee-high from the ground. This place was the central room. How could there be such a loose brick in such an important place? One had to know that if this family could afford to use a brick or was qualified to use a brick, then this family must have been extraordinary. What kind of things would such a family hide here? Crack. Zhang Feng gently pried the brick out with his dagger. Everyone's eyes followed the movement of the brick. After a while, the brick was pulled out. There was nothing else on the brick and there were no traces of clay. Instead, there were some traces of soil and the soil was fresh. Everyone couldn't help but look at the wall and they couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be? Was there really something behind this wall? When they put out the fire, there was no need to save this place. Behind this central room was an altar made of bricks, which seemed to be a place for the ancestors' memorial tablets. However, nothing was left in the fire, and the altar didn't fulfill its duty of guarding this house. Instead, it was the first to collapse. This also showed that these people had done something outrageous. That was why the ancestors didn't bless them. After the brick was pulled out, Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked his men to come up and pull around the brick with all their might. After a while, a big hole half the height of a person appeared in everyone's sight. However, at this moment, there were still some rocks and broken bricks mixed in with some mud. However, the mud was very fresh and there was still some water dripping from it. This made the mud clamp down on the bricks and stones even more firmly. Of course, the water wasn't poured in when the fire was put out. After all, that place was an altar. Who would put these things here? Now there was no need for Zhang Feng to say anything. Everyone already had a plan in their hearts. Zhang Feng's back was aching, and he made way for the imperial guards to pull the bricks themselves. At this time Zhang Sun Wuji asked in shock, "Feng, how did you find these things?" Zhang Feng pointed at the wall, then pointed at the surroundings. "Do you even need to guess? You didn't ask me to come here to look for things in the mud, did you? This place is only so big. What else is there except for this wall? And think about it. Can ordinary people afford to use this brick?" Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling instantly figured everything out. "So, you agreed to come here because you heard about this wall?" Zhang Feng shrugged noncommittally. He ignored the two of them and admired the way these people stuck out their butts. After waiting for a while, an imperial guard exclaimed, and Zhang Feng instantly became excited. "Quick, quick, quick, get out of the way." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly made way for the hole. Zhang Feng didn't care about the mud on the ground, and hurriedly pushed them away and got in. Zhang Sun Wuji still didn't understand the situation. He hurriedly pulled the imperial guard who shouted just now and asked, "What's inside?" Inside is an underground palace. An underground palace. What? Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling couldn't help but exclaim. They hurriedly pulled the crowd and then followed Zhang Feng into the underground palace. It was dark inside the palace. It was also very humid. After the three of them went in, there was a straight staircase not far away. Inside they could vaguely see candlelight jumping. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji was instantly shocked. He hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng out. Before Zhang Feng could ask, he scolded, "Come on, quickly go down and check for me." Underground palace. This was an incomparably huge underground palace. The area of the underground palace was as large as the sum of 3 houses. Although Zhang Sun Wuji didn't go down, he could see a trace of the outline from the faint candlelight. To be able to have such a large underground palace in Chang'an City. Why didn't they find any trace of it before? Under the emperor's feet, such a large underground palace. This was the first time in history that something like this had ever happened. Who on earth was so bold and presumptuous to have such a large underground palace here? Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he was playing with a piece of gold the size of an egg in his hand. The surface of the gold was carved into the shape of a fish scale. At this time in this place he dug out this? After the imperial guard who hurriedly made the torches went into the cave, Zhang Feng nudged the two with his elbow, opened his palm and asked, "You two, this thing, you are experienced and knowledgeable. What is in this cave? What statue is it?" Chapter 1495. Hearing that, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling also took the gold from Zhang Feng's hand curiously. The whole body of the gold had been polished. The top of the gold was in the shape of a fish scale, and there were traces of chiseling on it. Below the gold there was a button-like slot, but at this time the slot had been broken and the broken part was very fresh. The two looked at the fish scale and then looked at the hole. Then they snatched the torch from one of the imperial guards and hurriedly went in as well. Inside the hole, more than 50 imperial guards were holding torches, and the place was brightly lit. As soon as the three of them got in, they were so shocked by what they saw that they sucked in a cold breath. The entire cave was filled with dazzling gold and jade, but this was not the main point. The main thing was, Zhang Sun Wuji found this hole familiar. It was too familiar. This was the damn political announcement hall. And it was a smaller version of the political announcement hall. Who was it? Who was so daring as to copy the entire political announcement hall and build it underground? This was no longer the crime of deceiving the emperor. This was the crime of rebellion. Guards? Zhang Sun Wuji was angry. He shouted angrily. In an instant, the sound shook the eardrums of everyone in the underground palace. Zhang Feng was scared and his face turned pale. he hurriedly said, "Damn you don't, it's one." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish speaking, the 50-plus Imperial guards in the underground palace instantly let out a deafening roar. It almost shook Zhang Feng out of internal injuries. He knew that the ancient people were strong and had a loud voice, but he didn't know that the howling of more than 50 people in this closed environment could burst out such a terrible power. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji woke up. He hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng and helped him to walk down the center of the underground palace. Looking at the underground palace, Zhang Sun Wuji was even angrier. "Feng Zi, do you know that this place has already offended the dignity of the emperor?" Zhang Feng finally woke up, but before he could take a look at his surroundings, he heard Zhang Sun Wuji's words. He hurriedly looked around. The first glance was fine, but the second glance almost made Zhang Feng faint. Dragon patterns were carved all around this underground palace. Most importantly, these dragons were all 5-clawed golden dragons. They were all made of gold. At this moment he looked at the scale-shaped piece of gold in his hand. Zhang Feng suddenly realized. This thing, they seemed to be dragon scales. Moreover, the place where they came down and the hole was actually on the front claw of a dragon. Even though Zhang Feng had the memories of 2 lifetimes and had seen some incredible things on TV in the 21st century, when he saw this, he couldn't compare it to these things here. In an instant he felt that all those things were nothing. There were 3 mansions in this underground palace, which was about 2 to 3 mu of land. How much gold would there be in this underground palace? The most terrifying thing was that the ground was paved with gold. How much money did it burn? How much money did it have? Damn it. Zhang Feng couldn't hold it in anymore. He cursed. Zhang Feng's eyes were dazzled at this moment. After looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't understand everything here. Instead, he looked at the top screen engraved with dragon patterns. There was a map on the screen. To be precise, the Dragon Throne. Zhang Feng had seen this thing a lot on TV and movies. He had even seen it in the palace museum. This thing, it shouldn't appear here. Could it be that this was the tomb of some emperor? Or this was Yang Guang's underground palace? In the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was also such a high-level underground palace. It was the place where Yang Guang kept his women and had fun before he ascended the throne. Although this was just something in a movie, there was no such record in Li Shimin or the old and new Tang dynasty books. Zhang Feng also knew that this thing was definitely fake. However, what about these things that appeared here at this time? And now this thing was in Chang'an City? It was only 3 streets away from the imperial city. Such a close distance. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but bump Fang Xianling, who was also in a daze at this time, and said, "Old Fang, this thing, do you think it's the so-called underground palace left by that old bastard Yang Guang?" Fang Xuanling's expression froze. After thinking carefully for a long time, he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. After all, at that time I didn't hear about this thing in the rumors. And at that time, it was rumored that the retired emperor knew all of Yang Guang's palaces like the back of his hand. Do you think, if there is such a place, those surrendered officials of the previous dynasty won't come out?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng completely abandoned the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties in his mind without a trace. This thing damn shouldn't believe in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Novels, movies, all these it was all King lie. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Chapter 1496. Zhang Sun Wuji was a little speechless as he said, "All right, Feng Zi, don't talk about these things anymore. It's useless to talk about these things now. You should first see if there are any clues here. Moreover, I can clearly tell you that this underground palace is definitely not left behind by the previous dynasty." Seeing that Zhang Sun Wuji was so resolute, Zhang Feng also nodded sincerely. After all, if this thing was left behind by the previous dynasty, it would definitely not be so well preserved. Moreover, if this was the case, since it had been discovered by those people, it would have been King emptied long ago. Why would they wait until now? Moreover, there was no trace of what happened last night. But from the description of Old Sun and Old Fang and the traces left behind at the scene, these people clearly held some activities here or had a secret meeting. When they finally left, they came to destroy the corpses. However, they never thought that Zhang Feng would actually find this underground palace. Otherwise, why would they just leave this place here? Or was there another exit in this place? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but squint slightly and look around. The fire last night seemed to be very fierce, but there was no effect here. What did that mean? It meant that the enclosed environment here was very good. Even last night, after experiencing high temperature and finally watering, there was no change here. There wasn't even a trace of water vapor or choking smoke. That also meant that there was only one exit above. Then, could it be that this place, there was definitely an exit and there was more than one? After all, it was such a huge underground palace. If there was no exit, the person who came in would definitely be suffocated to death. However, Zhang Feng now felt that other than a trace of stuffiness, there was nothing else. If there was only one exit, it was absolutely impossible here. At least the gold here would definitely have melted or there would definitely be choking smoke. But there was nothing left here. There wasn't even a trace of it. If someone lived here, they would never feel that there was a big fire above. What did this mean? This meant that the waterproofing and smoke-proofing here were done well. That was to say, there was definitely a big problem here. Zhang Feng's face became even gloomier at this time. He took a deep breath and looked at the top of the hall not far away. His eyes couldn't help but squint slightly. He slowly walked towards that place with Zhang Sunwuji. At this time, Zhang Sunwuji's face was extremely dignified. After all, this was not any other place. Although this was just an imitation of the political announcement hall, this was the court they had worked together for many years. It was inevitable that there would be a trace of fear and reverence in their hearts. After all, this was the first time they set this place. If this was the real political announcement hall without the emperor's permission, how would they dare to be so presumptuous? This would definitely be a big crime. As soon as he stepped onto the 8 steps to heaven and saw the 9 steps below, Zhang Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Old son, old Feng, you two are experienced and knowledgeable. Come and take a look at this thing. It seems to have a different feeling, as if you are overlooking the world. Zhang Feng's voice instantly shocked Zhang Sunwuji. He hurriedly covered Zhang Feng's mouth. Zhang Feng's guess was right. After all, this was the political announcement hall. Although it was divided according to the original proportion, this was still the political announcement hall. Zhang Sunwuji couldn't help but nod with a wry smile. You guessed right. This is indeed not an ordinary place. If we guessed correctly, this place is definitely that place. Zhang Feng was a little confused. Which place? Don't tell me you're talking about the current emperor. Zhang Sunwuji nodded with a wry smile. It is as you guessed. This place is indeed that place, and it is the political announcement hall. What? Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. What kind of place was the political announcement hall? It was the center of the entire centralization of power in the Tang dynasty. It was also the place where the daily court meetings were held. This person dared to bring this place here. This person's courage was not just a little bit big. Moreover, looking at the shape and the degree of aging, it was obviously not made in a day or two. That was to say, this person had been planning this before Li Shimin ascended the throne? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a fine layer of cold sweat on his back. This person was definitely someone in the palace, but Zhang Feng didn't dare to guess who this person was at this time. After all, this was related to the struggle for imperial power. Who could be sure? Moreover, according to the historical records, the current emperor, Li Shimin, absolutely eliminated all the children of Li Jianqing and others. If this was true, then it could absolutely be ruled out that Li Jianqing's people were playing tricks. Could it be Li Jianqing's old subordinates? But this was also somewhat unreasonable. After all, this place was not just any other place. This was also the place where the imperial power was most concentrated. Even if it was true, there should at least be a trace of movement in this thing. However, until the incident, no one knew the location of this underground palace. What did that mean? It meant that this person was either a member of the imperial family, or someone who was extremely trusted by the emperor. Moreover, he could have a very important network in this imperial city, which was why he could do this under the emperor's feet. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more he felt that there was an inexplicable interest behind this matter. Chapter 1497. Moreover, he suddenly felt that this person seemed to know his habits very well. Otherwise, he would not have made such a decision. Zhang Feng increasingly felt that this person was behind today's incident. However, there was one thing that Zhang Feng did not understand. That was, Zhang Feng, had nothing to do with the emperor. If you want to fight for the throne, then fight for the throne. Why do you have to drag me into this? Did Lao Tzu provoke you? Or, Zhang Feng could not help but think of another possibility. That was, the things he did were too ostentatious. After all, from the fine salt, the cooperative, and now the phosphate fertilizer, which one of them could not make a lot of money in a short time? If you want to fight for the throne, then you have to get the economic power in your hands. Could it be that the target of this person behind the scenes was not me but just to test me? So you want me to admit defeat and then rope me in? The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. After all, this was not just any other thing. More likely, the whole thing was actually a trap. It was triggered from here to lure the emperor out. He wanted to see if there was the Emperor's shadow behind me. Isn't this AF** king joke? Lao Tzu had never seen the Emperor. If he had seen the Emperor, would I be forced to do such hard work? I would have gone to the imperial palace to enjoy my life. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at everything in front of him and then looked at Zhang Feng. He could not help but smack his lips. Feng Zi, do you feel that this thing has been planned since before the Emperor ascended the throne? Hearing this, Zhang Feng came back to his senses. He looked around and then shook his head. I don't think it's possible. This underground palace should have existed since the beginning. Every household has a cellar. I think from the bricks just now, this person should be a rich person. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to afford or qualify to use this kind of brick to build houses. Since this person has this kind of brick, his family must be rich. Before I made the silver notes, basically every household, especially those rich ones, basically stored copper coins in boxes. You should be able to understand this, right? Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling both nodded. This is actually understandable, but what you said is a bit too mysterious. Although these things are true, there is no need to build such a big cellar. This is no longer a cellar, this is simply, look at this thing. Zhang Sun Wuji did not dare to say the words, Imperial Palace. He could only vaguely. But how could Zhang Feng not know? Zhang Feng nodded with a dignified face. Forget it, this matter is not under our control and we can't care so much. Let's talk about the future later. Now that this thing has been found, my task has been completed. As for what to do next, it's your business. I'm tired today, I have to go back first. Zhang Sun Wuji actually wanted to leave, but at this time the matter had reached the final step. If he left now it would be a bit too much. So he hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng and said, Feng Zi, wait a moment. Zhang Feng yawned. What's wrong? Zhang Sun Wuji scratched his head embarrassedly. Feng Zi, wait a moment. While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji looked around and said, Feng Zi, look at the layout of this place. I just looked carefully. This is completely built according to the scale of the political announcement hall. Moreover, there is so much gold in these 4 weeks. If you want to transport it down, it is impossible to transport so much gold from that cave. Also, these things need to be polished and smelted. Look at this place, do you think it can be made in this place? Look again. This dragon chair and this screen are completely built according to the scale of the political announcement hall. I suspect that this is the work of those eunuchs in the palace, or... Before Fang Xianling finished speaking, he found that Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on the map. The map was the map of the entire Tang dynasty, but at this time, it was particularly abrupt here. It seemed that someone was staring at this place. Although there was no trace on this map, when Zhang Feng saw this map at this time, he suddenly felt a trace of a monarch overlooking the world. At this time, Zhang Feng even felt like he was an emperor. Zhang Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of **king genius was this to actually come up with such a method? This was simply not deceiving the emperor, this was absolutely, treason. However, Zhang Feng was also slightly stunned. He asked curiously, I say, the two of you have been to the political announcement hall? Fang Xianling was stunned and asked, why do you say so? Zhang Feng took 2 steps back suspiciously and looked at the two of them. How are you so sure that this is the political announcement hall? Can't it be the appearance of some other duke's mansion? Or something else such as the East Palace? The two of them heard this and their faces changed. Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling had been in this kind of shock and had forgotten about Zhang Feng. At this time when they heard Zhang Feng say this they had to fool him. Well, aren't we businessmen? Last year when the palace was being renovated, we went to transport materials. In addition to your cement we also sent some to the Ministry of Works, so, naturally we saw it from afar. Chapter 1498. Zhang Feng looked at the situation in the underground palace and couldn't help but walk around the underground palace to study it carefully. After a while, Zhang Feng looked at the entrance of the underground palace and then looked around. Suddenly his gaze fell on the back of the screen. Let's go, old son and old Feng. There's probably something inside. As he spoke, Zhang Feng led the two of them forward excitedly. Zhang Sun Wuji was so scared that he hurriedly sent a few imperial guards to go in front of Zhang Feng to investigate. Behind the screen, there was a picture of a coiling dragon cast in gold. The whole picture was like a dragon that was about to struggle out of it. It was quite strange and majestic. But other than that there was nothing else. Zhang Feng was slightly disappointed when he saw this thing. He always felt that it was like what he saw in movies and novels, where there would be some kind of mechanism and after opening it, there would be a big secret. But he thought too much. This thing was just an ordinary thing. It didn't have that many twists and turns at all. There were not so many mechanisms and things. Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling followed behind Zhang Feng. They looked at where he was and asked in confusion, "Fengzi, what are you looking for?" "Looking for a mechanism. There must be a mechanism in this place. You guys come and look for it too. This place is so big. I don't believe that there isn't a secret door." Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling were speechless when they heard this. This thing. There was a secret door? The two of them didn't want to give face to Zhang Feng. They could only wave their hands and ask the Imperial Guards to go forward and look for it. Zhang Sun Wuji pulled Zhang Feng over with a smile and said, "Fengzi, shall we go up first? Let's leave this place to the Imperial Guards." Zhang Feng was stunned. "Hey old son, I wanted to leave just now but you guys refused to let me go, saying that this thing is not interesting. You guys are really good, insisting that I look at it again. Now I don't want to look at it anymore. Fine, you guys want me to leave again?" Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled and said, "It's useless to say so much about this matter now. Why don't we let the authorities handle it? After all, we know too much. It's not good for us." When Zhang Feng heard this, he frowned slightly and nodded. At this time, the few of them were here to look for clues. Now that they had found clues and these things were related to the imperial family, the more they knew, the worse it would be for their lives. Zhang Feng also nodded repeatedly and said, that's right, Dikikviske." Just as Zhang Feng was speaking, in the darkness below the palace, there were sounds of stones rubbing against each other. Instantly, Zhang Feng and the other two involuntarily looked over. The three of them could not help but look at each other. Could it be that there was really some secret in this place? Found it. There's a secret door here. Quick, sir, please move, along with the Imperial Guard's exclamations. Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but urge, "Well, Fengzi, why don't we go and have a look? Look, at this time, with such a thing happening, we should know what's behind this secret door, right?" Zhang Feng frowned slightly. At this time, out of this secret door, could it be that there was something behind it? At this point anyway, he already knew what he should know and what he should not know. He had seen the magnificence of this political announcement palace. This was not a big deal. Zhang Feng simply said, "Okay. Lead the way." While speaking, Zhang Feng, Zhang Sun Wuji and the other two went straight to the secret door. The secret door. In fact, it was just two stone doors. The stone doors were carved according to the door of a modern house, painted with a layer of brown earth paint and white cream paint, which looked like a normal door. But at this time, the two doors had been opened, and there was a dragon head on the door panel, which was neatly divided into two halves. It was dark and there was a faint sound of wind whistling. The three of them could not help but look at each other. It was dark and gloomy, and it was made up of long stone strips. The passage was large enough for a horse carriage to pass through. What did this mean? Zhang Feng looked at the dark hole and could not help but feel scared. Instantly, the scenes of horror movies and treasure hunting in secret rooms flashed in his mind. He could not help but feel excited and timid. He wanted to go in and have a look, but he was afraid of the horrible scenes such as piles of corpses and so on. At this time, Zhang Sun Wuji's face was also very dignified. After exchanging glances with Fang Xianling, he waved his hand. In an instant, more than a dozen Imperial Guards held torches and walked into the secret door. Soon after, these people stopped about 10 feet away from Lin Fan and waited. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji said with a smile, "Fengzi, why don't we go in and take a look?" Zhang Feng heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do. You go first, I'll..." Before Zhang Feng finished, Zhang Sun Wuji laughed and pulled Zhang Feng inside. Zhang Feng was scared and shouted, Hey, old son, let go, I'm not going in." Chapter 1499. Zhang Feng was dragged in by force. In fact, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling were more afraid of coming in than anyone else. But since they were already here, how could they explain it to the emperor if they didn't check it out? Before, they thought that Zhang Feng seemed to be bluffing. But this time, the secret passage was too strange. They didn't know what was waiting for them in it. But this time they had to come. If they didn't come, what if there was someone inside then? The most important thing was that Zhang Feng had a lot of ideas. If something went wrong, they would have Zhang Feng to take the blame for them. They wouldn't provoke the emperor's anger. The secret passage was very long. The deeper they went, the louder the wind became. And from time to time, water droplets dripped from the top like rain. Under their feet, it was no longer dry ground but a thin layer of silt. Some rats were squeaking in it as if they were greeting them, or warning them that they had invaded their territory. Zhang Feng felt more and more strange at this time. From the secret passage until now they had been at least 1 mile. According to the linear distance on the ground, now it seemed that they were out of the city. After all, this place was in the city, and it was only a block away from the outside of the city, plus the distance of a city gate. They should have been out of the city at this distance. Thinking so, Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "I found something. I suspect that there is nothing special about this passage." Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji rolled his eyes. "Do I need you to tell me that?" "No, no, no." Zhang Feng repeatedly waved his hand, pointing to the water on the ground and said, "Is there Longsho Canal outside the city?" Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling looked at each other and said, "Yes." Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. We don't need to go. It's in vain. There is no doubt that it is Longsho Canal outside." This, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling were at a loss for words. They looked at each other and then said, "You guys go and take a look. Is the Longsho Canal outside?" As he spoke, a few imperial guards raised their torches and rushed into the darkness. But not long after they returned, replying to the three sirs, "Outside is indeed the Longsho Canal that Lord Zhang mentioned." Some torches were found outside as well as some burnt and torn clothes. This time, Zhang Feng finally understood everything. There really was a passageway here. Furthermore, these golden stones had all come in through this passage, so it made sense. There were some things that he didn't understand before. However, it led to the outside of the Longsho Canal, which was the outside of the city gate. This person was really thoughtful. Now, even if they wanted to investigate, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. There was no way to investigate. Zhang Feng, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling slowly walked out of the secret passage along the passage. Looking at the endless plain outside, the three of them all looked serious. "Fengzi, what do you think we should do now?" Zhang Feng spread out his hands and said, "How would I know?" "Then, you should have a countermeasure, right? What happened today seemed to be done by someone on purpose. First, someone deliberately provoked the conflict on your father-in-law's side. Then he attracted the attention of everyone here. Then he cleared everything that could be cleared. Although none of them had expected that you would be so mean and think of digging a hole under the altar. I think no one would have thought that there would be a hole in this place. Take this hole as an example. There are at least 70 or 80 such holes and secret passages in Chang and city, if not 100. These things are exactly the same. They are all used to discharge the sewage in the city. Who would have thought that there would be such a thing in this place? Moreover, this place is where all the commoners usually scoop feces and water. There are many people and eyes, and it is also a good place for them to cover their eyes and ears. If they want to investigate, then, the difficulty is simply not ordinary. Mother Ker, who exactly is it that can think of such a seamless method? At this time, the three of them squatted by the canal, looking at the people who were fighting to scoop feces not far away, their faces full of worry. After thinking for a while, Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, what do you think we should do next?" Zhang Feng shrugged and said, "What can we do? We should do what we should do. This time I think we can use this hole as a gimmick and search Chang and city well. Although we can't find anything, at least it can be a warning. Also tell Laoli that if this thing didn't involve my family, I wouldn't care. But now that he dares to plot against my people, I will take this matter. I want to see who on earth this person is and how dare he plot against me." Zhang Feng. Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at the people in front of him and said, "Then what should we do here?" Zhang Feng shrugged and said, "Since they sent money to the emperor, we should at least take some back, right? Let's go and deduct as much as we can. The rest will be left to Lord Zhang Sun." Chapter 1500. Zhang Feng sneaked back to the villa. Along the way, he followed two men who were sweating profusely as they carried two huge bags made of armor, battle robes and rattan. Du Zeding and the others were stunned. As soon as Zhang Feng entered the door, he smiled and took out a handful of coins from his bosom and rewarded them. Then he took out 2 banknotes of different denominations and gave them to the 2 imperial guards. The 2 imperial guards were so scared that they hurriedly waved their hands. This was Zhang Juyi, a good brother of the emperor, the youngest Grand Confucian of his generation, and the dean of the White Deer Institute. If they were to accept this money, even if they didn't become a joke when they returned, they would still be beaten to death. Who was this? This was the person who could feed the people of the Tang dynasty. How dare they take his money? Zhang Feng saw this and hurriedly helped them up. "Soldiers, you've worked hard today, but I won't give you the money for free. I have a mission for you." Hearing this, the two hurriedly threw the 2 bags on their shoulders to the ground. They knelt down on one knee and said, "Please give us your orders, Lord Zhang." Zhang Feng laughed and helped them up. Then he asked Du Ziding to bring the 2 bags into the study and the armor back. Then he led the 2 into the living room. After sitting down, Zhang Feng said, "This money is not for you but for the brothers here today. But this money is for you to do something for me." Hearing this, the 2 hurriedly knelt down again. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Don't. I can't bear to see people like this. Also, you should know the rules on my mountain. A man's knee only kneels to the heavens, his parents, his benefactors, and the emperor. As for the others, even the heavenly King Lao Tzu, they can all stand aside. Of course, this is all nonsense. Today what I want to say is to spread the news about this underground palace. Say that someone is going to rebel. The fiercer the news, the better." The 2 imperial guards were a little shaken. They were the imperial guards. Since their home was in Chang, and there were naturally many people who knew of their identities. If they deliberately spread the news at this time, the consequences would be, just the thought of it was terrifying. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "I know what you 2 are thinking. Please don't worry. I, Zhang Feng, will naturally reward you handsomely for this matter in the future. Also, if anyone questions you, just say that it was the Lord Zhang Sun who instructed you to do so." When the 2 heard this, their eyelids twitched involuntarily. Although what he said was correct, and the Lord Zhang Sun was right beside him earlier, the Lord Zhang Sun did not mention this matter. The 2 of them couldn't help but feel a little confused. He didn't know what they were playing at. As for Zhang Feng's words, they wanted to hear it, but once this matter was spread out, how big of a sin would it be? Zhang Feng naturally knew what the 2 of them were thinking, so he didn't say much. He called out, "Men, bring these 2 masters down to entertain them well." After sending the 2 of them off, Zhang Feng rushed into the study excitedly. As soon as he entered, he saw Du Ziding staring blankly at the pile of gold on the floor of the study. When she saw Zhang Feng enter, Du Ziding asked in shock, "Master, what are these?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and closed the door. After dismissing everyone outside the door, he rubbed his hands with a smile and squatted on the ground. He picked up the gold pieces one by one, put them in his mouth and bit them. Then he let out a burst of laughter. His laughter made the butler uncomfortable. When Du Ziding saw this, she hurriedly squatted down. If this pile of gold was something else, it would be fine. This thing looked like a whole leg. And it looked like a dragon's leg. Now that it appeared in front of him, how could the butler not be frightened? "Master, where did you get this thing?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about where these things came from, find something for me first and put this leg in. I have to treat it as a family heirloom." Family heirloom. If this thing was spread out, it would be a crime that could be beheaded. Dragon. Dragon. That was the symbol of the emperor. At this time, Zhang Feng brought back a dragon leg gold. How could this not make people scared? Today, Du Ziding had already heard about what happened in Zhang Shan's mansion. At this time, her master still had the leisure to bring back such a big bag of gold. Moreover, he did it so stealthily that it would be hard not to attract attention. "Master, this thing?" Before Du Ziding finished speaking, Li Shimon's faint voice came from outside the door. "Fengzi, why are you hiding in there so sneakily?" Hearing this, Du Ziding's face changed and she instinctively wanted to pick up the gold on the ground and hide it, but Zhang Feng waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." As he spoke, Zhang Feng chuckled as he opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, Zhang Feng laughed and opened his arms to hug Li Shimon. "Lao Li, we're really rich this time. You came at the right time, let's go, I'll take you to make a fortune." Chapter 1501. This morning Li Shimon. He had been dealing with government affairs. But he also heard about what happened in Zhang Feng's mansion. Originally he wanted to go and take a look. But after knowing that Zhang Feng was there, Li Shimon changed his route and went to Zhang Feng's mansion to wait. But he didn't expect that this kid didn't hear him speak in the living room. Instead, he hurried into the study after instructing the 2 imperial guards to do something. So sneaky. When Zhang Feng entered the door, Li Shimon saw him. He didn't say anything at that time. He also wanted to see what Zhang Feng was going to do. But he didn't expect this kid to give such a big gift as soon as they met. If it was someone else. At this time he reckoned that he, Li Shimon, must reward him with a big stick fried meat. What a scandal. This was simply a disgrace to a gentleman. "Fengzi, what are you doing?" Li Shimon hurriedly struggled out of Zhang Feng's arms and looked at Zhang Feng with some disdain. But Zhang Feng didn't care. He pulled Li Shimon into the house and then closed the door again. He pointed at the dragon claw and dragon leg pieced together by gold ingots on the ground and said, "Lao Li, take a look. How much is this thing worth?" Li Shimon only then noticed the thing on the ground. He didn't panic when he saw it. Li Shimin was almost shocked. He hurriedly asked, "This thing, where did you get it?" Zhang Feng smiled proudly and said, "Let's not talk about where this thing came from. Anyway, this thing was obtained through legal means. Tell me, how much is this thing worth?" Li Shimin glanced at it and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Could this thing be measured by money? Was this something that could be measured with money? This thing, if spread out, would be a death sentence. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask, "Fengzi, this thing is priceless, but you know that this thing can only be used by the royal family. If today's matter spreads out, it's okay, let's not talk about this first. Guess where I got this thing?" Li Shimin heard this and said, "Didn't I just hear you say that there is an underground palace?" Zhang Feng nodded, "Yes. It's the house that caught fire last night. Today, Old Feng and Old Sun came to me and said that Lord Zhang's son wanted me to help find a clue, so I—" Zhang Feng explained the whole sequence of events in detail. Only then did Li Shimin know the truth of the matter. After all, when he came here, Zhang's son Wuji and the rest were out on errands. Moreover, he didn't expect that the two of them would actually run to find Zhang Feng. But this was not the matter. The key was, Zhang Feng actually found a big thing. He hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, you mean this thing was found in that underground palace?" "Yes." After Zhang Feng asked Li Shimin to sit down, the housekeeper consciously left the study. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette for Li Shimin and said, "You don't know, the whole underground palace was built according to the scale of the political announcement hall. Most importantly, the materials used to build this underground palace are all F*King gold ingots. And this kind of dragon decoration extends to the whole palace." "What?" Li Shimin was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Let's go, take me to see it." Li Shimin's lungs were about to explode from anger. Who the F*ck was this? This was a blatant threat. Zhang Feng saw that Li Shimin's face was a little scary at this time and asked with some doubts, "Lao Li, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like this?" Li Shimin heard this and knew that his performance was a little too much. He took a deep breath and said, "Fengzi, you're in trouble." Zhang Feng heard this and was instantly stunned. Why did he get into trouble all of a sudden? And if it weren't for Lao Li's promise, would Old Feng and the others come to me for help? What kind of logic was this? Zhang Feng couldn't help but criticize in his heart, "This is all because Old Feng and the others came to me. I found so much gold. Even the emperor would be jealous when he saw it, right? How much wealth did I get for the emperor this time? How did I get into trouble?" Li Shimin shook his head and said, "No, Fengzi, you're wrong. In fact, this matter is wrong from the root. Let me ask you, did you leave any clues in the underground palace?" Zhang Feng heard this and shook his head. Li Shimin asked again, "Then in this underground palace, are there any words left behind, or are there any traces left behind by others?" Zhang Feng still shook his head, but at this time, Zhang Feng's face changed a little. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Someone F*King deliberately did this? And deliberately used this gold to tempt Lao Tzu? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Lao Li, do you mean that someone deliberately dug a hole for me?" Li Shimin nodded and said, "These people are naturally very familiar with your and my movements. After the incident at Zhang Mansion today, they knew that you would definitely come down the mountain. And after I came down the mountain, I would definitely appear. Naturally, you would also know about the fire in the city last night. So, someone dug a big hole and baited you step by step. And now, there are only two things that they want to see. First, they want to see if you can find this underground palace. Second, they want to see if you are really greedy." Chapter 1502. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel some admiration for these people. They were truly capable of using anything down to the smallest detail. Just who was this person who could play with the human heart so clearly? Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of all the people he knew, but in the end, he eliminated all of them. The only person that seemed most suspicious was Duke of Chen Ho Junji. Zhang Feng could not help but nudge Li Shimin, who was also in deep thought, and asked, "Old Li, where is this Duke Chen?" Li Shimin couldn't help but be alarmed by this question. It can't be Duke of Chen, right? Zhang Feng knew that Li Shimin was being overly suspicious, so he waved his hand and said, "Why are you in such a rush?" "I was just casually asking. My intuition tells me that this person might know both of us. Otherwise, just think about it. He's targeting both the imperial court and me. Haven't you noticed anything?" Li Shimin naturally had his suspicions. But not even if he was beaten to death would he believe that this Duke of Chen Ho Junji was such a powerful pair of hands. After all, Duke of Chen had vanished without a trace the moment he ascended the throne, voluntarily resigning to retire in Luozhou. If such a person wanted to rebel, why would he have handed over his authority? This was the most suspicious point. Once a person handed over their authority and resigned, they would no longer have anything to do with the imperial court. This person was also an instant man. Ever since the Xuanwu Gate incident, his performance had been particularly outstanding. Thus, after Li Shimin ascended the throne, he had decided to return to his hometown. Li Shimin couldn't bear to see him go, so he had him transferred to Luozhou in order to suppress Luozhou. Moreover, Duke of Qin had been living in the Crown Prince residence this entire time because of the Crown Prince's matter. How could such a person want to rebel? Li Shimin would never believe that Hou Junju was such a person. Then, now that Zhang Feng had said this, Li Shimin realized something terrifying. What was this person trying to do? He hurriedly asked, Fengzi, what do you think? What was this person trying to do? Although the matters of the imperial court are not something that ordinary people like us can comment on, now that we are all involved, you can give Lao Li some advice so that I can prepare in advance. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and glanced at Li Shimin. Actually, I've always suspected that this person is someone close to us. Why do I feel that you're the most suspicious? Li Shimin was shocked. He hurriedly laughed and said, What are you talking about? I Lao Li am just an ordinary businessman. If I had such great ability, would I still be like this? Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin's anxiousness and hurriedly said, I was just joking. Do you have to be like this? Alright, let's talk about this. Have you noticed that this person's ambition is not small? I have a suspicion that your business has also been targeted, or that someone has infiltrated it. When Zhang Feng said this, Li Shimin's heart instantly quivered. He hurriedly said, Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the underground palace. A moment later, a carriage hurriedly appeared outside the heavily guarded ruins. At this time, the leader was Qing Yaojin's personal guard. This place had been completely taken over by the Chang and military camp. Except for flies, nothing else could get close. Zhang Feng had already guessed this matter. After all, not to mention other things, the gold underground was enough for the entire Tang dynasty's people to eat for a month. They didn't need to work and they could eat and drink like fish and meat. How terrifying was this? And most importantly, the underground palace was built according to the appearance of the political announcement palace. Although Zhang Feng didn't know what the political announcement palace looked like, when he saw the underground palace, Zhang Feng already had some different ideas about the political announcement palace. Who are you? Just when Li Shimin and Zhang Feng got off the carriage, the soldier carrying a halberd and riding a tall horse slowly urged his horse forward. However, when he came forward and saw Li Shimin, he was first shocked and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. This person looked extremely familiar, and his whole body exuded a kind of imposing manner. He didn't dare to look at him directly. What was going on? He really hadn't seen this person before. Who was this person? Looking at the white-robed young man, he also looked very familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly got off the horse and put on a smile. He bowed to Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Sun Dishing greets Mr. He Xian. In an instant, the young general named Sun Dishing waved his hand and said, Everyone has one. Salute. The Mingguang armor, together with the turtleback fish scale armor worn by the soldiers at this moment, burst out bursts of collision between the copper plate and the iron scale armor, making a kind of austere atmosphere. Mr. He Xian. Zhang Feng couldn't help but stand at attention when he heard a thunderous explosion. Coupled with the heavy armor and the modern military salute, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stand at attention. Hello, comrades. Of course. Zhang Feng's words made everyone stunned. They didn't understand. And Li Shimin was also surprised to find that Zhang Feng already had such a high reputation in the army. He couldn't help but click his tongue and said, Fengzi, I didn't expect you to be so popular in the army. Zhang Feng also didn't expect. Thinking about it carefully, it should be because of the military training, plus the connection of Xiaohu's leg. Zhang Feng ignored Li Shimin and saluted Sun Dishing. What's your name? Young General Sun Dishing. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was in awe. With a pa sound, he saluted and said, Sun Dishing of the Cavalry Company is here. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Li Shimin gets angry. Sun Dishing was an amazing person. Zhang Feng had only seen him on television before. But who would have known that there was actually someone here with this F***king name? And Sun Dishing was dumbfounded. Who was Zhang Feng? This was the most awesome Confucian scholar of the present age. He was an awesome person who could make Master Yushan vomit blood in anger. He was also an awesome person who could snatch blood and return a soul. He was also an awesome person who came up with a type of military training that could make you beg for death. Although this type of training method had always been loved and hated by people in the army, and there were even people who wanted to King kill Zhang Feng, the effects of this thing were also very terrifying. As long as they could endure the first 2 months, this soldier, at least in terms of physical fitness and overall combat strength, would have a great improvement. 10 soldiers like this, even if a general came, would be terrified. Don't you think it was terrifying? This was what created Zhang Feng's terrifying prestige in the army. In the army, it was the easiest to get injured, and losing an arm or a leg was as common as eating porridge, especially when there was war. Before, everyone would pray to the heavens and earth every day when they woke up, praying to their ancestors that they would not be robbed of their limbs. But now it was all good. With Zhang Feng's miraculous medical skills, whether it was a broken leg or a dried-up blood, it was no longer a problem. Sun Dishing was excited. He hurriedly saluted and returned the greeting, "Mr. He Xian." Sun Dishing. "He Xian, that's enough." Li Shimin looked at the two idiots with a dark face and said, "Do you want me to arrange another time for you two to shout for the whole day?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng put his arm around Li Shimin's shoulder and said, "What do you know? This is the friendship between us men. Although this is the first time I've met brother Sun, why do I feel like I've known him in my previous life?" Hearing this, Sun Dishing's eyes widened, and he almost asked about his previous life. But Li Shimin directly pulled Zhang Feng inside. Zhang Feng quickly said, "Oh right, I have to go in and take a look. Old Sun, let's treat you to a drink another day." While speaking, Zhang Feng was dragged into the ruins by Li Shimin. After Zhang Feng and Li Shimin entered the ruins, a soldier hurriedly ran to the dizzy Sun Dishing and whispered, "General, Mr. He Xian doesn't seem to have any approval." Sun Dishing slapped him in the face and said, "Mr. He Xian is someone you can call? Do you all know that the things underground were found by Mr. He Xian? All of you listen to Lao Tzu, quickly send 2 small teams to protect Mr. He Xian. If Mr. He Xian loses a single hair, Lao Tzu will break your legs." Not far away, little Gizi heard this and put back the token that he had just taken out from his sleeve. He quietly stood by the carriage and waited. On the other side, Li Shimin had long been eager to take a look at this underground palace. Not to mention the layout, just the amount of gold that Zhang Feng had described made Li Shimin's heart light up. How much gold was there? This gold was enough for him to renovate Taiji Palace. The entrance to the underground palace was now completely exposed. At the entrance, a group of soldiers used materials on the ground to make a house. At least if people saw it, they would not be suspicious. Once they entered the underground palace, Li Shimin was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. The oil lamps around the underground palace were all lit up, and there were also candles that were constantly dancing. The entire underground palace, under the illumination of the candles, instantly burst into bursts of golden light. It looked as if they had entered a dream. Stepping on the floor tiles that were wrapped in a thick layer of gold, Li Shimin's heart was bleeding. This place was right. This was the political announcement hall. And this was even more extravagant than the political announcement hall. Everything here was mainly made of Phoebe Jinan wood and gold, especially the several large pillars in the hall. Those pillars were so thick that it would take 5 people to wrap their arms around them. Although it was not as big as the real political announcement hall, the golden dragons coiled around it made Li Shimin's chest slowly rise and fall. Zhang Feng was not much better at this time. Although it was the second time he saw this thing, seeing it now was even more different from the previous ones. At this time, under the illumination of the lights, everything was revealed. Luxurious, domineering, majestic. Zhang Feng thought for a long time and could only think of these 3 words to describe this place. Especially the 2 giant dragons on the left and right. On the wall that was 1.5 feet high. On one side, a golden dragon occupied the front wall. It was like a living creature, staring at the position of the dragon throne and hissing. Li Shimin slowly walked towards the dragon throne. At this time, Zhang Feng's gaze was completely attracted by the magnificence of this place. He did not notice Li Shimin's aura at this time at all. Otherwise, he would have already noticed Li Shimin's abnormality. The 2 groups of soldiers, under the clashing sound of armor, slowly pulled out their modeo and were on guard. Looking at Li Shimin walking towards the dragon throne, they did not pay too much attention. Li Shimin slowly stood in front of the dragon throne, looked at the dragon throne and then looked below. Suddenly, a flash of anger burst out from his eyes. "Oh, who the hell did this?" Chapter 1503. Zhang Feng was also shocked by Li Shimin's sudden outburst. He never thought that Li Shimin, who always had a bad temper, would have such a big reaction. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. At this time, when he looked at Li Shimin, Zhang Feng suddenly had the illusion that he was looking at a leader. The aura that Li Shimin was emitting from the inside out made Zhang Feng feel a little scared. Li Shimin's words, however, gave these soldiers a big fright. When they saw him on the dragon throne, they could pretend that they didn't see him for the sake of Zhang Feng. Now why the F***ck are you shouting so loudly? What are you shouting about? Come down. That place is not somewhere you should go. If it weren't for the sake of Mr. Hsien, you wouldn't dare to go to that place. Do you know where this place is? Come down. Amidst the dissatisfied roars of the soldiers, Li Shimin's aura instantly withered. At this time he realized that this was not the political announcement hall. It was just a small underground palace. Below the hall there were no officials, but a group of soldiers who had never seen the world. The most important thing was that he had put on makeup. It was reasonable that these people didn't recognize him. At this time, when they looked at Zhang Feng, they actually looked at him with a different gaze. Li Shimin was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly said, "You don't recognize me?" Zhang Feng smacked his lips. "I really couldn't tell. Old man, you were really intimidating people just now." Li Shimin rolled his eyes and sighed, "There's nothing I can do. I came because I was angry. Look at this palace, this is simply a rebellion. And I'm beginning to suspect that someone is playing tricks on our current industry. Most importantly, I'm beginning to suspect that there are other people spies in our industry. You see, we have nothing to do with the palace. But look at this period of time. From coal to iron and then to the border matters. Although they don't seem to be connected individually, now, after you connect them, I suddenly feel that someone is weaving a big net, and we are also caught in this net. This is not a good sign." Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I also feel that these things are too unbelievable." While talking, Zhang Feng pulled Li Shimin to a corner, dismissed the soldiers around him and said, "The point is, these people want to usurp the throne so they can do it. Mother ****, why do they have to drag us in?" Li Shimin was also angry at this time. He sighed and said, "I have an idea, that is, this person's ambition is not only in the court. His idea is to control the economy of the Tang dynasty. And what you are doing now is enough to shake the entire Tang dynasty. Whoever controls these things, then, and I also suspect that the steel you tinkered with on the mountain, the strong crossbows and so on have been known. The most important thing is that they have known from the beginning." Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin in surprise. He looked at him with some disbelief and said, "Tiske, I didn't realize that you were enlightened. Yes, this person exposed this underground palace at this time and did not hesitate to give up so much gold. I suspect that this is also their conspiracy." Li Shimin hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, you mean?" Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin and pointed to the secret door under the palace and said, "This secret door leads directly to the Longsho Canal outside the city. Do you know what it means? If someone wants to rebel, they can use this passage to smoothly enter the city and occupy the city gate in a short amount of time. Outside is a wide expanse of flat land with 16 royal residences. These are the residences of almost half of the Great Tang's important officials. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that through the Tonghua Gate, it will take less than 10 minutes to reach the Imperial City." The Imperial City? Bus. Li Shimin's head was about to explode in an instant. Just as Zhang Feng said. Li Shimin was naturally familiar with the situation here. But when he thought of the place behind the secret door, Li Shimin could not help but feel a chill in the wine. What if there was really someone who wanted to rebel? Then, Zhang Feng naturally knew that someone wanted to rebel. But this matter was too big and it was not the right time. The current crown prince, Li Qingqian. In history, under the urging of Ho Junji, he had indeed usurped the throne, but the final outcome was, there was also Li Tai. These two brothers had perfectly inherited the glorious deeds of the current emperor, and they had also rebelled, but the outcome was still Li Ji's. But, Zhang Feng did not dare to say it. Mother ****, if this matter did not have 100% proof, who would dare to arrest someone based on these things? Even if the current emperor himself came, he would not dare to make such a conclusion so easily, right? This was the crown prince. If such a situation occurred, the court would be shaken, and if it was serious, Zhang Feng thought of this and sighed, "Lao Li, let's not worry about this matter." Li Shimin heard this and asked in surprise, "Why? Do you know what it means if that person deliberately exposed this place?" Li Shimin naturally did not know, so he hurriedly asked, "Say it." Zhang Feng looked at the secret door and said, "This leads to the Longsho Canal outside the city, and all the clues are cut off here. That person might just be guessing that I won't be able to find it, and even if I did, he might want to use this thing to seal our mouths. Chapter 1504. What? Li Shimin was shocked. He was most afraid of such an ending. Every time he was about to solve the mystery, he couldn't find any clues when it came to the end. From the iron mine to the Tang family. At noon today something happened in Zhang Shan's mansion. Then here. None of them had an ending. It was like punching hard. Every time he punched it was like punching cotton. It was very uncomfortable. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Li Shimin was anxious. He asked, "Fengzi, does that mean there is no clue?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "What do you think?" Li Shimin wanted to beat Zhang Feng to death. How could he be in the mood to guess? Seeing Li Shimin's bad expression, Zhang Feng said, "Didn't you see the Imperial Guard when you were in my mansion today?" At that time, I was already asking him to spread the news that the gold was found in the underground palace. Hearing this, Li Shimin's face changed instantly. The more people knew about this, the more unfavorable it would be for the underground palace. What was Zhang Feng thinking? How could he want to spread the news? Wasn't he digging his own grave? "Fengzi, aren't you a little rash to do this?" Li Shimin knew that Zhang Feng hated this deeply. Otherwise, with Zhang Feng's temper, how could he do such a stupid thing? Yes, he must be confused because of anger. Let's not talk about whether the gold in this place would attract the attention of some people with bad intentions. The meaning was that this place was inviolable. Once more people knew about this place, where would he, Li Shimin, put his face? "Fengzi, don't you think about the emperor's face? Once the emperor is angry because of this." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "If the emperor knows what I do, he will understand my reason." Li Shimin was dumbfounded. When had he ever been able to understand what Zhang Feng was trying to do? He hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, how can the emperor know what you're thinking? Furthermore, anyone would find your actions rash." Zhang Feng hugged Li Shimin and sat on the steps of the underground palace. He looked at the secret door below and said, "Look at that door and then look at the layout of this place. Everything here, I heard from Old Sun and Old Fang that everything was moved here according to the political announcement hall. If you were the emperor, what would you think?" "That's right. You're not the emperor." Zhang Feng patted his forehead and said in surprise, "Why are you worrying so much? You only need to know that I'm doing this to get some clues. Behind this door is the Longsho Canal. There are no clues, but the entrance to the underground palace is the biggest clue. If the emperor can understand my thoughts, he only needs to block the imperial guards on the ground and the entrance of the cave. Then he won't tell anyone that there is another entrance here. He only needs to arrange a large number of troops here. Guess what the consequences will be?" Li Shimin's heart, which was originally anxious for all of you, instantly became fiery. This was waiting for rabbits to appear. Moreover, the people who knew about this secret entrance were basically only those who participated in this matter. Now, if the news of the gold was spread out, these people, Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "Fengzi, I understand." While speaking, Li Shimin hurriedly got up and hurriedly entered the secret door under Zhang Feng's surprised gaze. Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted, "Lao Li, what are you doing?" "I'm informing the Lord Zhang's son. This time we must let the people who come in all—" Li Shimin's voice became softer and softer. In the end there was nothing left. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. Looking at the empty underground palace, Yi Zichen sighed. Zhang Feng's heart also became hot. How could he return empty-handed when he came to a treasure mountain? On the other side, Li Shimin led him along the secret passage of the underground palace all the way to the city gate. Along the way there were always imperial guards on guard. As soon as they came out, imperial guards who had been on guard at the city gate hurried over. Every time Li Shimin went out, there would be a large number of imperial guards accompanying him. However, these people strolled in every corner within 100 steps with Li Shimin as the center. Today, Li Shimin came to the place where the fire broke out. It was a dangerous place. Needless to say, there were more people coming. At this time, when the guard saw Li Shimin suddenly appear outside the city, he was shocked. He hurriedly whistled a few times and then hurried to Li Shimin's side. Li Shimin waved his hand, "Go back to the palace quickly." Then the imperial guards got 2 horses from the guards at the city gate. 2 people rode 2 horses and hurriedly entered Chang'an City. After hearing the news from the secret guard, Little Gizi and the others hurried to the city gate. However, when they arrived, they were shocked to see the emperor riding a horse and galloping quickly in Chang'an City. Little Gizi was so scared that he hurriedly scolded the others to follow. However, when Little Gizi was about to leave, he suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. Didn't the emperor enter the underground palace from that house? Why did he come back from outside the city? Chapter 1505. He rode as fast as lightning. Li Shimin went straight to the door of Taiji Palace. As soon as he got off the horse, he ordered with a gloomy face, "Quickly inform Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling to come in. Your Majesty, the two Grand Dukes have been waiting at the door of the imperial study." A little eunuch bowed and said hurriedly. Hearing this, Li Shimin waved his sleeves and went straight into Taiji Palace with a gloomy face. Along the way, the little eunuch who accompanied him hurriedly reported the memorials from all over the place. Li Shimin felt a headache coming on. He simply pretended not to know anything. Li Shimin suddenly felt that the imperial study was too far away. He had never wanted to tear down Taiji Palace as much as he did today. In the time it took to eat a meal, they finally arrived at the imperial study. From afar, they could see Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling standing outside the hall in ordinary clothes. The noise here seemed to have startled the two of them. They heard the news and hurried in. As soon as they saw Li Shimin waved his hand, indicating that the two of them had something to say inside. As soon as they entered the imperial study, Li Shimin asked, "I've been to the underground palace." Zhang Feng's meaning is that he wants the person who carried the gold back for him to spread the news everywhere? Li Shimin's eyes were a little playful. The two of them hurriedly changed their expressions. "Your Majesty, we have never touched anything in that place. The gold ingots we took were all sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs." Li Shimin waved his hand. "Forget it. It's just a little money. You can take it back. I'm just asking, what do you think of Zhang Feng's intention?" Zhang Sun Wuji heard this and instantly felt relieved. "Good boy. Dozens of caddies of gold. That was a really good thing. But now was not the time to talk about this." He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have never heard Fengzi mention it before." Li Shimin was a little surprised. "Today when I went to Zhang Feng's residence, I happened to overhear what he was talking about with that guard. After that, I found out that this brat actually wants to use this underground palace as bait to fish out those people. What do you think?" After confirming that the two of them really didn't know about this, Li Shimin felt even more assured. Zhang Feng's actions seemed to have been premeditated. Zhang Sun and Fang Xianling were not suitable to do this. For example, the last time when Malt entered the city, the clues were cut off, which meant that if they wanted to investigate, they would have to give up. Although Li Shimin was a little tempted by a little bit of gold, he still knew what was important and what was not. This person must have known his identity and everything that had happened between him and Zhang Feng. He did this because he wanted to use the things in the underground palace to threaten Li Shimin. If word got out, Li Shimin would lose all face. If he didn't spread it out, then their clues here would be cut off. This was really a plan to slap Li Shimin in the face. The more Li Shimin thought about it, the angrier he became. He slapped the table hard and said, "Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, listen to me." Seeing that Li Shimin's expression changed, the two of them hurriedly bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty. As per my orders, all of you withdraw all the guards on the surface and move all the gold in the underground palace to the treasury within 2 hours. Completely block the entrance of the underground palace above the mansion and send a group of local soldiers to guard it. In addition, send out the spies of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments to hide in Chang, and then steal the remaining gold in the underground palace. Spread the news in Chang'an." Hearing this, the two of them suddenly changed their expressions. Fang Xianling hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, although this is a good plan, it will disgrace the royal family." Zhang Sun Wuji also hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I think we should take it slow. The underground passage leads out of the city. Zhang Feng has said that the clues of this matter will be cut off here. If you want to investigate it, then..." Li Shimin waved his hand and said impatiently, "Just now, Fengzi and I discussed a good plan. Isn't this underground palace worthless now? Then I will use this gold to dig out more clues for him. In the secret passage of the underground palace, other than the imperial guards who participated today and all of you, who do you think could be easily found?" This? Hearing this, the two of them. In an instant, a touch of surprise flashed across their eyes. There was really nothing that Zhang Feng didn't dare to do. He could even come up with such a bad plan. In this way, wouldn't the emperor's face be completely disgraced? Moreover, how could the emperor come up with such a bad plan? This was definitely a bad plan that only a lunatic like Zhang Feng could come up with. But on the other hand, this time Fengzi was really angry. Otherwise he would never do this. Once the civil and military officials knew about this, his ending would be, at the thought of this, Fang Xianling hurriedly said again, "Your Majesty, shouldn't we discuss this matter carefully? This will disgrace the royal family." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "I've made up my mind. Do it quickly. I'd like to see who dares to plot against me like this. How can the Tang dynasty be controlled by others? Chapter 1506. In Chang'an City. It was as lively as ever. Too many things had happened during this period of time. Therefore many people were already numb to it. Especially after the emergence of Zhang Feng's magical phosphate fertilizer and the magical method of screening seeds. Previously the people thought that the harvest would be better if they planted more seeds. However, they did not expect that only the most plump seeds would be used and the seeds would be thinner than before. That way there would still be some food left for them to eat. Although it seemed like a far-fetched idea, they had no choice but to believe the imperial edict now that it was out. If the emperor believed in it, how could they not believe it? In addition, there was already some progress on the phosphate fertilizer. At the foot of Longsho Mountain outside Tonghua Gate. At this time, a large number of soldiers were digging up the mountain. It was said that they were preparing to build a phosphate fertilizer factory. Moreover, the emperor had even issued an imperial edict that the phosphate fertilizer planted this autumn would be free of charge. That was the key point. At this time the people of Chang'an City did not even farm. They strolled around Chang'an City every day. They wanted to know when the factory would be built and when they would be able to receive the stuff. However, just as everyone was looking forward to that, a sudden piece of news made everyone's ears perk up. Have you heard? The third son of the Zhou family in Taiping Square, the guy who works in the palace, found more than a dozen gold ingots in the house that caught fire last night. What? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was in an uproar. That was a big deal. More than a dozen gold ingots. That was equivalent to the lifetime income of an ordinary person. In an instant, the tea stall in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate was surrounded by curious people. Their eyes were red as they asked about the ins and outs of the matter. Is what you said true, old sir? That place is not far from here. When I came here just now, I saw groups of soldiers going in and out of that place. If there were gold ingots, they would have been taken away by the government. That's right, that's right. This thing can't be compared to other things. This ingot of gold can be exchanged for several carriages of copper coins. There are so many of them. Will the government allow people to bring them in privately? Liar, the old man chuckled and quietly took out an ingot of gold from his bosom. Look at what this is. Instantly, when everyone looked over, they saw a golden ingot the size of a fist in the old man's hand, flashing with golden light. Yes, they were all ordinary people. Although they hadn't seen much of the world, gold was extremely rare to them. But this gold, they all understood that. The moment he saw it, his eyes widened. The fist-sized piece of gold was engraved with things that looked like fish scales. It looked like a real fish scale. What was that? How could there be such a strange object? In an instant, everyone seemed to believe the old man's words. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Old sir, this thing, where did you really get it?" The old man slowly put the gold ingot into his bosom. He stroked his beard and said, "How can it be fake? And I should say something that I shouldn't say. The third son of the Zhou family is my son. You went there yesterday. This morning President Jiang went there in person. I heard that Lord Jiang's son invited President Zhang Feng to have a look. I didn't expect that President Jiang would find an underground palace as soon as she went there." Yes. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. "Old sir, that underground palace? Old sir, tell us quickly, where is the underground palace? Is it filled with this thing? Old sir, don't keep us guessing. Tell us." In an instant, the crowd couldn't stay calm. In the crowd, there were a few people who had been carefully observing the old man, as if waiting for something. The old man drank the glutinous rice wine slowly and said, "Actually, my son didn't allow me to say this, but I was drunk today, so I said a few words. That place is basically sealed now, and the treasures there are almost all taken away by those people. However, the government seems to have rewarded Mr. Zhang Feng, but Mr. Zhang didn't seem to care. After taking some of it, he gave it to everyone present." What? The crowd was even more in an uproar. Who was Zhang Feng? He was a great philanthropist known by the whole Chang'an City. Things that others couldn't do were easily done by Zhang Feng, especially the way of giving gold ingots. Others might not be able to do it, but President Jiang dared to give phosphate fertilizer, salt, white paper and other things. Even during the famine, he didn't hesitate to spend all his property to help the people of the whole Chang'an City. He really dared to do such a thing. Chapter 1507. For a moment, the common people no longer cared about the underground palace. The furnishings and the warning that the underground palace was built in the style of the imperial palace was a rebellion. Who cared about that now? The ground was full of gold. Even the floor was made of gold. What did that mean? That meant that even if this place was emptied, there would still be gold. For a moment, people could not wait to run over there. Some people even spent a lot of money to buy good hoes and other things. That was it. They ran away valiantly. Only a very small number of people continued to ask the old man, and the old man told them everything he knew without holding back. Until a young man came in a hurry. The old man grabbed him and pointed to the crowd. Look, this is my third son. He is really an imperial guard. And he really saw Lord Jiang this morning. When the man heard that, his face darkened. He carried the old man and ran away in a hurry. However, this proved one thing even more. That was that this matter was definitely true. This time, how could everyone wait? They rushed in all directions. Some went to their families to report the news. Some went home to call their friends. For a moment, the entire Chang and city was in chaos. Everyone was talking about this matter. It even shocked Niu Weili. When Niu Weili heard that, his eyes instantly darkened. The underground palace. The underground palace was found. And it was in his jurisdiction. How could this be? This was king crime of rebellion. For a moment, Niu Weili was so angry that he hurriedly shouted, "Come on! Gather all the people in the government and go to the city." After the fire last night, he had already sent people there. After that, the imperial guards took over the matter in person. After that, there was no news. How could this be? In an instant, more than 100 people in the government, plus the assistant and so on, a group of people rushed to the city with sticks in their hands. At the same time, in the alleys and stalls in the entire Chang'an city, there were some people dressed up to inquire about this matter, hooking up with some people who were in a hurry. Then he entered an empty alley. Then a person walked out of the room. As for the other person, he didn't know where he went. Such things almost always happened in Chang'an city. Reporting. In front of a house in Chang'an city. A peddler knocked on the door of the owner's house. Then he quietly slipped something into the crack of the door and ran away in a hurry. It was as if nothing had happened. However, in the next moment he was invited to a corner. This house was also recorded in a small notebook. This kind of thing had already spread all over Chang'an city. Almost everyone who didn't go to the burning house had disappeared at this time. Some of them were tracked to the place where they disappeared, and then the houses were surrounded by a group of men in black. That was all. For a moment, the whole Chang'an city was plunged into a reign of terror when everyone was blinded by the gold. As for the culprit, at this time he had safely returned to Shao Mountain and was lying on his bed, snoring. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao were anxiously pacing back and forth in front of Zhang Feng's bedroom door. However, they didn't want to knock on Zhang Feng's door. Behind them, Li Qingqian, Du Go, and Shiva were anxiously waiting with a thick book in their hands. In the villa. Outside. There was also Qing Chimo's loud voice, shouting something along the lines of, 3 with 1, and so on. He was very busy. Miss Jingshu, please go in and urge him. This is too serious. I have to wait for Fengzi to take a look. I've been waiting for a whole day. Young Master Li, you know young Master's temper. Why don't you go in yourself? Jingshu spread her hands helplessly. Li Qingqian was so anxious that he was about to climb the wall. He naturally knew what was going on in the city. At this time he was holding a thick book in his hand, which was sent up the mountain by Li Shimin. These were some of the secret reports he had just received in the city today. However, these things were too messy. Even Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling were so busy that they didn't know what was going on. However, this guy directly went back to the mountain and slept as soon as he came back. Damn it. He didn't dare to let Qing Chimo and the other fools know about this. If they knew that the emperor's spies included their families, wouldn't they explode? Only Li Qingqian knew about this. Even Du Go, who was holding the book at this time, didn't know the specific content. After all, it was sent by the emperor himself. The emperor didn't let him read it. He couldn't read it. This was Du Go's stubbornness. No matter what Li Qingqian said, he wouldn't do it. There was nothing he could do. Li Qingqian could only ask the 3 of them to come together. After all, Shiwa was Zhang Feng's substitute servant and the crown prince of a country. Although it seemed a little embarrassing at this time, as long as they entered the door and let Shiwa get Zhang Feng out, it would be worth it. Face was nothing. Chapter 1508. But, no matter who the 3 of them were, they couldn't do anything in front of Jingshu. Zhang Yuyao was still alright. After a few words of praise, she was gone. However, Jingshu was different. This girl had grown up in a place like Swallow Descent Brothel since she was young. Although she knew of Li Qingqian's identity, so at this moment, Li Qingqian was so anxious. So it was like this. After all, this matter was caused by Zhang Feng. If he didn't handle it well, then the imperial court would be in an uproar tomorrow. It was an imitation of the underground palace of the political announcement hall. And it happened right under the emperor's feet. For any emperor and the imperial court, this was too late to cover it up. But this Zhang Feng was good. He directly reversed it and was afraid that the world wouldn't know. What was this? This was simply unreasonable. After waiting for almost an hour, there was a sound coming from the door. Li Qingqian was instantly shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Fengzi? Fengzi, are you awake? What's the matter?" Zhang Feng lazily opened the door. He was stunned when he saw the scene outside the door. "What are you doing?" Zhang Feng looked at the scene outside the door in disbelief. Seeing this, Jingshu briefly explained the situation to Zhang Feng and then walked into their room with Yu Yao and Yu Yao. Then Li Qingqian didn't care about anything else. He grabbed Zhang Feng and entered Zhang Feng's bedroom. Once he entered the door, he threw the things in his hands to Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, take a look at these things first." Zhang Feng looked at the things in his arms and then at Shiva, who was at the door. He scratched his head and said, "What's the matter? What's the matter? You still ask what's the matter? You turned Chang'an upside down. Now the entire Chang'an city is in an uproar. You're good. Are you hiding here to enjoy life? Sleeping soundly?" Zhang Feng was stunned. He hurriedly opened the book that looked like an account book in his bosom. As soon as he unfolded it, he saw that one of them was strong and the other was strong. The Hu family of Enlu Lane. Today, a suspicious person entered the residence. Then the family head of the residence said that he was sick and refused to come out. Someone saw the family head sneaking out of the residence from the back door. The shopkeeper of Eternal Peace Lane in West City hurried to the pawn shop in Sublime Justice Lane 2 hours ago. Zhang Feng looked at these densely packed things and couldn't help but be even more confused. "I say, Li Gan, what are you doing with this thing?" Li Qingqian pointed to the object in Du Go's bosom. Du Go handed the object over to Zhang Feng and said, "What happened in the underground palace today? Don't tell me you don't know? And today in your residence, did you ask an imperial guard to help you spread the news?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly understood. And then? Li Qingqian was furious. He pointed at Zhang Feng for a long time before saying, "This is the result. This person's father took out a huge golden fruit on the street. Tell me, does this have anything to do with you?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he snorted. "I really don't know about this. This grandson actually dared to take something from somewhere without permission?" Li Qingqian saw that Zhang Feng didn't admit it and waved his hand angrily. "Forget it." His Majesty was furious about this matter and made Lord Zhang's son personally come to my residence to reprimand me. He even handed this matter over to my father. How would my father know how to handle this matter? Now only you can handle this matter. As he spoke, Li Qingqian sat down beside Zhang Feng and hugged his arms. "This matter was caused by you. Now His Majesty's face has been completely lost. Do you know your guilt? If you can't handle this matter today, tomorrow morning, you can just wait for us to go to jail." Li Qingqian really couldn't take it anymore. This matter affected the entire Chang'an city. At this time, everyone was struggling to find the gold. Some people even suspected that there was such a cellar in Chang'an city. Everyone narrowed their eyes and bent over to search in Chang'an city. As long as there was a small black hole, they would crawl into it to take a look. Now everyone was in a state of panic. And those ministers had all gone to the palace to meet the emperor to impeach this matter. Zhang Feng simply stopped looking. This matter he had planned for a long time. These situations were all foreseeable. And that gold was indeed given to the imperial guard by Du Ziding. He had already thought of countermeasures for these things. But at this time, seeing Li Qingqian like this, Zhang Feng was a little amused. This matter in fact is not a big deal. You just need to wait quietly for after tonight. Li Qingqian was stunned. You're still waiting for tonight? You really want to have your head chopped off, don't you? Zhang Feng lit a cigarette confidently and said with a smile, "Actually, this matter will be revealed tomorrow morning. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people are jumping around happily at this time. These people are just small shrimps. Tell old Li, tell him to keep an eye on the place I mentioned. Tonight the result will be revealed." "What place?" Li Qingqian asked immediately. But no matter what he said, Zhang Feng refused to say. He just told Li Qingqian that heaven's secret could not be revealed and sent him away. He was so angry that he wanted to bite Zhang Feng to death. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Everything was a mess now. Only Zhang Feng could solve this problem. After glaring at Zhang Feng, Li Qingqian hurriedly winked at Du Go and ran away. After Li Qingqian left, Du Go said with an unnatural expression, "Fengzi, is this true? Did you really do it?" Chapter 1509. Zhang Feng spread out his hands. Actually, there is still some truth to this matter. After all, I said at the beginning that if we want to fish, if we don't throw out the bait, how can these people take the bait? Then what is going on with these things happening now? Dugo spread out his hands. He really didn't know about this matter before. It was only just now that he knew about it from the conversation between the two. To Dugo, each and every one of these matters was an unprecedented feat. From today's incident in Zhang Shan's mansion to the fire in the residence in Jiaqing, Zhang Feng had actually caused so many things that had nothing to do with each other. Was there anything in this world that Zhang Feng couldn't do? These were all things that he needed to learn. In the beginning, Dugo really looked down on Zhang Feng. But as Zhang Feng's matters gradually increased, Dugo was completely captivated by Zhang Feng. It was because of Zhang Feng's cohesiveness, and the things that Zhang Feng did, which one of them couldn't be explained with common sense. These things, at this time such a big matter was happening, but Zhang Feng still had the mood to sleep here. If it was someone else, they would have been so anxious that their buttocks were on fire. How could they be as relaxed as Zhang Feng? This was the gap between them. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng say so, Dugo hurriedly asked, "Master, please enlighten me." At this time, Dugo completely put out the serious look of a student. Zhang Feng also didn't want to decline. He touched his nose and said, "Dugo, I'm very curious. Why did your father give you such a name?" Hearing this, Dugo even had the heart to die. This was a name that Li Qingqian randomly said. Who would have thought that it was actually? Seeing Zhang Feng ask this, Dugo could only gloomily lie. "Actually, this matter is my father's fault. I heard that a few years ago my father and the others made a bet with the second master after drinking. A few of them bet one-on-one whoever lost would give their son a name. In the end, when Zhang Feng heard this, he was instantly stunned. So, Dugo, Sun Chong, Chintiniu, that's how your names came about?" Dugo nodded gloomily but added, "Chongzi's name is actually Chong. Caterpillar, that worm, that was given by Uncle Yu. And my name was given by Uncle Chen. As for Tiniu's name, it was given by my father." In an instant, Zhang Feng. He wanted to laugh, but seeing Dugo's gaze, he could eat him, he could only suppress his laughter. This was really strange. He could even come up with such names. Cough cough, alright, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about this first. But Dugo, you've really lifted a big stone off my heart. I've always wondered if your names were fake names. Now it seems that there's no doubt about it. Ah. Seeing Dugo's face slowly turn green, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped talking and said, "Well, let's talk about serious matters. Have you ever fished before?" Dugo did not know why Zhang Feng suddenly asked such a question. He could only nod in surprise. Zhang Feng then said, "Since you've fished before, you should know that before the big fish takes the bait, there will be many small fish that will constantly take the bait. Let's compare Chang and City to a big fish pond. What's happening now, you can just see it as one small fish after another taking the bait." Dugo nodded in realization and said, "But I still don't understand. This matter concerns the reputation of the royal family. If you do this, won't it mean that during tomorrow's morning court in the palace? And the big fish you mentioned, what would it be?" Naturally, it would be those who built or are related to this underground palace. "Today, Lao Li, old Fong, old son, and I want to take a look at that place. There's a secret door there. Not only can the secret door allow carriages to pass through, it also leads directly to the outside of the city. You're familiar with military books, so you naturally know what this means." Hearing this, Dugo nodded with a serious face. At this time, Zhang Feng continued, "Once you understand this matter, then let me ask you, why did they burn down the mansion? Why did they create trouble outside Zhang Shan's mansion? Why did they leave this underground palace after destroying all the evidence? Since these people left the underground palace, what's their purpose?" Zhang Feng's consecutive questions directly caused Dugo to be stunned. Seeing that Dugo didn't speak, Zhang Feng waved his hand and called Shiva over. "You're the crown prince of Zhenla, tell me if you're the enemy, what's your intention?" How would Shiva know this? At this time, seeing Zhang Feng ask, he couldn't help but say, "Could it be that they want to use the wealth in this underground palace to suppress the royal family?" Impossible. Dugo waved his sleeve in shock. How can the royal family? Before he could finish his sentence, he found himself stuck in the middle of his sentence. If this wasn't the case, then what was the emperor's situation now? Wasn't he being tricked? Zhang Feng nodded and let Shiva continue. Shiva continued, "Take this underground palace as an example. They completely imitated the construction style of the political announcement palace and used a large amount of gold. Actually, the meaning is very clear. Last night they had an entire night to move the gold away, but they didn't. Instead they left it here. There are two reasons. Zhang Feng nodded and clapped his hands in praise. You're right. What are the two reasons? Dugo was also enlightened at this time. He stared at Shiva with his eyes wide open. Shiva took a deep breath and said, first, they want to use this underground palace to threaten the current emperor to keep the peace. It can be considered as a warning because they might have predicted that you would personally take action and would definitely find this underground palace. Chapter 15:10. Zhang Feng looked at Shiva in surprise. This person was indeed a member of the royal family of Zhenla. Although Zhang Feng had been very careful not to hand over some important things to him, and this Shiva had always been Zhang Feng's page boy, and Zhang Feng had not paid much attention to him because he was busy, but, now that he thought of Li Gan and the rest and looked at Shiva, the difference was obvious. Perhaps this was the difference in their mental states? Shiva could guess most of Zhang Feng's guesses just from the few words between them. What was this? This was a prodigy. No, a monster. Shiva was 20 years old after all. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, that's right. Shiva is right. The existence of this underground palace is a warning to us. Even if I find this place, I won't dare to do anything. This is only one of the reasons. Shiva, continue. Shiva heard this and bowed, saying, there is another reason. This person wants to test you. If you can't find the location of this underground palace, then they will probably have a big move behind. They are waiting for the dean. What? Dugo heard this and his expression changed. The location of the underground palace is at Yongjia Lane, which is at the foot of the city wall of Tonghua Gate. This place is remote and sparsely populated, so it is very suitable for some shady business. The secret door of this underground palace leads directly to the outside of the city. If these people want to rebel, they only need to enter the city through this secret door and quietly control the guards of Tonghua Gate. After entering the city, they can go straight to the imperial city. Dugo's expression changed greatly when he thought of this. Shiva's expression gradually turned solemn. At first, he only understood half of it, but after he repeated it once more, he was able to understand all the parts that he didn't understand previously. These people's goal was not simple. After Shiva finished speaking, he quickly bowed and said, redeem this student's incompetence. There are even more profound parts. I hope you can enlighten me. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, Debing, did you see that? As for the few of you, I forget it. You're on your own now. While Dugo was feeling ashamed, Zhang Feng stood up and patted Dugo's shoulder. You're right. Even if Lao Tzu didn't misjudge you back then, from the moment you entered the tavern, I already said that you would definitely become a capable person in the future. Now it seems, Tiske, your achievements are limitless. When Shiva heard this, he immediately lowered his body even more. This is all thanks to Master's teachings. Zhang Feng chuckled as he helped Shiva up and said, it's already beyond my expectations that you can think of so many things. Your guess is exactly the same as mine. That's right. There is indeed something more profound in this. That is foreshadowing. When this person left behind this underground palace, he actually had two plans. If we didn't discover it, then their backup plan would definitely have dealt us a heavy blow. But even if we did discover it, they would at most lose some gold. Because this underground palace's secret door leads to the Longsho Canal outside the city. Once we go through the secret door, there will be no more clues. This is their backup plan to cut off all clues. Using the underground palace as a threat and warning us that we can't find anything. Lao Tzu really admires this person's wisdom. Zhang Feng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the school building outside the window. A haze flashed across his eyes. In fact, Zhang Feng had already thought of these things. However, he thought that with his wisdom he could do whatever he wanted in the Tang dynasty. But today's matter really gave Zhang Feng a hard slap in the face. There were still capable people in the Tang dynasty. At the very least, in terms of manipulating people's hearts, Zhang Feng had already experienced it. Motherf ***, this person was definitely a monster. He even thought of such a vicious method. And the biggest thing that made Zhang Feng feel suffocated was this kind of operation. He had already thought of so many things. The most important thing was that Zhang Feng really wanted to know this person. This time, even if it was a head-on competition, if Zhang Feng lost, then, therefore at this time, Zhang Feng was attracted by a mysterious person for the first time. It ignited his competitive spirit. Who could this person be? However, at this time, Dugo and Shiva didn't think so at all. Zhang Feng at this time gave people a feeling that he was like an unsheathed sword. Motherf ***, it was completely different from before. What Zhang Feng said just now, coupled with the changes in Chang and city at this time, made the two of them feel a sense of crisis in an instant. This matter, if it was not handled properly, it would not be as simple as a failure. This was simply putting one's head on one's belt. Once it failed, then, what awaited Zhang Feng would naturally be the anger of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court tomorrow, and more importantly, the identity of the emperor might be exposed. This was also a difficult problem that the other party gave Zhang Feng, but only Zhang Feng didn't know this problem at this time. If Zhang Feng knew the real identity of the emperor, what kind of ending would it be? The most important thing was, Zhang Feng actually treated Chang and city as a battlefield. This game, no matter who won or lost, seemed to be a disaster for Chang and city. After all, it was gold. This was the greed of everyone. Although there were many secret passages for the people who were familiar with Chang and city, it didn't seem that difficult to find him, right? Chapter 15:11. At the same time, Yongjia Lane at the entrance of Tonghua and Chang'an City was already crowded with people. Almost everyone had only one goal. It was a ruin that was still steaming hot. At this time, the ruin had been surrounded by people from the Chang and local government. Niu Weili put his hands on his hips, panting and shouting on a dark piece of wood, "Go back to Lao Tzu, all of you." In an instant all the people were frightened. Who was Niu Weili? He was the king of hell in Chang'an City. Although there were higher officials in Chang and then Niu Weili, it was the Chang and local government that had direct contact with the interests of the people. Therefore, Niu Weili's words at this time still had some deterrence. Niu Weili saw the crowd gradually stop clamoring. Only then did he wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at the place that had been turned upside down as if it had been trampled by pigs, he felt weak all over. The small wooden house behind him was gone. More than a dozen soldiers had already run away when he arrived. He didn't know whether they went to get reinforcements or something else. In short, they were gone. However, the small house here had already been demolished. Seeing that the entrance to the underground was about to be pried open, how could he sit still? Where was this? This was Chang'an City. And most importantly, the things here were made according to the appearance of the political announcement hall in the palace. Although he hadn't seen it before, he didn't dare to go in even if he was given 10,000 guts. But after all, this belonged to the royal family. How could these people be qualified to tarnish this place? But at this time, when he saw the situation here and looked at the tide of people, Niu Weili also felt a little scared. At this time, the people of the local government trembled all over. It seemed that something terrible was brewing here. The main thing was, these government servants and constables, when had they ever seen such a scene? So many people. They also felt a chill in the bottom of their hearts. Master Niu, this place doesn't belong to the government, right? We didn't make any trouble. Second, we didn't smash or burn. We just want to have a look and help clean up this place. What are you doing? Yes. We didn't make any trouble. We just came here to have a look. Can't we even have a look? This is unreasonable. How can they do such a thing? Some people in the crowd were unhappy and began to complain. The key was that these people were all reputable figures. Even if Niu Weili saw them now, he had to treat them seriously. Niu Weili cupped his fists and said to the two people who had spoken before, "The situation here is really quite complicated. It's hard to explain in a few sentences, so he had no choice but to say, the two of you, to be honest, this underground palace was built by the rebels. There are many things that are related to the secrets of the royal family. With your status, you should know the weight of these things. Do you think that this place is a place where outsiders can enter? Furthermore, this matter has already alerted His Majesty. When you arrived, you saw those soldiers running away. What are they doing?" He was going to call for reinforcements. "Once the people from the Chang and military camp come, even I can't guarantee what will happen." In an instant, everyone's expression suddenly changed. This place. They only knew that there was an earth palace and there was gold. But they didn't know what it was. Most of them just came here to have a look. The news could be spread out and it could flow out from under the crotch of those soldiers. Would there be a grain of gold sand? But one should know that those soldiers' eyes were very bright. The gold in this place. At this moment, Niu Weili continued to say loudly, "The laws of the Tang dynasty clearly state that if people without permission or covet the royal family, they will be banished to the bitter cold land at the border. You have to think carefully about this matter." In an instant, the people were in an uproar. Among them, those who wanted to have a look had other thoughts in their minds. Some wanted to retreat, but more people wanted to know what was going on. The most terrifying thing was when the crazy people went crazy. At this moment, although most of the people had dispersed, there was still a group of people who were loitering around, unwilling to leave. Niu Weili looked at these people and felt a headache coming on. They didn't even break the law, how could they arrest them? If they didn't arrest them, what kind of place was this? How could they be allowed to do whatever they wanted? If the underground palace were to be dug out, then his head would be cut off. At the thought of this, Niu Jinda's head hurt even more. At this moment, a Yamen runner touched his head with a strange expression and walked over slowly. As he walked, he looked back at something. He almost bumped into Niu Weili. The Yamen runner said hurriedly, "Sir, this is something that someone gave me just now. He asked me to give it to you." Niu Weili heard this and immediately looked at the Yamen runner's hand. There was indeed a ball of white paper. Niu Weili's eyes narrowed. How many people could use a piece of white paper? And most importantly, they could send him private messages. At the thought of this, Niu Weili hurriedly asked, "Where is that person?" The Yamen runner looked behind him and said, "I didn't see him." Chapter 15:12. When Niu Weili heard this, he waved his hand and asked the Yamen to block him. He slowly unfolded the piece of paper. The piece of paper was not big and seemed to have been torn off. It was only 2 fingers wide and there were 2 words written on it with charcoal. Leave. Leave. What does that mean? Niu Weili was a little confused. Who on earth is this? But come to think of it, there are only a few people. It's impossible for it to be Blossom. I heard that he came out of the mansion and went straight back to the mountain. Then this, could it be someone from the palace? At the thought of this, Niu Weili's expression changed greatly. Is there something else going on here? For example, is this intentional? At the thought of this, Niu Weili instantly connected everything that had happened in the city that day in detail. He really had some idea of what was going on. That is to say, what happened here might really have been done by someone on purpose. This underground palace is such a big thing. In the palace, there are so many spies from the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Justice, Supreme Court, and so on. How could they not know that there is such a big place here? If they don't know, it can only be said that this person's identity is no longer something that Niu Weili can touch. This is a tricky thing. Looking at those people who had been wandering around, Niu Weili couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought of it. Could it be that among these people, he thought of an extremely horrible thing, that is, these people seemed to be spies? At this moment he finally figured out why someone would give him the note. It was obviously because someone wanted to give face to Zhang Feng, or his appearance had affected someone's plan. Cold sweat. In an instant, sweat oozed out of Niu Weili's forehead with a swish. It was said that in Chang'an City, even if one spat, one could hit a person that one could not afford to offend. Ever since he had some business with Zhang Feng, he had become more and more arrogant. Niu Weili's courage was a little high. Basically, he didn't think too much about some things. After all, Zhang Feng had a powerful backer behind him. However, today's note instantly made Niu Weili see the gap between them. Although Zhang Feng was only a 5th-rank official in name at this time, and although he said that he was the Chancellor and Viscount, Niu Weili thought that this title was just a casual remark made by the Emperor. But now it seemed that it was his own wishful thinking. That was a real identity. What was he? He was just a small county magistrate of Chang'an City. Putting everything else aside, any one of Zhang Feng's identities could easily kill him, and he wouldn't even need to pay with his life. At this moment, Niu Weili panicked. However, he didn't dare to show it. He didn't know that since this person dared to give him a note like this, it meant that this person wanted to use this method to warn him not to get involved. He tried to slip away. I really want to. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking hard about the reason to leave. However, after looking around, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. However, at this moment, he suddenly found that not far away, an old man was sitting on a piece of rotten wood not far away. He seemed to be resting his feet, but also seemed to be digging for something. In an instant, Niu Weili's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted angrily, "How dare you, old man? Lao Tzu has said that no one is allowed to touch a blade of grass or a tree here. How dare you steal under my nose?" Guards. Everyone was scared silly by Niu Weili's sudden outburst. What was going on? What was he doing? Was he crazy or did something really big happen? The old man was scared out of his wits. He trembled in fear and held up a broken straw shoe high, shouting that he was wronged. But what was this? This was a chance for Niu Weili to escape. How could he give up? He waved his hand and shouted angrily again, "Guards! Here!" All the Yamen runners didn't know what was going on. However, seeing Niu Weili so angry at this moment, they thought that this old man had really done something outrageous. They hurriedly surrounded him. The old man was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He shouted that he was wronged. However, Niu Weili wouldn't listen. His nonsense? He waved his hand and said, "Quickly arrest this thief and bring him back to the Yamen. I want to investigate thoroughly." All the Yamen runners were dumbfounded. At this moment they couldn't stand it anymore. Wasn't he just sitting there and getting a shoehorn? What was wrong with him? Did he drink the wrong medicine? However, he only dared to criticize in his heart. Nevertheless, he still ran over eagerly. More than 100 burly bailiffs surrounding an old man who had lost all his teeth. This scene was simply too beautiful. Nyo Whaley rolled up the sleeves of his official uniform and waved his hand. Guards, escort him back to the Yamen. All the Yamen runners were dumbfounded. He came in a hurry with an imposing manner. Now he was in a hurry to go back. What was he going to do? The private advisor's mouth was wide open, and the folding fan in his hand was about to fall to the ground. He was stunned by Nyo Whaley's magnificent feat, and was directly petrified. What the F***ck is going on here? Just as the private advisor was in a daze, Nyo Whaley had already gotten into the sedan chair. However, when he saw this, he was also anxious. He hurriedly lifted his robe and hurriedly pulled the private advisor, saying, "If not now, when should we go?" Chapter 15:13. After Nyo Whaley left, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all flocked to the house that had been turned over like a mountain or river. At this time, no one could tell that this was a house. Appearance? The people were crazy. Especially after people exclaimed one after another, picking up a piece of glittering gold ingot or a jar of copper coins from the ground. Then the enthusiasm here was finally completely ignited. Everyone, as if on steroids, began to crazily turn over the ground with their buttocks sticking out. What they didn't notice was that these people who dug up good things were directly piling up a big hill where the small house was located without leaving a trace. At the same time, in the imperial palace, Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and the others stopped all the things in their hands. In the imperial study, the little eunuchs directly lined up like butterflies and directly sent pieces of paper into the imperial study. The table of Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and the others had already been piled up with piles of paper. Looking at the piles of notes, Lin Yichin thought. Li Shimin's head was about to explode. In just more than 2 hours, a total of more than a few hundred people were found to be involved in this matter in Chang'an. Among them, dozens of people were found to have committed suicide. There were also more than 50 people who had fled. There were even some who had directly clashed with the spies for the sake of this matter, resulting in countless casualties. At this time, there were already dozens of officials kneeling outside the imperial study, waiting for an audience. But Li Shimin only had one answer. That was to kneel. Among the hundreds of people, at least half of the officials involved had been involved, and the other half occupied almost all the industries in Chang'an City. Li Shimin really didn't know before he checked, but now that he checked, Li Shimin had the impulse to ride on the warhorse and directly kill these people directly. This was simply a slap in his face. At this time, without waiting for the eunuch to report, Li Qingqian hurriedly barged into the imperial study. Without waiting for Li Shimin to speak, Li Qingqian hurriedly said, "Imperial father, this son has an important matter to report." Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He hurriedly waved his sleeves and said, "Tell me." Wei Zheng and the others also abruptly stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Qingqian. At this moment, Li Qingqian said, "The answer Feng Zi gave me just now was to bide our time." What? Li Shimin heard this. He instantly frowned. Although this matter didn't seem like much, after thinking about it carefully, it really couldn't wait any longer. I reckon that before tomorrow's morning court, basically all the civil and military officials of Hassan will come here to kneel, right? At this time, Li Shimin was already taking a huge risk to forcefully investigate the case. If this were to continue, if it was possible, Li Shimin would not have sent someone to the mountain to ask Zhang Feng. This matter was simply too big. Li Shimin hadn't thought of this before, but after investigating he instantly understood why Zhang Feng was so hesitant to say this matter at that time. This matter had already damaged the reputation of the royal family. If this spread out, it would be like slapping Li Shimin's face. However, if he didn't investigate, all the clues would be cut off. This was extremely passive for Li Shimin. What if this was really a test like Zhang Feng said? And what if this underground palace wasn't discovered? If it was really as Zhang Feng said, there would be a big gift for him? Then this big gift. The more Li Shimin thought about it, the angrier he became. He waved his hand and said, "Continue." As he spoke, Li Shimin's entire body trembled as he lit a cigarette. However, the smoke had already been blackened by the wick of the oil lamp. But at this moment, how could Li Shimin care so much? He suppressed his trembling hand and calmed himself down. The more he investigated this matter, the more he felt how terrible it was. This Tunghua Gate had been directly taken over without anyone noticing? What about the gate of the imperial city? What about the other city gates? In an instant, Li Shimin didn't have a trace of security. At this time Li Qingqian continued, Feng Zi described Chang and city as a fishing ground. He meant that this was the first head-on confrontation with that person, and this Chang and city was a chessboard. Now those who were fished out and investigated were all small shrimps. The real big fish had been watching from behind, and these small shrimps were those who were sent out by those people to test. Hearing this, Wei Jing instantly exclaimed, Your Highness, did Feng Zi really say this himself? Li Qingqian nodded with a solemn expression. At that time Dugo was also there. He can testify. This time, Wei Jing's expression suddenly changed. He also felt more and more terrified of this matter. This was the first head-on confrontation. What about Ba Shui's rescue in Chang'an City? What about all the previous incidents? Was everything at that time just a test? This time was it really a game? But this was Chang'an City, where the face of the Tang dynasty was located. At this time using Chang'an City as the battlefield was already a big taboo. What on earth did this person want to do? Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and others also looked serious at this time. Fishing, they had all fallen into it before, so they naturally knew some of the tricks involved. But at this time Feng Zi actually described the whole turmoil in Chang'an as a fishing ground. The bait must be the underground palace, which was the face of the imperial family. This bait was really a bit too big. It was so big that no one dared to talk nonsense at this time. But they didn't know what to do at this time. They couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng and ask in unison, Your Highness Feng Zi, do you have anything else to say? Chapter 15-14. Li Shimin couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He was about to speak. But after hearing the words of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, Li Shimin suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian saw this and hurriedly said, Feng Zi also said that we only need to wait until tomorrow morning. Before the morning court, there will be a big fish taking the bait. What? Li Shimin got up in surprise and stared at Li Qingqian. What does Feng Zi mean? At this time these people had set up such a big plan. Even if all the spies of the 3 departments were sent out, they could only find some clues and no useful clues. How could he allow these people to expose themselves tonight? This was simply impossible. Or else, why did they have to make such a big scene? Why don't they just send their troops over? Could it be, tonight they were going to make a big move? Li Shimin thought of this and instantly changed his expression. If this was true then, pass the imperial edict, Qi Gong and Qin Xiong, quickly lead troops to station at all gates of Chang'an City and prepare for war. Order Qing Yaojin to quickly send out elites to patrol around Chang'an City and strictly investigate the people in and out, as well as the rivers and secret passages connected to Chang'an City. Li Shimin's sudden imperial edict made Wei Zhang and others turn pale with fright. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, we can't be too hasty at this time. If we issue an imperial edict now, I'm afraid there will be a rebellion. Your Majesty, I also think that we can't do it now. I second that. The 3 hurriedly got up. Li Qingqian also hurriedly persuaded, Father, please calm down. I also asked Feng Zi about this matter. Feng Zi means that we only need to guard the underground palace. In an instant, Fang Xianling thought of the exit of the underground palace. Could it be that Feng Zi wanted to use this bait and the chaos caused by the chaos in Chang'an City to make this person unable to sit still and then send people in to investigate? But at this moment, as long as that person wasn't an idiot, who would do that? This was clearly a trap. Could it be that there was someone who was this stupid? Your Highness, this is a little ridiculous. It's not that I don't trust Feng Zi, but this is a matter of great importance. If there's even the slightest mistake, it will destroy the imperial court. Wei Zhang hurriedly bowed to Li Shimin and continued, Moreover, I feel that Feng Zi's consideration of this matter is somewhat inappropriate. He has always thought that we are all ordinary businessmen, so he basically schemes over these political matters. Moreover, these matters are too important. I can't trust him. Not to mention Wei Zhang. Li Shimin himself couldn't figure out what Zhang Feng was thinking. If this matter was so simple, then how could it be so troublesome? They would have found the culprit long ago. And from this matter, this person's wisdom could be said to be unparalleled in the world. He also knew Li Shimin's identity and everything that had happened between him and Zhang Feng. Although every time they went out of the palace, they hid their identities and even asked the palace maids to personally put on makeup and put on beards for them. In this way, even if they walked in the palace, it was extremely difficult for people to discover their true identities. But this matter was still known by outsiders. and now it became the most important thing for others to use against them. At this moment, Li Shimin thought about it and felt a little regretful. If only he had directly revealed his identity earlier, perhaps, it would have been much better. But now was not the time to talk about this. Li Shimin knew the consequences of this matter, but at that time because he was angry he wanted to catch them all in one net. However, what he didn't expect was that the people involved in this matter were really unprecedented. Basically, half of the officials in the imperial court were involved. What did this mean? Even before the incident at Jianghu Gate, this was not to be outdone. At this time, Li Shimin felt a deep and heavy pressure as well as waves of suffocation. Everyone's faces that he trusted, flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, but he still couldn't find a useful one, or rather a suspicious one. But suddenly, a person's shadow inexplicably leaped out. Qian, Li Qingqian hurriedly said, "Your son is here." "Where is Duke of Qian?" Wei Zhang and the others instantly frowned. Could it be? The emperor was suspecting. Li Qingqian began to panic. He hurriedly said, replying to imperial father, "Early yesterday morning, Duke of Qian left Chang and city for Luozhou." Luozhou? Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. Duke of Qian has been in the Eastern Palace this entire time. Did anything strange happen? Li Qingqian had also sensed that something was wrong, and he hastily gave a detailed report of Hou Junji's movements. He wanted to find out what the crown prince had been studying and what he was up to. This was all very normal. After all, this was the crown prince's father-in-law, so there was nothing wrong with asking. But, with this answer, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Li Shimin couldn't help but be even more confused. Why did Zhang Feng say that it was Hou Junji? Could it be Zhang Feng had suspected him from the start? Chapter 15:15. The first impression that Hou Junji gave off was that he was kind and amiable. He had also met Zhang Feng a few times. The first time was at Zhang Feng's residence, where he had personally witnessed Zhang Feng's mystical leg-linking technique. Then, during the opening ceremony, he had gone up the mountain to see Zhang Feng's White Deer College. And early on, during the famine in Chang, and Hou Junji had taken out 10,000 dan of grain to support Zhang Feng. After that, Li Shimin's memories seemed to have nothing to do with him. Why would Zhang Feng bring up this person? Whether it was Li Shimin, Wei Zhang or the others, they were all baffled. Ever since the Xuanwu Gate incident, Hou Junji, this meritorious subject, had bravely retreated at the top of the tide. He basically did not participate in the politics of the imperial court, leaving behind only an empty title and a salary. Such a kind and low-key person, it was hard for them to connect him to the person behind this matter who was so meticulous in planning Weibo. This was simply impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Shimin took in a deep breath and slumped against the soft couch of the dragon throne. Rubbing his forehead, he asked, "Is there any mystery behind that secret passage? Also, Fengzi, what other plans do you have? Tell us in full." "As your majesty commands." Li Qingqian hurriedly told Wang Chong all of Zhang Feng's plans. For a moment, the entire imperial study fell silent, but at this moment, it was so quiet that it was somewhat frightening. The human heart. Yet another contest of the human heart. At this moment, Li Shimin and the others finally understood why Zhang Feng had said that this was a battlefield. At this time, Chang and city was more like a fish pond, and Zhang Feng and that person were like two fishermen, playing a game of chess in this pond. Li Shimin felt a wave of helplessness just thinking about it. How resourceful must one be to be able to play such a high-level game? Although Li Shimin was very envious, it was already too late for him to learn this. However, Li Shimin had already secretly made up his mind. From now on, he would be busy every day to learn the art of manipulating people's hearts. What was the difference between this and the emperor technique that Master Yuan had mentioned? There was no difference at all. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "I'm a little tired of this matter. Let's just do as Zhang Feng said. I'll believe Fengzi this once. Perhaps Zhang Feng is right." Hearing this, Wei Zhang hurriedly got up and said, "Your Majesty, you must not do this. No matter whether you win or lose in the game, this is tantamount to hurting the face of our Tang dynasty. This matter." Li Shimin got up dejectedly, waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "At the beginning, Fengzi didn't mention this matter. I asked Fengzi 3 times before Fengzi told me. The underground palace is indeed a backup plan left by someone. If it's not Fengzi, I think, tonight's Chang and city seems to be more chaotic than it is now." And this clue also stopped here. Who gave me and Fengzi this difficult question? Do you want to slap your own face or do you want to let them go? But Wei Zhang hurriedly wanted to speak again, but he was stopped by Li Shimin with a wave of his hand. He said, I know what you want to say, but think about it. This person dared to build an underground palace in that place. What does this mean? This means that this person already knows my temperament very well. If I'm still the same. If I'm still the same as before, then I'll lose this time. In the future, I'll never be able to sleep well. The gold in the underground palace was left to me by him, or it was given to Feng Zi by Lu. This is a multiple choice question he left me. If I really choose to lose face, I'm bound to lose more. You're all right. This is a test and also a game. If I don't even have the courage to play the game, then this underground palace will be my grave. So, since Feng Zi wants to play the game, so what if I lose face? At least, I won't let down the people of the Tang dynasty. So, even if my reputation is ruined in the end, so what? Li Shimin's words. It was deeply shocking in Wei Zhang's mind. It was indeed as the emperor said. This palace was completely built according to the model of the political announcement hall. That was to say, this person knew the affairs of the imperial court very well. To say the least, this person had a deep understanding of the ministers and the emperor's temperament. He must also know that once this was known, even if the emperor intended to do this, he would definitely stand up to stop him. At the thought of this, Wei Zhang's face suddenly changed. Just who was this person? Could it really be Hou Junji? Or perhaps, King Li? At this thought, Wei Zhang was constantly sifting through these suspicious people in his mind, but the more he sifted through them, the more horrified he felt. Unexpectedly, anyone who was suspicious was no longer suspicious at this moment. Li Shimin scanned the crowd, pausing on each person's face for a moment. When he was done looking at the last person, his eyes suddenly paused on Little Gizi. Little Gizi also sensed Li Shimin's gaze, paled, and hastily got down on his knees. Your Majesty, this servant, get up. We didn't say anything about you. Li Shimin sighed and waved his hand. The decree from before remains unchanged. Everything will continue as before. I fear that something unexpected might happen. Quickly return to the mountain and take a group of golden guards with you. We want to know the important information from Feng Zi as soon as possible. No matter how late it is, anyone with the Crown Prince's token will be allowed to enter the Imperial Palace tonight. Your son obeys the decree. Chapter 15-16. It was night. The sky was like a piece of black silk, clear and deep. If one stared at it for a long time, there would be a kind of fear and loneliness, as if being swallowed by the darkness. Zhang Feng was lying on the balcony on the second floor. The recliner under him creaked. Other than that, there was no sound on the mountain. In the past, this time on the mountain was the busiest time after the students left school. In addition, the villa area and the student dormitory were basically close to each other. Once something happened, it would spread throughout the dormitory area. But tonight, everything seemed so quiet and strange. It seemed that everyone knew that something big would happen tonight. They had shut their mouths early, including the sound of insects on the mountain. It was so quiet. It was rare for Zhang Feng to calm down. He recalled everything from the Qian Wanli incident to now. He even kept thinking about the figure he saw by chance when he was in Lantian. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him from every angle. At this time, Zhang Feng even had a feeling that a colorful tiger was staring at him with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes in the dark, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. This feeling was very unpleasant. But in the chaos earlier, Zhang Feng did not think of this. Now that things had quieted down, Zhang Feng began to reorganize the events of the day. From the incident at Zhang Shan's house to Zhang Fuxing's arrival, everything seemed to have happened naturally, but there seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. That was a test. Why did these things happen here today? And he must have known that if something happened to Zhang Shan's family, he would definitely go down the mountain. But even so, this person still did this. Was it a diversion? Or was it luring the snake out of its hole? Zhang Feng did not understand what this person was thinking. However, Zhang Feng already understood very well. This time there was someone who really wanted to talk to him. And the way to speak was through the underground palace and the things left behind in the underground palace. Of course, what Lao Li said today about the people who were found in Chang and City by the spies of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments must have something to do with this. However, Zhang Feng's intuition told him that this person was willing to take such a huge risk and expose his original team. What was his purpose? Zhang Feng looked at the distant Chang and City in confusion. Zhang Feng could not help narrowing his eyes slightly. What had happened in Chang and City that day flashed through Zhang Feng's mind. Zhang Feng's residence was in the East City. Although it was not far from Tunghuimen in a straight line, it was still at least a mile away. Once something happened here, even if there was a huge commotion on the other side, no one would notice. Then, what was the purpose of this person's plan? Could it be that he really only wanted him to leave his head and tail alone? Previously, Zhang Feng did not seriously think about what happened today. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. That was, at that time, the people in the underground palace had not left yet. They were waiting. If he did not go there, it was very likely that they would not leave either. That was to say, these people also left in a hurry? Then, Zhang Feng's eyes could not help but flicker. Previously, when Zhang Feng told Lao Li that there might be people going to the underground palace tonight, it was only because of Zhang Feng's control of people's minds. He was sure that these people would definitely be greedy. But now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng was even more certain that there would be a big fish taking the bait. As for what kind of big fish it would be, Zhang Feng did not know for the time being and did not want to know. Because he knew one thing, that was, the more he knew, the faster he would die. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng got up and shouted downstairs, "Old Ma!" Ma Xinliang, who had been waiting outside the courtyard of Zhang Feng's villa, immediately came out of the shadows and looked at Zhang Feng and saluted, "Courtyard. Come up." Hearing this, Ma Xinliang was a little hesitant. After all, the two dean's wives were on the second floor. If he went up now, Ma Xinliang was also a ruthless person. Since the incident with Qian Wanli last time, his reputation had been praised in the academy. He had also heard about the incident at the foot of the mountain today and naturally knew that it was the doing of the dean. Gritting his teeth, Ma Xinliang stabbed the Mo sword in his hand into the ground, climbed up the window, and climbed to the balcony of the second floor in a few steps. As soon as he went upstairs, Zhang Feng patted Ma Xinliang, who was squatting beside him, on the shoulder and said, "Old Ma, go look for Du Dabing immediately. It would be best if you can finally gone. Then spread the news." While speaking, Zhang Feng whispered a few words in Ma Xinliang's ear. Ma Xinliang's face changed instantly when he heard this. "Dean, do we need to?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and gestured for him to keep quiet. "This matter can't be made public. Just tell them as I said and they will know what to do." Hearing this, Ma Xinliang gritted his teeth and hurriedly jumped down from the balcony of the second floor. At this time he had forgotten that he was on the second floor. He only knew that tonight in Chang'an City, a person of high status was destined to fall. Chapter 15-17. Fengzi. Not long after Ma Xinliang left, the old scholar hurried over with a lantern in his hand. Hearing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked Gao Qin to open the door and then hurried downstairs. In the living room, the old scholar looked gravely at Zhang Feng, who had just come downstairs, and asked, "I just saw Ma Xinliang go over. Did you find out something big again?" Zhang Feng nodded and went through the events of the day in detail. Hearing this, the old scholar stroked his beard and nodded, "I know the general situation of this matter, but I always feel that this person is somewhat familiar. You'd better take it easy and don't go too far. Otherwise you'll be driven to desperation. Also, after today you're not allowed to go down the mountain." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. "What's the matter?" the old scholar said with a serious expression. "Do you still want your academy? Let's not talk about anything else. Look at the academy. Although it's running, everyone's thinking is basically wondering what the dean did today to shock the world, or wondering what you are doing. Think about it, what will happen if this goes on? Let's not talk about other things first. Now, just based on what old man found out, some students are privately betting on whether you'll go on a killing spree because of what happened today." The old scholar looked at Zhang Feng earnestly and said, "I know and understand what happened to Qian Wanli. But that place is not something we can get involved in. Our focus is on the academy. Think about it, if one day you touch the Emperor's reverse scale, do you think the Emperor will let you go? Let's not talk about this first. Even if the Emperor won't do that, what if it's someone else? That mysterious person is driven to desperation by you, and he'll give you. Have you thought about us? Have you thought about the students of the academy? To be honest, have you thought about your 3 women? Have you thought about it? You're having fun but they're scared and on edge." Zhang Feng's expression changed when he heard this. He solemnly nodded his head and said, "Old scholar, I understand. Once this matter is over, I will devote all my attention to my research. But as you can see, it was someone else who was playing tricks on me. I just wanted to protect the people I wanted to protect." The old scholar waved his hand to interrupt Zhang Feng. In fact, he also understood that all of this was due to external factors. Zhang Feng was only passively receiving the attack. But this time, using the whole Chang'an City as the gambling point, the danger was obvious. If he failed, it would be fatal for Zhang Feng. Putting aside the others, just the officials themselves would not let Zhang Feng off so easily. The entire academy, as well as the reputation that Zhang Feng had built up, would collapse in an instant. As for Zhang Feng's family, what will happen? These old guys said that it was okay. At worst, they could go back and write letters to others. But what about his 3 women? Especially Yu and Jingshu. The old scholar was experienced. Of course, he knew that the 2 women had consummated their marriage with Zhang Feng. That meant they had sex. At this time, the old scholar didn't want to come at first. After discussing this matter with Yu Shernan and others, he met Ma Xinliang on the way back. After asking, he knew that Zhang Feng was going to make trouble again. So he hurried to find Zhang Feng. He wanted to tell Zhang Feng everything clearly so that Zhang Feng wouldn't do something out of line in the end. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. But in the face of these questions, Zhang Feng also suddenly woke up from his stupor. The old scholar was right. At this time, it was time to think about his family. What happened at Zhang Shan's house today was already a wake-up call. What if it wasn't what happened today but someone came to assassinate him? What would the consequences be? Zhang Feng had thought about this since Chen Wanli's death. But he had been busy and forgot about such an important matter. Hearing the old scholar's earnest words, Zhang Feng nodded seriously and said, "Old scholar, don't worry. I have my own plans. After tonight's matter is settled, I will deal with the matters on the mountain. I will not care about this matter anymore." The old scholar heard this and shook his head speechlessly. He knew that Zhang Feng was soft-hearted. With just a few words of flattery, Zhang Feng would definitely run over to work as a coolie for others. But what could he do? What could he say? He could only take it that Zhang Feng had really changed his mind. After all, he had said something serious tonight. Forget it, forget it. I've already told you the severity of the matter. As for how you want to go, that's up to you. If you don't want your woman to be bullied, then you'd better settle down and live your life peacefully. Zhang Feng nodded his head repeatedly. I know. Zhang Feng nodded his head repeatedly. The old scholar was so angry that he glared at Zhang Feng fiercely, shook his head and sighed and left. Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't wait for someone to come to his house and mess with him. Someone had already come to his house to bully him. If he shrank back now, wouldn't he become a joke? Would he, Zhang Feng, still be a man? Zhang Feng wasn't that kind of person. Since the person had jumped out, if Zhang Feng didn't mercilessly chop off his legs, how could he, Zhang Feng, face himself? Tonight was an opportunity. Zhang Feng wanted to see who this Lord Ma was. Chapter 15-18. Yu Qigong had been holding back all day. It could be said that Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin couldn't sit still after hearing that something had happened to Zhang Feng's father-in-law. However, they didn't dare to leave the barracks without permission because of the emperor's order. After enduring for a day, the emperor's imperial edict finally arrived in the evening. However, Qing Yaojin was dumbfounded when he heard the edict. The emperor's edict was for him to take a stroll outside the city? What was the meaning of this? What the hell? Yu Qigong smiled and clenched his fists. Instantly there was a burst of sound like beans being fried. Brother, I'm leaving first. Tonight, let's see who can catch this big fish first. Qing Yaojin looked at Yu Qigong, who was putting on his armor, and gnashed his teeth in anger. However, this was the emperor's order. What could he do? Although they didn't go out, they still knew everything that had happened in the city today. Therefore, they had already guessed this arrangement. However, they never thought that the emperor would wait until now and use such a method. Old Yuchi, wait a moment. Qing Yaojin waved his hand and dismissed everyone in the barracks. He said with a serious expression, I suspect that something big is going to happen this time. Yu Qigong's hand paused. He tightened his breastplate and said faintly, in fact, this matter could be predicted long ago. From the incident with Chen Wanli until now, haven't you noticed that Fengzi has been looking for an opportunity to find this person? Today's matter is actually a bit strange. Think about it, this person should want to warn Fengzi not to interfere in this matter, but he forgot why Fengzi is called Fengzi. Because once this guy goes crazy, I think both of us will be scared. Qing Yaojin's expression couldn't help but change. The emperor has sent us out now. Do you think? This matter was really a bit strange. It could also be seen that this was entirely Fengzi's idea and not the emperor's. The emperor would never do such a thing that would damage the reputation of the imperial family. The emperor's strategists wouldn't dare to do so either. Then there was only one person left. That was Zhang Feng. At this time, only he could think of such a way to do such an earth-shattering thing. This was simply crazy to the extreme. It could also be seen that this time, Zhang Feng was prepared to have a good contest with this person. But who was this person? Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin suddenly felt uneasy. The existence of the Chang and military camp was to deter and protect the safety of Chang and city. It should not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. The emperor was born in the army, so he naturally knew this. But at this time he still chose to use it. What did it mean? Something big was going to happen tonight. The two of them looked at Chang and City on the sand table in the barracks. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Go. Let's go. Gong didn't waste any more time. After hurriedly putting on his armor, he rushed out of the barracks. Qing Yaojin stared at the sand table for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and put on his armor. He picked up the broad axe that he hadn't used for a long time and shouted angrily, Eru. Outside the barracks, Jia Eru hurried in and knelt on one knee. I'm here. Send out the order. Secretly transfer 1,000 elites. Light clothes and simple travel and follow me to battle. Yes. Clatter, clatter, clatter. After a while, in the darkness of the Shishan military camp, a series of dull hoofbeats sounded in an orderly manner. After a while, as the gate of the camp was opened, a team of horses rushed out. After a while, the camp was still as usual. In each barracks there were still flickering candles. But after this group of people left, in the darkness, a little fluorescent light slowly appeared in the flickering light. People with discerning eyes would definitely find that it was a cigarette. In this little fluorescent light, a pair of eyes stared at the direction where the team of horses went. Then he took a deep puff and turned to disappear into the night. After a while, in the Shirley slope outside Chang'an City, no one knew when several continuous tents appeared. In the dark night they were particularly protruding. If it weren't for the valley, they would have been discovered by the patrolling soldiers. And these tents were very strange. There was no trace of candlelight or bonfire. No one knew whether it was because they had been here for a long time or because they were businessmen who had just set up camp here. At this moment, after the faint sounds of horse hooves faded into the distance, a candle light slowly lit up in one of the tents. After a while, a black shadow slowly rushed out from the direction where the hoofbeats came from. In an instant, everyone was on high alert. Someone directly whispered, "Who is it?" "It's me." A hoarse voice came and everyone relaxed. That person didn't stop at all. He went directly to the tent where the candlelight was burning, knelt down on one knee and shouted, "My lord, Gong and Qing Yaojin are on the move." "Well, I know." The man in black asked hesitantly, "Then tonight's action?" The voice in the tent said slowly, "Let's wait and see. It's not easy to meet an opponent. Old man wants to see what tricks this kid will play tonight." Looking through the shadow, this person was actually brewing tea in the tent.